check. Okay. Okay, everybody. It looks like it's 6 o'clock. I think we're getting ready to get started. If we've got some open seats, everybody wants to try to find them a seat. If not, you're welcome to stand around or in the back. I really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Want to thank looks like we've got a lot of teachers, school system people here, fire and rescue personnel, and our law enforcement. We appreciate everybody and what you contribute to our county. We're so grateful. I just wanted to let everybody know that we do appreciate it. I personally am in support of our teachers and our fire and rescue and our police and all the people that provide those adequate services to our county. I just want to let you know that tonight. As we go through this, it looks like we're going to have a pretty lengthy meeting, so we got a sign-up sheet in the back, and just everybody that wants to speak, please sign that sheet. And when I get that sheet, we have 3 minutes to speak, but I want to be respectful. I know you want to place your concerns with us, and that's fine, so I don't want to be rude and cut you off too early. So I will be a little bit lenient with that if I have to be, and make sure that we still stay on track and don't keep everybody here all night long. But let me get my agenda here. Okay, first we have a call to order, a roll call. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lester.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to start off with the roll call of the Russell County Board of Supervisors meeting May the 5th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the Russell County Conference Center. Andrew Hensley.
Here.
Luann Wallace.
Here.
Tara Dye.
Here.
Steve Breeding. Here. Rebecca Dye.
Here.
Nate Kaiser.
Here.
And David E.
Here.
Sir, you have a quorum.
Okay, if everybody would stand for the invocation, and then we're going to remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Father God, Lord, we love you, we thank you, and we praise you today. Father, we ask that you forgive us for where we fail you each and every day. And Lord, we thank you for allowing us to be a part of this local government. Father, lead, guide, and direct us in everything that we do, for it's in your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Just want to say something briefly. We had the National Day of Prayer out here under the sheds. I want to thank all participants and Brother Williams and everybody that pulled that together. It was really a good event, and I hope the next one we can have more people come out for that. So I just wanted to thank them for putting that on. It was a really good event. Now I need for the approval of the agenda, I need, starting I guess with the public hearing, VDOT Secondary 6-Year Plan for the financial years of 2025-26 to 2030 and 31. Open up the public hearing. Well,
Did you add anything?
okay, I'm sorry. Let me back up. We need an approval of the agenda. Does anybody want to add or take away from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I would like to table the Lily Ruth Mabry proclamation till next month, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody have any opposition to tabling that? I'm looking for it right now, Miss Wallace.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't give it to you. It is under request number 12, under County Administrator.
Okay,
request number 12.
thank you, ma'am.
Let's table that.
Okay. Any of the board members have any additional information they want to add or? Seeing none, I'll need a vote to approve the agenda with the amendment.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, Sorry about that, everybody. Now, we'll go right into the public hearing, as I said, for the VDOT secondary six-year plan for those years of 2025, 26, 2030, and 31st. Anybody want to speak on the VDOT secondary six-year plan? Okay. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close that public hearing. The second one on the list is the Dank Fire Department property public hearing. Do we have anybody that would like to speak in regards to that?
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed forward, if the representative, I think Mr. Buchanan is here, if you don't come up and care to speak up on the 60-year plan, and that way we could go ahead and get that out of the way so VDOT can move forward on their
Okay.
resolutions and allocations.
That was your cue, John, to come up and speak. Sorry, sir.
Not to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. Might need to turn the mic on. Might have to hold it. Sorry about that.
Are we good now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm getting some texts about the sound quality online. Just wanted to let you know.
On the video?
Yeah, I think Caleb's working on it, but. Okay. Gotcha, I just wanted to make sure that, you
Thank
know,
you.
maybe
Thank you,
we
Ms.
could
Day.
pause or something, I didn't know. If it's that urgent.
Okay. I'll be brief unless the board has any questions. We did add 2 routes to the plan this year. Route 712, Combs Valley, it's about a half a mile addition. That's a route that we've had some citizen concern and requests about. Like I said, about a half a mile long. Route 655, Belcher Hollow, we added, that's about 3/10 at the very end that has never been paved. We do get some issues for maintenance issues, maintenance complaints there, so we've added those to the project. The last project that we added last year, funding was such that it didn't quite have sufficient funding, so we took some of the FY 2031 money, completed the funding on Route 728, which wasn't quite fully funded, and then added these 2 projects. That's part of the resolutions that we'll need from you tonight. One is a resolution to pass the plan as presented, if the board so chooses to do so, and then another resolution that should be in your package that designates Route 712 and 655 as rural rustic routes, and that is needed so that we can complete those projects under the rural rustic design guidelines, which basically addresses width of pavement and will work within existing right-of-way. So that's all I really have as a formal presentation tonight on the 6-year plan. If the board has any questions, certainly entertain those.
Any of the board have any questions?
I'd just like to thank Jeff for all he does, and me and him's worked a whole lot on several different things over the past year, and I really appreciate all you do and trying to get some of these roads taken care of and stuff that you've brought to our attention, such as the plan down at Tank Hollow Falls that we would have never known about if it hadn't been for you, so I appreciate you.
Well, there's more at VDOT than just me. I just happen to be the mouthpiece
Well,
sometimes.
you're standing here today, so you're gonna get the credit.
I mean, all right. And
You can thank everybody else for me.
there you
as well,
go.
but,
And we appreciate the
we
board's
appreciate
input and support as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll need a motion to accept the 6-year plan.
Make a motion to approve the 6-year plan as presented.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hensley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you all. Thank you.
And then we got the second resolution to
Okay.
do the, designate them as rural rustic routes, which, I don't know if Lonzo, but you may have that later in the presentation, don't you? Okay, very good, thank you.
I don't think your mic's working. No, it's something wrong. Okay, Lonzo, if you want to go ahead and do that presentation. You can hear.
Okay, got it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Chairman. Now where were we at? Let's get back to work. Yes. What I was going to make on the comment, rural rustic resolution is under my request. When we start going down through it, I will go into detail on it because I want to explain what's going on between the
Okay.
routes.
All right.
Yes, so go ahead, if you don't care, go ahead, let the governing board proceed with the public hearing.
Okay. All right, now we finalized number one with the VDOT secondary six-year plan. We move on to the Dank Fire Department property public hearing. And do we have anybody that wants to speak in regards to that? I open the public hearing right. Okay, seeing none, I'll close this public hearing and do what, sir? Well, this is part of the public hearing. If you want to come on up and speak, you're more than welcome to. Well, now, I mean, that's for public comment, and this is part of the public hearing as far as us moving forward with the project. So you can either speak now or then, that's fine. You want to wait till then? Okay, all right. You're welcome. Okay. Are we seeing none during the public hearing portion of that? We need to move on this.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Okay.
From the sale of the property, will we be putting that money in an account to rebuild another building? How will that be handled?
From my understanding, meeting with Dollar General, they were going to take the money and invest it back into the fire department.
Okay. So that will, I just
Yes.
wanted to clear that up for
Yes.
the public because there's,
Yes.
you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, that was one of the comments that was made publicly by the gentleman whose name escapes me now that came and spoke on
Yes.
behalf of the construction company.
Yes.
That whatever funding that they get will be put back in toward the building of a new building.
Yes.
And they are working on a Virginia brownfield at this time, and they said if they got any money from the brownfield grant, that I believe he said he would turn that back in. Did I misunderstand, Mr. Lonzo? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So
That is
that's where
correct.
we are. We don't know how much, I mean, you could get a lot
Yes.
of money
Yes, ma'am.
for this property to rebuild, but
Yes.
probably not enough to rebuild. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to ask for the county administrator to proceed forward with oil and gas covenants that's in our book today and to expedite the sale of the property.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second. Do we have discussion?
Mr. Lester, do we have a plan for the, I asked last meeting, do we have a plan for the equipment?
that's currently in the Dane Fire Department, yes, we're going to have to work with the fire chief to be able to move it down to the Russell County Public Service Authority. We have the Castlewood, they have the extra additional space in the back of the current PSA building that's down there. So we'll have to move it there to store it, to keep it, in working order.
But we don't have a current plan, that's just what if or maybes. Has that actually been organized and we have a plan of action for that?
But I wasn't going to go to that point until y'all made the actual determination on the building.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we got all in favor, one no. Okay, now we move on to presentations, and I have Dr. Michelle Meister with the Russell County Animal Shelter. Welcome, Dr. Meister.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the board and our public. I'm here for the Russell County Animal Shelter. I have been a veterinarian in our community for 25 years, and I've served as the Russell County supervising veterinarian for the last 15. I'm here for the proposal of a new shelter that we have been planning to build for the last 2 years. We currently do not have enough space in our current building. We are turning 3 to 10 dogs away per week due to the lack and size of the shelter. We receive weekly phone calls about taking cats. Current shelter, we cannot take cats. We do not have the space or the right setup. We have received multiple phone calls of our community members passing away and their animals being in their home and they have no place to go, particularly cats, and we cannot help with those situations. We also, in our current shelter, cannot house pregnant females, those puppies that are under 16 weeks of age, and in the past, I have personally taken them home to my home and raised them. I personally pay for the food to feed those puppies, and the other ones have been housed at Southwest Virginia Veterinary Service because we don't have the adequate space and conditions for little dogs of that size. We've spent in the last year $23,000 handling that problem. It takes about from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. to currently clean our shelter. We don't have barriers between each of the kennels, so one side of the kennel has to be moved to be properly cleaned because you can't clean with chemicals and the water while it's being housed. We've lost 1 to 6 dogs due to escapes from our shelter. We've had at least 3 dog bites per year. The last one occurred, a dog grabbed another dog through the nose, and of course that required my medical assistance. We do have dogs injured from our runs because our fencing and things are falling apart. We have some kennels that are secured by leashes and collars. We don't have accommodations for dogs over 100 pounds to adequately turn around in their runs. We have a problem with the drain. It blocks up every month. It's not being properly serviced. There's not much they can do. Our outside runs have tarps for roofs. Our laundry sink leaks, our tub leaks, there's permanent water there. Many guillotine doors are not working. Our outside kennels on the right side do not have adequate water pressure to properly clean those runs. Our cameras do not cover and do not have the quality of picture to cover the entire shelter, so we do have community members after hours dropping animals off in our outside runs. We get bugs in our food. Our food building is not adequately proper to house dog food, so we have to deal with bugs and spraying for bugs, and we have to keep that product away from our dogs too. In 2025, the floods in February came within 5 feet of the side of our building. We have community members who are on wheelchairs who cannot gain proper access to the shelter. It's very difficult for them. They've commented on that. And if those dogs dumped outside of our shelter, they're placed in our outside runs without adequate roofing. So if it does rain, they end up soaking wet. They don't have proper water, and that's a violation according to the Virginia Agriculture Department of Consumer Services, which we are basically inspected every year. Our inspections, we have passed inspections, but our comments from our inspector is we have lack of ventilation. Our HVAC is not currently working, and we've had to heat the shelter with gas and propane and electric heaters this year. Our current isolation room for contagious diseases does not have a drain in the floor. We cannot use it as an isolation unit, which is also required by the state. The room we could use houses our cameras and computers and a hot water tank, and that cannot be in the same room as when you're confining a dog for parvo. The food storage buildings, they have issues with that. There is literally no section of the shelter that has not got cracks, chipping paint, and poor conditions. We have no separate housing for, like I said, the puppies, and we don't have separate housing for intake. So when we bring an animal into the shelter, we can't isolate those animals from our general population, which also exposes them to disease. Our inspector has given us what they call an opportunity for good faith consideration. That's how we've passed. That's going to end. She will be at our next inspection, which are always surprise inspections. And the fines that we're facing are thousands of dollars per day. Our time has run out on making this a new shelter. So without these things, we're going to look at a major expense. I know we have property purchased for the new shelter, and I highly compel you to get going on the plans for this shelter, and I'm happy to help in any way possible. Are there any questions I can answer for anyone?
Does any of the board have any questions to Dr. Meister? I will tell you, I've met with Lonzo. I know that we have retained a couple of schools. One of the schools I was able to get filled, but we do have some buildings that is going to come available, and maybe some properties within the outline area, and I think we need to expedite. We can earmark, if we have a couple of potential things based on some of the federal cuts that was cut, that we had grant applications in and stuff like that, but I think we can earmark some of the sales of some of these properties to do an animal shelter and the Dayton Fire Department, and some of these things that we can expedite to move forward faster and not have to wait on government movement, you know. So I have talked to Mr. Lester in regards to that, about the sales of some of these and getting them expedited. And since the market's pretty high right now, it might be a good opportunity to sell these properties, and then so we can expedite. We don't want to hold you up. I know we've been working with you on this, and we do. I am so grateful for you and what you do, and I think that we're going to have to expedite this opportunity and get it done. We don't have a choice in the matter.
76 dogs. 9% are adopted by our community. 6.7 are reclaimed by our community. That's a pretty low number. 72% of our dogs leave our community on our transports on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And we're down to less than 8% are actually euthanized. And I'm only euthanizing due to health and aggressive dogs, and those that I've had to do that with. So that tells you where our population is. Our shelter holds 21 comfortably, and we take in 64 dogs per month. So as you can see, and there's a copy of the shelter today. So,
Thank you.
Any further questions?
So transport on Wednesday and Saturday, it's still all volunteer, correct?
No, we have a community, one part-time, Mr. Alonso can comment on this more. We have a part-time member who drives that transport up for us. And when she can't, my husband does volunteer to do that.
We got a pretty good crowd here tonight. I was going to try to recruit you some help. But,
Yeah, gladly take it.
if you do need any help, you be sure to let us know, and maybe we can put it out on Facebook or something. And I think people would be more than willing to help you out off and on if anything's needed.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Gillespie,
Yes, sir.
where do we stand on relocating that line? That's hold it.
Yep. Of course, the county already owns the property, and just a little FYI, where the county animal shelter currently is, it's owned by the town of Lebanon. So it was an agreement way back when the trash site was out at the park. That was part of, us maintaining the trash site along with the animal shelter. Well, the building is about approximately, I think it's 42 years old. It's a block building, so it's already dilapidated beyond the point. And of course, Dr. Meiser, she is, she's a real advocate of animals throughout the state, and she works, with DOC and other agencies. And BDAC has been very generous about giving us waivers until this point. Now, especially this started when we actually started into the pandemic. And when the pandemic, everything kind of slowed down, and then now that we're coming back out, they're saying, Russell County, you you've got to get to the point, you've got to build a new animal shelter. We give you grace after grace after grace after this, and you've already bought the property. Now it's the point to move forward. So we have contacted AEP. They had to shut down PALS, Food City, School Board, to move the lines. That pole has moved, so we're right now waiting on Verizon and BBU and Chantel to move theirs. So that should be within the next 30 days. So this is moving forward, but again, it's an old building that was a block building, that was a supply building that was turned into an animal shelter. Did I miss anything?
I wanted to say something to you, Dr. Meister, an idea I thought of, kind of see what your thoughts are on this. But while we were going to Richmond to meet with all the VDAC and all of them, and I know we can apply for a grant, possibly to get these units, but up in the Charlottesville, Richmond area, they have these dog washing units. I don't know, I think maybe Lonzo might have mentioned it to you, that people can go in and they just put a credit card. That would help us stabilize some of our food costs and stuff like that. And they can go in and wash their animals and clean them and stuff like that. But I think we can get a grant once we build the new shelter to put that in, because I'm telling you, I have a golden retriever, and he's a big part of the family. Probably get rid of my kids and keep my dog since one's sitting here. But I love him, and he's just a part of the family, and which they all have dogs too. They have golden retrievers. But I thought that might be also a good added advantage for our citizens to have a place of accommodation to where they could go and be able to wash their dogs and clean them and stuff like that. But I just wanted to mention that to you. They're in Charlottesville and Richmond. They're plentiful up there in that area. But thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I
Yep.
know Dr. Meister's already sit down, but what's our absolute drop dead timeline? So when does the fine start?
As soon as she comes down to inspect us, I don't know when she is going to come. I don't have a warning on that. She just shows up.
When's the last time she was here?
What was the last date of that inspection?
December.
December.
Yes, December. And that's about the time she'll come back around, so we've got a little bit of time.
She could show up in September, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had her in September. Basically, all of a sudden I get a call from either Mr. Lester or Ashley Puckett, our shelter manager, the inspectors, and here. And I ask if she needs to see me, because I may be working, seeing appointments, and then if not, she'll come up to my office and talk to me. So as soon as she comes, she's going to write us up, because she's given us 2 years. She's been expecting a shelter for 2 years, and actually on our last inspection commented that she didn't know which address to go to. And I told her, well, when we have new shelter, I will be sending her a personal invitation with the address to come see us at.
For a ribbon cutting, I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
ribbon cutting would be great.
So she only comes about once a year?
She can come anytime.
Uh-huh.
If there is community complaint of something that we've not handled properly, have shown up before.
Ah, okay.
So in 2015, you may be aware of those issues. We had surprise inspection with a lot of other state agencies. So there's no way of predicting it.
Thank you.
To make movement or progress, I would encourage the board to make a motion to send this out. How do we do this? Do we send it out for bid or on the preliminary building? I know we got to get the line moved first, but it would show great progress if we could get estimates of what it would cost to go ahead and start the construction phase of the operation.
As far as building the animal shelter, as under the Code of Virginia, going back to it, of course, they have to have their hand in it. It has to meet the state of Virginia code facilities.
Right.
And she's shaking her head. What her and I are going to talk about is each dog has its own square footage that's defined by the code. Each cat has its own square footage defined by code. It has to be VDAC. Of course, the veterinarian has to approve the facility, and VDAC has to approve this facility once it's done. But where I'm going with this, and what we need to do, if at the board's pleasure, is to move forward with an RFP for design.
Yes.
So there has to be an architectural design. It cannot be
Right.
something that we can prefab and put together. I can work with the PE, even now, maybe Thompson Lit, and do one get one done cheap, because we're not talking, other than space and opening, but that way I would have an actual architect, design it and complete it, but that would be the next step,
Well,
architectural.
she would know we were moving in the right direction.
Yes, and she's willing to look at our plans away, because in Scott County, they actually got their new shelter built and left out their isolation units. They had to build a separate building for their isolation unit. And I don't want to see us do that. I want to see us do it right the first time.
You pretty much know what we need. Okay.
Mr. Lester,
Yes, ma'am.
will the town partner with us any on this? And then where the current shelter is, where it is town property, can they fix anything as well, or? Because they own it, correct?
They own,
Town owns it.
the town owns
Yeah.
the current facility, yes.
Mhm.
And where the new facility is going, we will be working with the town of Lebanon on water and sewer hookups and stuff like that, and the zoning, of course, the town of Lebanon is zoned. So, and that was one of the costs. What Dr. Meister would tell you, in animal shelters, the way we're going to build these, where it's long-lasting, we will be utilizing the water and the sewer. That way, what the balance, the ammonia balances that come from animals are enormous. So we'll have the system set up for long-term, and we will work with the town of Lebanon on that. Now, as far as them partnering with us, that will have to be a town council question. But it is required under the state code for the county. It does not say town, so. But they will use the services.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does any of the board have any other questions or anything? in regards to-
Do we need a motion to start the
Architecture.
architectural engineering?
I think that would be a great ideal, so
I'll make that motion when, go
Second.
ahead and get started before we get in trouble.
Second.
okay, we got a motion in a couple of seconds here. All in favor? Any more discussion? Any opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I have a word for a second? I see Mr. Doty in the audience tonight. If you would put it to your board, town council, to help assist us in any way that you all can with this new animal shelter, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Council. Okay, now we have William Harrison with the Russell County Fire Chiefs Association.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to the Board of Supervisors and Mr. Lester. Appreciate your time. I'm here on behalf of the Russell County firefighters. We've got a Fire Chiefs Association that meets once a month. And we try to go over different things that affects each department in the county. The county needs all their fire departments, you know, and every fire department lacks something or needs something all the time. Last year, for an example, we had an air pack issue where the manufacturer was quit certifying the air packs that a lot of departments were using. So we brought this in front of the county, and the county came through and helped us with over $350,000 worth of funding to buy new air packs. If we hadn't have got this funding, a lot of the fire departments would have to have quit operating just because of the fact that we didn't have proper gear to go into a burning structure. That was really appreciated, and the rumor is now that in this proposed budget that the fire department's going to be cut, and I know nobody wants to cut. One of the issues that I think y'all need to realize, and most of you do, is the cost of everything just keeps going up. It's unreal how much the cost of equipment is now. In Honaker, we bought last Class A pumper we bought was back in '99, and we paid $187,000 for it. Today, to replace that pumper, you're talking about $900,000. And that's nothing fancy. That's a commercial cab, basic firefighting pumps and stuff on it. So it's just unreal what it costs to replace equipment or even to keep up with NFPA standards. It's just like replacing hose. They want you to replace hose every 10 years. We replaced 1,200 feet of hose in Honecker last year, and that was over $10,000. And that's just 1,200 feet of hose. And we've got over 4,000 feet of that hose that we've got to continually replace. And that's just one type of hose, and there's other different types of hoses everybody in the county uses. And the price is just unreal on how much it keeps going up. I'm really didn't have any kind of presentation or anything tonight because we wanted to be as short as possible as we could. So I know there's pressing matters that y'all have to get to. The biggest thing, I guess, that I want to emphasize is the county appropriations is a vital source for all fire departments, not just the town departments, but all of the departments. Some of the county departments, their insurance cost is between $16,000 to $20,000 a year. That's just insurance on their vehicles and on their manpower. So, you know, what we really get from the county is a drop in the bucket, if you get to looking at it. The county couldn't equip one manned station for what they put out in total appropriations for the whole county. We're talking about volunteers. They volunteer their time. You know, they go to training. They go on these calls all hours of the day and night. And we do the best we can with what we've got. But we need good equipment. Every fire department's like that. It's not just one department, it's everything. And we need all the fire departments. It really helps. We've been doing double call on a structure fire now. On the first call, we have the closest two departments set off to go to this call. That's really helped us on our response times, our manpower, and you know it's been a blessing to have other people coming to back you up with mutual aid, and that's really worked out pretty good for the most part. But the thing of it is, we still need equipment, we still need funding, and it's just not feasible, I guess you would say, if you're looking at it from the fire department aspect, to fund the fire department the way we're funding them now. We've asked for increases over the years. The last increase we got was almost double, from like 26,000 to almost 40,000. And that was a big step, but it's still well short of what we need. And it gets harder and harder every day to keep good equipment, keep membership. Members are hard to find. It's hard to find volunteers for anything anymore. And a lot of the departments in the county do fundraisers like bingo and things. But the way I look at it personally, if we got people that's out there willing to put the time in, to volunteer their time, to take training, and to go out and fight these fires in these emergency situations, why do they have to get out and raise the money to do that? That should be we've got this. Somebody ought to have you back when it comes to providing equipment. And I don't mean we have to have the most elaborate things out there. We just need the basic equipment. And, all fire departments are struggling with manpower and everything. But if you can put a volunteer or somebody come in and get a new recruit, you tell them you got to go out and raise this money to buy this nozzle, which costs $1,000. And they sort of look at you and scratch their head, well, why do we have to do that? We're already volunteering their time. Why do we have to go out and do that? And it doesn't make a lot of sense. And it makes it harder and harder to keep volunteers. I don't know how many other chiefs is here tonight, but does anybody else would like to make a presentation?
I hope the board's doing good. Real quick, thank you, teachers, board members, y'all thank you all for what y'all do. Real quick, board, I hope y'all are doing good. I've got two sets of papers here in front of me. It's going back on what William's talking about. I've got fire deaths in the county in the last 10 months, 5 of them sitting right here. what I'm passionate about, saving lives. That's the whole reason we're here. No matter what, the fire's gonna go out. It's finally gonna run out of fuel. It'll go out whether we show up or not. Lives is what matters, all right? What I have a question is, if we're talking about funding dropping down for fire departments as a whole, I never got a phone call. Did you? That's what I have a question for. I make budget decisions too. I budget out 4 years. That's my plan. I've always done that. To go over a few things, what we pay for, I had fire gear that we put in firemen to go inside burning buildings to save people. Had to buy 3 brand new sets, $17,000. All right, I have no choice but to replace those. They're out of date. They had to be replaced. We all understand that. Pump test for all 3 of my pump trucks, $1,031. I had to replace a helmet because the helmet was cracked. That's $1,100 to replace that helmet. All right, these are in the last 3 months. Here is a gas meter, $3,900. It went out, it broke, it does not work. I have to replace it. To go back on what William's talking about, purchased a brand new tanker. I have to repack one of my tankers. That was $1,800. Had to be done. The truck's out. I have no choice. Hoses William was talking about. I've got a PO right here, $16,000 to replace hose. The hose was out of date. The hose was tested. We could not use it. It had holes in it. So I don't know where I can cut on my budget. We're talking about $40,000, $40,000 here, where I can cut on my budget. You cut me down $13,000, it's got to come out of training. The most important thing we do is training. It's a perishable skill, firefighting is. If we do not train, we're not going to be as good as what we were yesterday. That's the only choice I have to cut my budget. I don't know about William, but it's probably the same thing. That's where our money's going to have to come from. If you cut us, it's coming from training. And this stack, which is by POs, will get shorter if you cut it. This stack, which is fire desk, will get bigger. I promise you it will. It's common sense. I'm glad I'm not in y'all's position to make the decision of what you're doing, but you cannot cut fire funding. I've seen it in 21 years in this. You can't do it. And if it was even questioned to do it, call me. Steve, Nate, y'all, you're my representatives. I would expect a phone call at that point. I'm not trying to call you up publicly, but both of you have my cell phone number. I'm really easy to get to. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the fire departments who'd like to comment?
I know we've probably got quite a bit of volunteers and fire people here. Could you stand, please? Anybody that's in public service, all of our fire, rescue, sheriffs, all those people, would you please stand? Thank you all. I will tell our fire chiefs, now that I'm emergency management director, I was in a meeting not too long back talking to Tazewell County, and they had set up or initiated a pretty awesome plan to use part of the race, what I consider our race funding, to help pay for tuition. They set that up to work with the kids, that if they would work within a volunteer setting in our rescue and fire, that part of that could be established to help pay for their education, to encourage them, to encourage our young college students to get involved in fire and rescue. And so I'm going to have a meeting, and I would appreciate any of the fire chiefs that want to go with me to the college to meet in regards to this opportunity. I think it'd be a great opportunity. Tazewell County did it, and there's some restrictions in that kind of pushes people into getting trained, getting certified, and to volunteer their time and their services. And I know it ain't for everybody, but we need to do something to try to encourage more people to get involved. I agree with you with that. It's hard to find people that want to do this. It's a very heartfelt job. I know I appreciate every one of you, and I'm not for cutting. anything that has to do with our rescue and fire departments, or any of our public safety positions. They need all they can get and more. I know things that went out the roof, I understand that, but these are critical things that we need in our community and our county to help provide these kinds of services. And I just want to let you know how much I appreciate all of it.
I'd like to also mention that fire chiefs meet like every third Tuesday. We try to make it the third Tuesday of every month. We've had a couple of supervisors, Ms. Dye, Mr. Kaiser came by in one meeting, and we really appreciate them coming. They sort of see on a first-hand base. But I encourage all of you to go to your local fire department, go to your local rescue squad, see what's going on, ask questions, you know, see what's happening. I mean, see what it takes to operate a fire department. It's just unreal sometimes, the things that we go through. And I found out over the years, which I've been doing this over 50 years, if everything else falls through and they can't figure out anybody to call for help, who do they call? The fire department. It always boils down who's going to have their back. It always boils down to the fire department doing it. So I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison? Before you do it, sit down. I want to say I appreciate all of the fire departments, all the volunteers. It's very important service. At no point has it ever been discussed to cut emergency services or essential services to the county. I'm just curious, did that come up in the last fire meeting that I missed because the date was changed, and I apologize.
Yeah.
Did that come up at that last meeting?
Nate and I had prior engagements on Thursday, so when it got moved, and we didn't know about it till Tuesday, about what, half day?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
actually, the first I heard about a cut was the last Chiefs meeting. And there was a document put up, sort of a spin sheet, and it was talking about cuts.
And where did that come from?
And that were cut, well, from the county somewhere, because it was talking about cuts back to pre-COVID.
So it came from the county, from someone who made that list in order to incite you.
That's the way I took it.
Yeah, you and others, the cuts that were fictional never were going to happen.
They could be. That's the
Yeah.
reason I wanted to address the rumors.
So
That
that really
list-
bothers me. There's someone in this county that's making a list of cuts that have never been discussed in order to bring out folks to get uproared about us trying to be more frugal and be more responsible with our spending, because we're not going to cut fire. We're not going to cut sheriff. And we're going to do everything we can to get every penny we can for our teachers. Bottom line. And I'm sick of the games, the political games that are being played in this county. Sick of it. It was done last year, it's being done again this year, and every year going forward it will be done. And that's why I'm going to make a motion right now that we have a forensic audit of this county.
I give you a
Right
second.
now. Thank you, Mr. Harrison, I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. I gave you a second on that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to have a forensic audit. Any discussion?
I don't think in a lot of ways, it really doesn't matter what it costs, because we've got a lot of people here that do not trust this board, this government, and I'm tired of it. I really am tired of it.
Okay,
We can
have a
pay
mo-
for every other thing.
You may not care what it costs.
Well,
now.
you know, Steve, we pay
It'll
for
be the
everything
best-
else.
It will be the best money this county's ever spent.
Yeah.
Because the taxpayers don't trust this county.
Yep,
That's the truth.
yep.
And it's the only way we're going to restore trust in this county
Yep.
is to show everything and have it out there for everybody to see.
And that's what we need.
You know what? Well, I mean, I got a motion and a second.
Well, we're in discussion.
Any further
I
discussion?
call the vote, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can't afford it.
Well, I mean,
Cost, how long
well, the thing about it is, we have, and I'll tell the public is, I mean, we have auditors over there in the room right now that we have a consistent audit on this county.
Well, we have an audit going on today, and you know how I found out about it? I was in the parking lot talking to Lonzo.
Well, it's
Nobody knows what's going on up here but you.
No, that ain't true. This county has a consistent audit. For 9 years I've been elected, we have an audit. And the audit is certified by the state. Certified by the state. There's nothing hidden. I can guarantee you that. I don't know where you're getting all this stuff from, but there's nothing hidden. And you all were the ones that particularly wanted everything on the chopping block. So, you know, you
Well,
wanted the
it's-
list of
it
all the
is
things
funny,
that could be
though.
cut. So don't sit here and tell
Well-
me that y'all didn't want all that stuff on the list.
That got released, leaked, whatever you want to
That's
put it.
everything that the
Yeah,
county pays for.
I understand that. but
Okay, well, that's
no-
what you want.
Okay, well, give me just a second. Let me talk. I mean, you can.
Well,
get
I'll
mad
let
all
you
want.
talk, but don't try to act
Apparently
like
not.
it's one way or the other.
That
No,
went out to all the
apparently
board
not.
supervisors.
So anyway, like I was going to say, that list was compiled and it was emailed to us. No, I didn't ask for it. Did y'all ask for it? Because it is already in this. Nobody needed a list. But it's funny, it gets emailed out, the next day it gets leaked, and everybody freaks out. I don't like it. I hate seeing teachers in here that are worried about their jobs and their salaries. I hate that. We should not be inducing anxiety for our teachers over their pay. We should not be inducing anxiety for Mr. Harrison and all the other fire departments. You know?
Well, pass a rate then that pays for it.
Well,
Because you didn't the last time.
no, and neither
No,
did you.
you did not the last time, and I wouldn't vote for it.
And neither did you.
I wouldn't vote for it because it didn't take care of the
Neither
people.
did you.
It put you in a hole. I didn't pass a rate that would absolutely keep our county secure and safe. And all of our teachers paid, fire departments paid, and Mr. Breeding couldn't even get a second on the motion.
Couldn't get a second. That motion at 56.1 took care of all the needs without any cuts.
Didn't
All right,
take care of
Mr.
the
Lester, at
taxpayer,
that
Mr. Chair.
time. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We did.
You know, I mean, it's time.
Everybody's considered except the taxpayer.
Yes.
And I'm sitting here to consider the taxpayer. That's
Yep.
the only reason I even run to be here, is to try to take care of the taxpayer, because I figure that they're the last one considered at every meeting,
Yep.
is the taxpayer.
Well, they're
It's
here
always
tonight.
whoever comes in and makes the most noise that's considered first. And I'm sitting here to consider the taxpayer.
Teachers are taxpayers. They're here tonight, and that's your largest taxpayer.
Everybody is, and
Uh,
everybody keeps getting the
Mr.
phone
Chair.
calls too about the people who already.
I
Mr.
really
Chair.
appreciate all
You
the
know.
teachers and everybody showing up tonight,
Mr.
so you're
Chair.
getting to see
Well, we do too.
really what we're dealing with.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, may I have the floor? May I
Yeah,
have the
go ahead.
floor, Mr. Chair? Last time we met, and it's in our book, to approve the minutes, it was asked of Mr. Lester to cut and cut and cut the bone per in this book tonight. That list was sent to each one of us, every last one of us, at the same time. That was the cuts that this board can handle by law. How much can a board of supervisor cut, Mr. Lester? Please tell us. Percentage-wise.
About, from a board's perspective, when you take out the federal, the Constitution officers, the schools, and what we've got, what we have presented, that was from the regional jail and the rest, what was remaining is only county operations. From a total budget perspective, it's about 5 to 7%.
5 to 7%.
They can't cut courts, they cannot cut the Constitution officers. They cannot, it can only be county operations that they have autonomy and authority to do. That is crash sites, what they contribute to schools, what they contribute to donations and community centers and fire departments and et cetera. That's their only autonomy. The libraries, stuff like that, they don't have the autonomy over the Constitution officers. That was put into code by the state of Virginia because you would get one party in there or disagreements between the same party like you're seeing right here. be able to take it out to where they're paid by the state. Same way the school teachers are paid, your 3% are paid, it's paid by the state. The Constitution officers sitting here tonight are paid by the state. They don't have any authority over that. They cannot change it, they cannot stop it. The only thing they can pull with is the administration and the operations that deals with the county from trash, libraries, community centers, and et cetera. But they have responsibility to make sure, as a forensic audit, which I do have the auditors in here. We passed 9 audits. I've got the main one in here. And I know where it comes from. Southwest Patriots thinks they got some big auditor, and I got one of the biggest auditors in the state of Virginia. Just talked to him today. Out of 95 counties, they handle 74 counties in 95 that gives us a clean audit. Why would you spend $100,000 that you could contribute to county operations to do something that is ridiculous, period? Usually I don't speak, but I'm speaking out. And if the treasurer get up here and speak, she will speak the same way, not to put her on the side. There is nothing here, there's nothing hidden. If you want to see it, come and see it. But again, 5-7%.
Well, actually, I sent out emails to the full board on a consistent basis to come in individually. One of the reasons I didn't show up at the Fire Association meeting because you can't have 3 board members. I apologize for that. And I apologize to the fire chiefs, me being the emergency director, but I told the county administrator I couldn't be there. I've sent out emails for everybody to come in and sit down with the commissioner, the treasurer, Lonzo, and myself, individually or 2 at a time. Did anybody show up? Absolutely not.
I came and sat down with you.
Today.
Not today.
Well, you sat down
Me
with
and
me
Lonzo sat down
me
with
and you and
you a
Lonzo
month
sat
ago.
down. But I sent out emails, Mr. Hensley, for everybody to come in, get these answers to their questions, and nobody has consistently showed up to get all these things. Now, it's time to quit politicking and start governing.
And why can't I get an answer? Why can't I get an answer for how much money we carry over year, ever? Why can't I get that answer?
You've had that consistently, Nate.
No.
There's no carryover.
All you want to say is, oh, these restricted accounts we can't touch.
That's right.
I don't care about the restricted. I want to know how much money is carried over. Because how much of our taxpayers' dollars gets contributed to those restricted funds?
Oh, no, we'll get you an answer. Is the treasurer here? Alicia, can you come up, please? Come up here. Everybody calm down a little bit till we get some of this resolved.
Take your own advice, Mr. Chair.
So
My
what's your
question is, how much is carried over year to year in our restricted accounts, and how much of our taxpayer money that we collect goes to those restricted accounts? How much do we contribute to those accounts?
The taxpayer money, as far as taxes, that does not go into any of the restricted accounts.
None.
No, your employee insurance, that comes from your employees, from your schools, from the county. That money is put in by them, so that's restricted. You can only use the health insurance for health insurance. No tax dollars goes into that. Your tax dollars goes into the general fund. So if you've got Coal Road, that only goes into the Coal Road fund. That Coal Road is divided between Coal Severance and Coal Road. So part of that goes into Coal Severance. The county keeps half of that. The other part goes into the coal fund. Your ARPA money, your COVID money, all that goes into those separate funds. Anything that's in a fund besides the 100 fund is not contributed from tax dollars. So what's in your 100 fund is what is contributed by your taxpayer.
The 100 fund?
The 100 fund. Your general fund.
That's your general.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lester, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Ms. McLaughlin. Does Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Hensley and Ms. Dye have a chart of accounts booklet?
This is put in the booklet every month.
Okay.
Chart of accounts.
Charge account?
Chart of accounts.
Yes.
Yes. So your 100 fund is where all your tax dollars go. So anything that is got a separate fund number, it's been funded by something else. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat, but when we go to pay for something, do we ever take any money out of restricted and then also general funds to pay for those items?
Can't do that.
No, not
It's
that I'm
illegal.
aware of.
It's illegal. They'll tell you right here, everybody in government will tell you you cannot mix restricted funds and general funds.
So if we have to pay for something and don't have enough restricted funds, what do we do?
You mean you have enough general funds? You only have authority over general funds.
That's what you'd have to go get a RAND note if you don't have enough money to pay your obligations
With
with a general fund.
Revenue anticipation. note.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying is, if we're paying for something with restricted funds, and we don't have enough restricted funds, the remainder of the funds needed for that item would come from
You're talking about the money in the general fund or the money in the restricted funds? You've got me confused.
both. I'm asking, if you do not have enough money in your restricted fund account specifically for something, line item, let's say it's fire department.
Okay. It's no restricted fund. Let's use the generator.
Okay,
Well, then
let's just say you wanted to pay let's just say, for example, if we didn't have enough money in the employee insurance to pay our claims, what would we do?
Yeah.
Then it would come to the board, and the board would have to decide if they wanted to move money from their general fund over to the restricted fund. That would be up to you to decide.
Okay.
But
So
we
we
can't
can't
take
move.
money from the restricted fund and move it to the
I'm not
general fund.
suggesting that,
Yes,
no.
but that's how that would happen,
But that's
if
why
I
I
understand
want
what
to
you're
know how much
saying.
money we carry over year to year in our restricted funds.
Well, restricted funds, you can look at it, it should be in your trial balances there, showing you how much money we started from the end of June to the 1st of July with.
So now-
I don't have that on the top of my head, and I'm not sure what's in your packet, but I'll be glad to get that information for you.
What I have up on the big screen is all the way through March the 31st. Mr. Pastor, what you got to understand on the restricted funds that are there, they're for a specific purpose. For either OPIA funds, restricted sheriff assets, library, et cetera, but those are for a specific purpose. You can't, it is a carryover and they can only be utilized for that purpose that is restricted. The only thing that the governing board has authority with, if you need something that's arbitrarily to pay operational bills, is the general fund, the high one, the one that's on the top that's highlighted. Here is the other one, and it is very definitive. I don't know if the auditor's still in the audience or not, but here is where it says general fund in 11, we got $4.8 million total in the county. Now, that was of March 31st. Now I'm going to put the treasurer on the spot, and I'm going to ask her, what is the day's balance? We know. What is the day's balance of May the 5th?
It's around $4 million right now. So we're getting down close to where we could start having a cash flow problem.
The thing about it is, with everything coming in from the regional jails and the schools, we could lose a couple $1 million in a month.
Which Brooke can tell you, their expenditures run anywhere around $4 million a month. Is that right, Brooke?
But we have,
So anytime now, because we work a month behind. I don't get, from the schools, I don't get their stuff until like the 10th of the next month. Social services the same way. So those things have already been spent before I actually know how much they're going to be. I do have an average because I know what their average is each time of what they're going to spend, but sometimes they throw something in there that sort of throws me off, and I've even had some points have called them and said, do not write any more checks. Tell me how much you're going to write so we can make sure that we have the money there to pay these bills until they come in. And the same way with social services. I've had to hold theirs. I've had to hold checks to the jails. I've had to hold checks, for utilities at some points. So till we get in, if we start getting in this cash flow issue. It's not that we don't have the money, it's just the way the cash flow comes in to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. I guess we need to pull back to the forensic audit motion in a second. And did that vote pass, or did we have enough?
3 yeas, 3 noes, and 1 abstention.
3 yeas, 3 noes, and 1 abstention.
What now?
We had, on the forensic audit, we had 3 yeas, 3 nays, and 1 abstention.
That is correct. So it's billed.
So it did not pass. All right. Does anybody or any other board members have any other proposals or anything on the proposed tax rate presentation? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have the list for citizens' comment? All right. I'm going to call your name. Come up, please state your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes, but I'll try to be respectful. Jim Little?
Jim Little, 1660 Copper Ridge Road in Castlewood, District 1, Andrews District. Been approached, told not to take things personally. Trust me, when you affect someone's job, when you affect their benefits, when you affect anything, it is personal. When you affect their tax rate, it is personal. So whatever we do, don't say it's not personal. The other thing, if Eddie Poe's out here, I think you could have done a better picture of me about 2 months ago. And, you know, I am a boomer and I'm proud of it. Boomers! Okay. John Lennon did a song called Imagine. I want you for just a moment to imagine Russell County in 5 years, where a business is looking to locate but finds no or extremely outdated library, no tourist opportunities or little recreation, loss of historical significance, struggling health care, lacking a quality education, all because we've terminated these people, and much more. Is this the choice we want to make moving forward? Is this what we want to bring our young people back to? I don't like taxes any more than the rest of you, but I do want to see that we have a county that attracts viable businesses, jobs, and encourages our youth to stay or return to the county, without which we will have little to no future in this county as our median age continues to grow. One thing on the taxes, we've all talked real estate tax. I just, on a personal level, would rather see us address the personal property tax and an increase there, because I see that as a more equitable tax that more of us would absorb there. As most know, my passion is tourism. Over 20 years ago, I had been appointed to the tourism board by then Supervisor Bob Gibson. That shows how long. Alice Mead's the only one with me that for long. The role it plays in the infrastructure of this county, and over the past 3 years, the department has been, the tourism department, able to collect and manage over $40,000 in grants, therefore multiplying the department's minimal $6,000 a year. That's it in their line item budget over the last 2 fiscal years, based on the data collected by the Virginia Tourism Corporation. $6,000 we've been able to parlay into $40,000 through grants, because that's the way we have to exist and live. And I'm not even going to say we had more money, because a lot of it's matching grants. We certainly could generate a lot more, but now's not the time or place for that. Just giving some data here, $18 million in visitor spending over the last couple of years. Okay, that's people outside a certain radius here. I'm not saying all of that's tourism, but a lot of it is people that are coming in and spending additional time. 4% of all county jobs are sustained by tourism. Not just directly payroll here, but bed and breakfasts, percentage of people coming into motels, restaurants from outside the area, objects like this. 4% of all county jobs are sustained by tourism. 1.2 million Local and state taxes are generated by visitors to Russell County over the last year. 2024, Russell County saw steady visitation across every month, and the strongest ones being May, July, and October. 76.3% of all 2024 visits included at least one overnight stay, meaning tourists are spending more time and more money. The average stay in Russell County from these is 1.6 nights to 4 nights there. And that is all going into the motels, bed and breakfasts, other things, and spending money that's taxed in the county.
I think your time's close, but go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just wrap up then.
Thank you.
I have given to the supervisors here a lot of other things, so I actually show that I've got 35 more seconds, David.
I know.
Just other things that we've benefited in that 35 seconds. We provide a $1,000 scholarship every year to students in Russell County over the last 5 years. And all that's from donations and fundraisers, not from anything from the county. We had over 35 Century Farms that were presented and 4 bicentennial farms, having the Assistant Secretary of Agriculture come down to make those presentations. What that brought in, I think, says a lot for tourism and agritourism in the county. And I've got several other things, but I won't go there.
Thank you.
But you all have that list in front of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, I've got, I hope I don't, Jim Quinn, I think it is. Good evening, sir.
I'm trying to bring a little money into Russell County. I need a bridge built down there on Copper Creek. I want to put a campground, 4-wheeler trails for them to ride 4-wheelers down there. It's time this county made a little bit of money. And I need some help. Let's build a bridge. I started the Copper Creek Fire Department, just talking about fire departments. I'm the man that started it. I've got no recognition. But if you'll give me a bridge, I'll show you some recognition. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir.
Nice talking to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dave Mullins.
Good evening. David Mullins, Valley Heights section of Russell County. We're on the restricted funds. It's been a while, hasn't it? That was fun. It's like 4 years. Yeah, it's kind of like the Bible. You better check on the facts yourself. All right. Look, since 2020, y'all probably know this, 2020, 80% of the currency in circulation was printed. Y'all know that? Now, we know basic economics, right? If you've got more of something, it's worth less. We believe that. $1 in 2020, it takes $1.24 now to buy the same basket of goods. That's not anybody's fault here. That's not anybody's fault here. What's going on in Washington, the national narrative, needs done. Decisions need to be made on the local level because we can use those dollars more efficiently. We know what our people need. They don't. And I get it. I get the fact that we know our people are hurting right now. We know the wolf's at the door. And we think with the best of intentions, cutting back on taxes is going to move the needle in their favor, but it's not. What it's going to do is make us more reliant on Richmond. And let me tell you something. They might be 300 miles. They might as well be 3,000 miles from us as far as I'm concerned. They don't know what's best for Russell County. I'm going to need a few more minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I'd love to be able to come up here with some stats or some studies. I got to go to the Holy Bible. I've got to go to Matthew 6:21. Bible says this, "For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." And as we work as a county together, it's not us versus them, it's us together, baby. Y'all know that. We're all together.
Yeah.
We're together on this. The county would be well served to focus its spending on what it prioritizes. And we get, in times like these, we know that every dollar counts. But I don't believe paying local taxes is what people hate. I believe the waste is what people hate. I believe that when we can use tax dollars to make local investments that benefit the public good, most people agree that's a worthwhile cause. I believe that. And what I'd like to highlight tonight, very briefly, if I may, are 3 ways increasing local funding to our schools, specifically teachers' salaries, will help the county. This isn't a feel-good story. This is meat and potatoes on how giving these teachers, trying to close that gap with the surrounding counties, can actually benefit us as a county. Number 1, increasing pay helps to retain a workforce. Retaining a workforce means retaining the teachers' families, retaining their tax dollars, and allowing the pay to be reinvested back into the communities they live and serve. When teachers leave the county looking for better pay, there is no guarantee they will ever return. Now, I get it. Well, okay, hey, it's up to them. You can leave. You know, make your choice. Here's the problem. We like to brag about how many qualified teachers we have, college-educated teachers. Do we know what college has done over the past 40 years? It's gone up 8% a year for the past 40 years. When we're not paying teachers a competitive salary, I'm not talking about with Northern Virginia, I mean right next door. When we're not paying them a competitive salary, we're saying your education wasn't worth it. You can't afford to pay your loans back. We don't need you here. That's what we're telling them. And it's not good enough. They've got to go somewhere else that pays more. Russell County, we're proudly known. What is their logo? The heart
of Southwest Virginia.
The heart of Southwest Virginia. If you look at a map, we're right smack dab in the middle. But do you know what comes with that? It comes with a fierce competition for our workforce. Surrounding counties are trying to rob our workforce. We have to make sure we're doing our part to protect the most important asset we have, and that's our people. Number 2, increasing teacher pay will assist with economic development. That's the buzzword. The county wants to focus on economic development. I served on the IDA for 4 years. Ernie, you hear? What would we give a company, Ernie, that promised 20 full-time jobs at $50,000 a year? Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, because we know that. We know that wages are a tax multiplier. It works kind of like this. Let's say that we give teachers a wage. You know, one of them might be able to go and buy a newer car. That's great, right? A newer car. Do we get taxes off personal property, Lonzo? Newer cars, more value. Does that come back to the county? Well, maybe there's a salesperson in the county that sold that car to them. Well, salespeople can sometimes make a commission. Maybe that person goes and eats in restaurants in the county. Tax dollars can come from that, right? And maybe being able to go eat a couple more times a month allows a waiter or waitress to start putting those tips back and buy a house. Wouldn't that be great? Or afford rent. Protecting their property values, right? Creating a demand. Paying our teachers more, the largest employer in the county, helps our economic base in ways I don't think any of us can fully comprehend. It's a tax multiplier. It's going to go through the entire system, and it's going to lift the county up from the bottom. There's no doubt about that. Now, this is my favorite part, economic development. If we as a county wanted to focus solely on our teachers as our economic engine, I think we could do a lot worse than that. I'll be honest with you. college educated, stable family. They build deep roots in the community they live and serve. And what you're looking at here tonight is the most selfless group of individuals you will ever find. I'm good with building an economy around that. We need more of that. We don't need people that's going to come in, ravage us for every free thing we will give them, and then leave. We need people that's going to stay here. Third, this is important. Increasing teacher pay is an investment that will pay dividends for years to come, and here's how. When we increase our teachers' pay, it increases their pension benefit with the Virginia retirement system. That benefit is based on the 3 highest years they receive. Yes, funding the local school costs the county money today. I get it. But when these teachers retire and they stay in the county, all those dollars that you invested back into our community start spitting out dividends for 20, 30, 40 years. It's the same effect as if we attracted a new industry in. We're getting tax dollars back in the system. We're raising it from the ground up. This isn't an expense on the county. It's an investment of the most important kind. And I hope the economic incentive is clear. Increasing fund area schools will increase teachers' pay and close the gap. It won't meet it. We're still behind. But it will close the gap. It will show good faith. It will say, we do care about you. We're not just saying it. We're helping you the best we can. Stay with us. Keep fighting the good fight. A rising tide lifts all boats. Such an investment will help the county as a whole. Whatever we need to make this happen, let's make this happen. You all didn't make my dollars worth less. You all didn't make the fire department's equipment cost more. That wasn't done on the local level, but that's the reality that we're in. Let's get it done. Let's come together for Russell County and prioritize the things that will actually help the county. Dr. Hooker has made very clear, every cent they're asking for is going straight towards salary increases. Every cent of additional funding is going straight towards teachers' salaries. Let's make an investment in ourselves for once. I'm tired of making investments in companies that are here for about 3 years and then they hop to another state. Let's make the investment in ourselves and let's support these teachers who call Russell County home. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, next on the list is Dave Miller.
You got it, Dave.
When we think about Russell County, the things that we see for our tax dollars are schools, our teachers, our fire, EMS, our sheriff's department, and trash. That's the things we can physically see. And if we think about cutting any of those things, it doesn't make sense. You know, so what I'm asking, and I've talked to you the last couple of meetings about some things that seem to be some things that we could do better with regard to accounting and finding money that's already there and finding that accountability is one of the things I'd like to see. I mean, and I keep beating this PSA thing, but nobody can tell me how much money they're collecting for the county with regard to the trash they're collecting. How much money is that? And where's it going? And you know, how much is it? I talked about there's over close to $800,000 that the county taxpayers are putting into the PSA, and I know I've heard there's other boards and there's other reasons for that. But I also heard there was a grant that was supposed to be help take care of the dang sewer. How long has the grant been? What's the next steps? Why isn't somebody being held accountable? Why isn't that grant? Why isn't construction started? If we have a grant, why isn't construction started? I mean, I'm looking at some of those things, and as somebody standing here in the county, if I had a budget, which I used to work for a company that's very particular about budgets, they would come and ask me, well, you asked for this money for this project, why isn't it being spent? Or how's it being spent? So I'm asking that this board to say, okay, let's start holding people accountable for things. If there's projects that need to happen and more revenue that needs to come in, let's just start holding people accountable for those. I mean, I've been a volunteer fire department fireman for 42 years, and the volunteers are getting tired. And it's harder to get more people to volunteer. I mean, go out at 2 in the morning when it's 0 degrees. I mean, and I think William and John touched on that, but what we want to see is accountability, and start, answer some of those questions, and like I've been asking, is how do we find where these holes are, plug those holes, and get the revenue that we're supposed to be getting, and then find out, why do we have a grant, for example, that nobody's done anything with, and who's responsible for it, and why isn't somebody responsible for it, and why isn't somebody been held accountable? And that's what we want to see as citizens. And if, you keep putting money into these things, like, and I use that the PSA as an example, but and they got a tough job. But they're a standalone, independent company. I've been told that by just about everybody on this board. They're a standalone, independent company. So why can't they stand alone and be independent? And let's take our tax dollars and put it into our schools and other places need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, Kim Hooker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I come to you not only as an advocate for our schools, but a representative of many dedicated, passionate educators and school employees who serve our children each and every day, and many of those are here tonight, and I want to thank them. Tonight, I respectfully ask you for your support in helping us fund a 3% raise for all school employees and to continue honoring the step increase. We are proud of the raise we were able to provide last year, and we're grateful for the partnership that helped make that happen. But this effort must be sustained, not just once, but every year. We want to remain competitive with surrounding counties and keep our best educators here at home. A lot of people have asked, why are we in this situation? So I'm 38 years into Russell County, so I've thought about that. And I know, Ms. Dye, you're a former educator as well. And in the early 90s and 2000s, we went years without a regular salary increase. So that history has left us behind, trying to make up ground while other counties have moved forward. As a result, we continue to struggle to offer salaries that can compete, and that makes it harder to retain and to attract quality staff. Our teachers and school staff are the foundation of our educational system. I really mean that. They are asked to do more than ever, support students academically, emotionally, and socially, and they do it with unwavering commitment. But commitment alone isn't enough to keep them here, especially when neighboring counties are offering more competitive compensation. This raise and step increase are essential, not just for fairness, but for the future of our schools. Our employees deserve to be recognized and supported, not just in words, but through real, sustained action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you. Okay, Dakota Cordell.
Dakota Cordell, 71 Sunset Lane, Cedar Bluff, Virginia, District 6. I want to say what I believe is on everyone's mind. Whatever it takes to get these firefighters and these teachers their raises, we need to do. If that means a tax increase, that means a tax increase. But going forward, I liked what Kaiser said. I do believe we need an audit. We need accountability. I mean, it's been set up here 3 times now. Whatever we gotta do to get them paid now needs to be done. But moving forward, you're right. We don't trust y'all. It needs to be done. Why do you shake your head?
Know what it's gonna cost.
What's it gonna cost?
Y'all,
I think I just heard that. We the people wants one. I'll second that motion right there. Well, put that in the tax raise then. Whenever you go to pay these teachers, go ahead and include that in there, the $100,000 for the forensic audit. We don't need to be doing this again in 2 years. I mean, they're paid $5,000 to $15,000 less than surrounding counties. The teachers are. And then I live right beside that fish project. You guys just gave $1.2 million to it. The teachers in the county can't get $600,000 for their raises. You give, I mean, and they haven't done any construction in a year and a half. And anybody that wants to argue me on that is more than welcome to. I mean, the grass is growing back. All they did is make a big mess. They're a company from Abu Dhabi, and we're going to give them $1.2 million and then have to fight over our teachers? How does that make any sense? I mean, I understand it's supposed to be an investment, but it's a 12-year project that ain't doing nothing but eating money. That's all it's doing. Who here's met with the people from Abu Dhabi out of y'all? Is that where they're from now? Nobody knows. Shaking their hands, but there's a vote to give them $1.2 million. And I bet there wasn't this kind of turnout to it. And there was no mention of a tax raise. I mean, does that not sound fishy to you? I mean, any comments?
no, this is public comment. You're making a comment. But I
Well,
agree with
I'll gladly give you some of my 3 minutes. I mean, I want answers. That's why I'm up here.
Well, I mean, I don't care to tell you, I mean, the monies that was invested in the road and the water and sewer from Tazewell County, those funds were not taxpayer dollars. They were cold road funds and VDOT grant.
That was $800,000 of it.
$850,000 for the VDOT and then the cold road fund.
Okay, we had a VDOT guy up here talking about his budget, and he's pulling funds from another source other than the VDOT budget.
I'm just trying to explain to
Yeah,
you,
well,
those wasn't taxpayer dollars.
Well, what about what the VDOT guy was talking about earlier? The first guy that came up here, VDOT guy, said he had to pull out of a FYE. I mean, I ain't no politician.
Oh, I know.
Is the $1.2 million, is that all we've spent? No.
Yeah.
We didn't spend anything else.
The whole project was 1.2 million. 850,000 is VDOT grant. 473 was out of Coal Severance Road, which is collected out of coal. It is not taxpayers' dollars.
Could it be allocated towards teacher raises?
No, unless you want to go jail.
Is
No,
there money
it's
coming?
basically, the only thing that's basically set up for is road construction. And VDOT will actually, this will actually be a VDOT road into an industrial site once it's complete.
And that's all Russell County is invested in?
Yes. That's correct. That's correct.
Well, like you were saying, if there's some transparency in the beginning, then that would have been nice.
Well, the thing about it is, we have a state audit every year. And everybody on the board has a complete packet, line by line, school, every department, county, and when the state certifies it, they come down and they do an audit, and they certify it. I mean, these are state auditors that certify the budget. They look at every line item to make sure we're in compliance, and there's nothing there. It's all transparent. You're more than welcome to a copy of the budget. Everybody in this room is more than welcome to a copy of the budget and of the audit of accounts through the treasurer's office, the commissioner of revenue, the sheriff. Everything's documented and audited, and the state certifies it. Or if it's something they see that's not correct, they're not going to certify it. So you can do 10 audits or 15 audits, but the state is gonna certify the audits per year, as long as I've been here, to confirm that you are meeting all your requirements through all the regulatory things that's set in code. So there's nothing there.
Okay. Well, like I said
And
beforehand,
I'll give you the kicker where I'm gonna jump in on this. This board of supervisors here, every dollar, every cent, put them every month, make a motion. There's not a dollar spent that they don't know and sign off on. Forensic auditor walks in here, I'm gonna direct them right there to them 7 sitting right there. You understand? Because every month, they sign off on these ledgers. Every month. Period. Every cent.
I mean, it's just hard to understand. I mean, we're shutting down schools left and right. We're voting on selling schools, but then we can't up salaries. I mean, it ain't making any sense.
Well,
to
I
me.
mean, I totally, our teachers need the step and the raise.
And another thing is like you said, I believe a lot of people are confused. What exactly are we voting here? Are we talking about cutting them? Or are we talking about raising taxes? I mean, I think a lot of people are, kind of confused of exactly what we're proposing here tonight. I mean, because I believe something was brought up about the budget cut, the paper that was released, and then that apparently isn't true now. Is that what was said?
The rate that we set is directly impacted by the budget. And I think the list that David sent out was only, these are only the potential cuts that you have. That's not saying that we wanted to make those cuts, but that's all there is. You know, that's the only thing we have any jurisdiction over.
That's the only thing legally that we could ever do.
Nobody ever said
to
that we
affect
want
the
to do
rate.
all these cuts.
But I mean, that's not, it just shows everybody what there's available. It's not that anybody wants to cut that, and I'm not speaking for any of the board members, but I'm not for that. I'm not for taking us back into light years. I'm for, like Mr. Mullins said, making those investments that you get great return on your investments. We didn't create the inflation. We didn't create COVID. We didn't create this. We can easily go back into a slippery slope. When I first got elected, we had a $1.4 million deficit. We was operating on borrowed money, a RAND note. And we pulled ourselves out of that to get ourselves a good bond rate. Now, we could easily go back into that again if we don't make good investments.
If we don't do the raises and the step, it wipes out what we did last year. Bottom line.
I mean, like I said, I believe me, and I think the majority of the people here, the citizens, I mean, we want the raise, whatever it takes. I mean, I'm willing to pay more in taxes. I mean, but
Well,
going forward, I believe, like others have said, we need more transparency and we need accountability.
Yeah.
And I think regardless, I mean, once again, I ain't a politician by any means, but there's a reason so many people are talking about a forensic audit. It ain't because they agree with the state one.
You know,
I mean, if they trusted the state audit, there wouldn't be as big of a motion for it.
I
mean,
agree.
there's 20,000 people
I don't
on
think
Facebook
anybody in the
yelling
board's
about it.
afraid of a forensic audit because we know it's been done right. It's just the blooming cost of it. But if you're willing to tack $100,000 onto this year's budget to do a forensic audit, I'm all for it.
I mean, when you have a
Like I
state
said,
certified
first ones I'm
audit,
gonna send them to was them 7 sitting right
A
there.
forensic audit is different than what the state does.
it's not gonna show you any different.
Numbers are numbers.
It's numbers. It ain't gonna show you any different.
It is completely different.
But you want to do one?
It's not gonna show you any different. If they wanna do a forensic audit and spend $100,000, where that money could go for another reason.
0.6%.
Well, I don't know how to do the planning for the next meeting, but I believe there's enough citizens here that were cheering over the forensic audit. I think it's pretty common sense that needs to be on the agenda next time, and there needs to be a re-vote on that.
Well, if we're going to do it, we need to account for it in this year's budget.
Money.
That needs to be tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
It'll take.
And how many
We've not
citizens
passed
do
the
we
bu-
have?
We've not
I mean,
passed the budget yet.
what's it going to be? I mean,
Well, you said $100,000. Would that do it, Lon?
Take $100,000.
Okay, $100,000 is a little over. It's about 0.6% on our tax rate. Each penny is equal to $174,330. So we need $100,000 of that, which is about 0.6%.
I'm not afraid of a forensic audit. I can tell you that right
Neither are
now.
we.
I welcome it.
But I
Just
mean,
pay 'em.
you can, And
Like I
as far as
said,
being
them
transparent,
seven right there at the
every
land.
citizen in this county has a right to come in and talk to the treasurer, the commissioner of revenue, and any board member sitting here.
Well, maybe it needs to be publicized better, because like we were talking about a minute ago, everybody was confused apparently. There's lies and misinformation. Y'all need to do a better job at correcting that. I mean, we ain't politicians. We're not the ones sitting on that side of the table. We got regular day-to-day jobs. I mean, we see some talking about cutting, $600,000 or whatever it is from our firefighters and our teachers.
That was sent out by the chairman to board members
That wasn't sent
to
out
look
to the
at
public.
and decide what you
They
were
asked,
willing to
they
cut.
asked to put
It was
everything
never
on the
intended
block
to go out to the
cut.
public.
And I sent it out to all the board members.
Well,
That was it. It was not intended.
I'm sure my 3 minutes is about up,
No,
but I
thank
say
you.
we,
Thank you.
We hadn't stuck to three
Hey,
minutes
listen,
since day
I
one.
wanted to give you respect. This is actually just a citizen's comment period. But I know you're passionate about this, and so am I.
Yeah.
And it's got to be done, it's got to be fixed, and we can't go backwards. I mean, I don't want to pay high taxes. I don't want to pay it. But I'm like Mr. Mullins. If you make a good investment, you get a good return on your investment. I love our firefighters, our rescue, our teachers, the largest employer we have in our county. And I look at them as an industry. And if we want people to move here, work here, and stay here, you got to pay them. We got to be competitive. If you can't be competitive, you're going to see a mass exit.
Yeah.
Sir. Well, just to clarify, I say we go ahead, do whatever, raise taxes, whatever y'all need to do, get the teachers, get the firefighters paid, and then going forward, I mean, I think we need accountability. I think we need transparency. And, I mean, I still think the forensic audit, I mean, you see what Trump did with Doge. I mean, there was all kinds. I'm sure they got audited by the federal government all the time. And there was still a lot of money found then, huh?
We do get
I
audited by
mean-
the federal government.
So, I definitely side with you. I don't know, and I definitely side with Kaiser on that. I think the audit, I think there's enough hands clapping that
Well, as
that
long,
needs
as
to
they,
go
as
to a
long as they
revote.
can vote to put the money in the budget to pay for it, I'm okay with it. But right now, we've not even set a budget to even make sure we're paying the teachers and firefighters and all that. So I don't want to cut my nose off, spite my face, and then commit to doing something that I can't afford to pay for.
We'll be glad to give you a
Well,
copy
let's
of the
figure out
audit.
how to pay for it, but I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Yeah.
you, thank you.
Yeah. Tell Daniel we said hello.
Okay, I apologize if I botch this up. Please forgive me. It's a Hubbard. Is it 7884 Finney Road, Honey? Okay. Is it, I can't make that out. I'm sorry. Is it Darrell or something Hubbard? 7484 Finney Road, Honey. And it says over here, budget for teachers. If y'all see this person come in, I'll put them back on the list, okay? If y'all know this person. Tracy Hayes.
I'm shorter than everybody else. I'm Tracy Hayes. I live at 10180 New Garden Road over in Honaker. I guess the first thing is I'm not really going to say anything new that you haven't heard other people say tonight. I just hope I can say it a little different and help you think about it from a different perspective. And the first thing is that we all serve this county, and we just really need to work together. I guess I started in the school system back in 2002, 2003, and I remember those times when we didn't get raises. I remember the times that it would be proposed by the state, and yet for so many years, rather than feeling like we worked together, it kind of felt like it was the board against us. It never felt like we worked as a community. It never felt like we came together and said, yeah, how can we make this doable? How can we make this possible? And then we went a long time without raises. I've been blessed to live and work in Russell County my whole life. I started as a special ed teacher. I'm a speech therapy assistant now, and I get to travel and all throughout Russell County, I go to 4 different elementary schools. We are blessed at all ends of the county with amazing educators. And not only educators, but the rest of the staff, the people that cook the meals, the people who drive the buses, the secretaries. It's not just the educators, because it takes everybody. But our staff, we want to serve in the community where we live. Like, I wanted to raise my family here. Yeah, now listen, when we're in high school, I can't wait to get out of here. Yeah, we get out of here and we get a reality check. And we go, no, this is home. This is what matters. When somebody's in need, people pull together. I can remember when a young boy got shot accidentally and lived up on a mountain, and the road was nasty, but yet the people pulled together to bring in the gravel, to bring in the resources so that he could be buried on the mountain close to his mama. That's the community that we live in, a place where people come together and value each other. So when we think about our educators, it's not just a job. It's not a job that we shut off at the end of the day. Because you know what? When we go to the Dollar Tree or we go to Hobby Lobby, we're looking for resources for the classroom. What kind of crafts can I buy? What else do I need? Oh, this would be fun for the kids. How can I creatively teach this next lesson? Oh, you know, they're struggling with this SOL, but I bet if I do it this way, it's going to click with another student. And then snow days, we're thinking, I hope that they're warm. I hope they've got enough food. It's not a job that you just turn off at most people say 3:30, but teachers never quit at 3:30 and walk out the door. That's not what happens. We all know and recognize that our population and our economy are declining. We know that. That's common sense. But it feels like to stay here, we're drowning. We're drowning to try to make ends meet. We're drowning to try to keep pursuing our passion to be part of a community, and yet we can't pay the bills. I talked to a teacher today at Castlewood Elementary School who's a single parent, had on a cute little dress, and it's like, oh, where'd you get that from? She was almost embarrassed to tell me that she thrifts all of her clothes because she can't afford, on a teacher's salary as a single parent, to really go shop at a brand name store. This past Friday at Honaker Elementary School, they kicked off their SOLs, and it's always really phenomenal the way they do that. And this year their theme was a derby, like the Kentucky Derby. And the students were allowed to make stick horses because they were going to have a stick horse race, which sounds like a lot of fun. But do you know that there was like only 13 kids in the pre-K classes combined that made one? Because they don't have the people at home to help support them to do that. But then you got in first and second grade, and there was 30 and 40 participants. You know why? Because the teachers bought the material and brought it to school and said, every kid in my classroom is going to make a stick horse and get to participate in this race. That's the kind of people that Russell County employs. I remember one of my high school teachers ended up being my colleague. And as he was going to retire, and this has probably been 15 years ago, he said, Tracy, public education will not exist in the next 10 to 15 years like it does now. He said, people are going to get frustrated with the system. They're going to go to charter schools, private schools, and home schools, those that can afford it. Your good teachers, they're going to leave. They're going to get frustrated with the system. They're tired of not being paid for what they do, and they're going to leave. And then you're basically left with kind of a mess. Who wants to teach? Who wants to do anything? You know, we have 8 teachers at Honaker that are also bus drivers. We have a hard time finding substitutes. If they all take off the rest of the days that they're entitled to for the end of the year, I've heard that there's a concern that they may not even be able to drive the bus routes those days if they all take off on the same day. There's a lady that helps me with speech on Fridays, unless there's so many people absent, there's not enough substitutes, and she has to be pulled to another classroom. You know, we have people that want to stay and want to do, and there's a shortage everywhere. And we've talked a lot about surrounding counties. We live in the heart of Russell County, right? I can drive 45 minutes and I live in Honaker, so I can be in Castlewood, I can be in Abington, Tazewell, Grundy. I can be a lot of different places in the same amount of time. And yes, there are concerns about surrounding counties, but there's also concerns about other businesses and industries. Because along my career, I've also worked for a bank and I worked for CGI. When I started working for a bank in 2018, my starting salary was what the salary is for 30-year teachers in Russell County. And then when I started for CGI, it was like double what new teachers start at. And here's the thing about it, they love to hire educators. Businesses and industries do, not just other school systems. And the reason why, one, they're dedicated, they're detailed. They have a transferable skill set. Teachers are flexible, they're adaptable. They're communicators, they're problem solvers, and they're team players. That's what other businesses and industries are looking for. So let's take care of our people here. Yes, the school system is the largest employer. We are taxpayers too. We have a heart to serve. Teachers are passionate to empower that next generation. They're loyal, but that doesn't mean they should be taken advantage of. It doesn't mean that because you have a heart to do something, you shouldn't be compensated for your education and your skills. I don't mind the thoughts of paying more taxes, but at the same time, I don't want to get a raise just to pay taxes. If I get a raise, I'd like to feel like I got some money in my pocket. Just like was said earlier, maybe I can go out and eat again, an extra time this month. And really, it's not even about that. Maybe I can be a blessing to the kids that I reach, to the other people in my community. So really, when we invest in educators, we're investing in all of us, because strong schools build strong towns. Whether it's a lesson taught, a child that's inspired, the future's being shaped by the dedicated teachers. So this is not just about salaries, but it's about us coming together and believing that what we build is going to be a brighter and a better future right here at home. It takes all of us. So what else can we really do? Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. Josh Stinson, Swords Creek.
Evening. Josh Stinson, Swords Creek, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen of the Russell County, for those of you who don't know, I am actually the current building official for Russell County. I'm also a citizen of this county. As released earlier in the month, there was position cuts mentioned. I'll be honest, there's a girl in my office that was listed on this list. There's two of us in the office. Before I get to any numbers and any information, I just want to let you all know that we at Russell County operate an office that has a reputation for being knowledgeable, polite, professional, and expedient in all aspects. I've given you a few letters from a few of our reputable contractors in the county that can justify what I'm getting ready to tell you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about budget. I want to talk about services and the services that could potentially be lost with the termination of the position that's in my office. Our budget is roughly $140,000 a year. We operate our office on $10,000, roughly $10,000 a year minus salary and wages. You're getting a pretty good deal if you ask me. That includes 8 ordinances that we operate under as opposed to building inspections in itself. My permit tech, she is actually the erosion sediment control program administrator. If you eliminate her, that'll be a position that you will have to replace, certify, take the test, get everything lined out. Now, it's a lot. We have 8 ordinances in the county. We do dilapidated structures, we do the floodplain management, we do solar, we do subdivision, we do outdoor sign, junkyard. We do a lot. There's 2 people in our office, but we get the work done. All right? So I'm going to get into some numbers. Last year, Building permit wise, we did 571 permits. Best case scenario, to do a permit, it takes 30 minutes in the office. That's 285 and a half hours a year. I performed 614 building inspections last year. Travel time, everything, that allows to about 614 hours, given an hour. That's best case scenario. It takes more than an hour to get from Swords Creek to Day or to go down Moccasin. It takes some travel time. All right? They'll give you an hour on that, 614 hours a year. We issued 14 permits for new houses last year. That's 28 hours for plan review, 2 hours to review a plan for a house. All right? We had 2,632 calls come through our office. That's not counting my cell phone. Now, I'm going to be generous and again give you 15 minutes per call. That's being very generous because I spend hours on the phone with designers. But 15 minutes a call, that gives us 746 hours. All right? Erosion sediment control is mandatory. I have to do inspections once every 2 weeks for within 48 hours of a rain event. That equates to 12 hours a week, roughly. That's a lot. That's 624 hours a year. All right? Now, for those running a total, that's 2,297 hours. That's not counting emails, permits. Bridget does monthly reports. She sends you all the report. We do a DOE's report. We do a DHCD report. If there's anything, there's a report. We send a report to the assessor so that he gets property. We do a report for single wides to Frida in the commissioner's office. All right? With roughly 12 holidays in a year, we get 120, that's 120 hours. I get 3 weeks vacation a year. I usually only take one because if I take more than one, I'm so far behind I can't catch up. And that's 2 in the office. All right? We have to monitor expired permits. Permits are good for 6 months. They expire after 6 months. We have to regularly monitor that. FOIA request, 5 days to respond to a FOIA request. With no days off, there is 2,080 work hours in a year. Running total, that's over 337 hours extra with the time we've got in. And that's not counting the emails, the reports, all the extra that goes on in my office. I could not be in the field inspecting projects and be here and answering the phone at the same time. The citizens will suffer. They will suffer. Either that or we'll lose revenue because people will be out there building without a permit. We'll cut the assessor. Who's going to catch new construction in there? We will lose revenue and service for the citizens. AEP is a bad word around here, but I'm going to give you a little story about AEP. If your power's turned off for more than a month, they will request an inspection. If I'm the only one in the office and you call me for a power inspection on a Monday, let's say I'm in Swords Creek, ain't got service. It may be Wednesday, Thursday before I can come inspect it, get your permit issued. You might be 5 days without power. With Bridget in the office, the permit's issued that day, it's scheduled, and I'm inspecting it the next day. Service for the citizens of the county will lack if the position is terminated. And I hope, as a board, you all will support me with a 2-person office and continue to serve the citizens of this county, whether we have to increase taxes or not. I'm a citizen of the county. I don't want to pay taxes, but I'll pay taxes before I have to suffer with one person in my office. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, Dr. Mark Matney. You don't want to speak, Mark? Gary Hughes, Swords Creek.
I worked in the school system 30 years during the Massey era.
So I know that the teachers didn't make any money because I didn't either. So my family will have to suffer until I die because of what little I was paid during that time. So I'm not against the teachers at all. What we need in this county desperately is some more jobs. If we had more jobs, we'd have more tax money. Until we somehow can do that, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, our minimum wage in this country is too high. A lot of salaries are too high because we can't compete in the world market because of that. So I'm just a janitor. I'm not a genius. So I don't know how we're going to end up. But I want to thank you all for all you do. I appreciate it. And as long as I can pay my taxes, I'll pay. And but you've got a limited amount of money to pay people in the county. Enrollment's going down every year. It's going to get harder and harder and harder unless we get some industry. So I don't have the answer, but hopefully that you all can entice some people to come in here and stay instead of be a grant grabber. So thank you all for all that you do. I appreciate it. I really do. And that's all I have to say. But I love all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think it's Jared Ring, Castlewood.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Jared Ring of Castlewood, and hope you'll forgive me. I didn't have time to finish putting my remarks together. They might not be as coherent as usual. And, you know, I've been hanging around these meetings for quite a while now, and this is definitely one of the most unenviable nights I've seen from y'all's perspective. I just wanted to say that I am proud of each of you as supervisors. Because as fun as it is watching the supervisor smackdown, I do find it heartening because I think it shows how much each of you cares about the county and making it a better place to live, even if we do sometimes disagree about how to get there. Now, my mom's a career educator, first with Wise County and now with Russell, and she's made just a little bit above minimum wage for my entire life. I can count on one hand the amount of times she's gotten a raise, but she's stuck with the schools through everything. I think the first time I made more money than my mom, I was in high school working as a team lead at McDonald's, and she had been in education for 20 years. Now, even after my dad passed away for COVID, she's remained with the school systems, and I think she'd have liked to be here tonight, but she is washing dishes at a local business to make ends meet. Now, I think we all agree that we need more opportunities, jobs and industry in Russell County, but how do we get there? Do we attract large businesses, offering them incentives? Do we use coal abatement money to build roads for them? Will those businesses stay here long term? I don't have answers for that, but I do think that we would be better off investing in local businesses and citizens that have been here for a while, because those seem to be the things that stick around. Now, I think we all agree that we need services. We need law enforcement. We need schools. We need fire. We need EMS. And I think that everybody in the room agrees that we should fund those folks. Now, how do we get there? Used to be we could use a combination of our property taxes and our other revenue streams, couple that with some grant money. Currently, the majority of your grants are more uncertain than they have been in the past. I think that looking forward to the future of this county, and I'm a libertarian, so this really does hurt me to say it, but I really don't see a way forward without us raising taxes. I hate to say that because at the end of the day, I grew up extremely poor, and it feels like everything is trying to nickel and dime me to death across the board in this economy, and I spend a lot of my time waiting for the next financial blow to fall. I mean, I've had a 3-year-long engagement because every time we save up for a wedding, something happens and we have to use the wedding fund to fix a car or something like that. Now, I would encourage y'all, I was one of the ones that approached you about things like the alcohol ordinance, for example. Small businesses in Russell County generate less revenue for the county government on Sundays because they have been unable to compete with their peers. They can't sell mixed drinks. And I understand that that's going to be on the referendum for the next election, but when I look through the historical data and try to approximate a number on the amount of revenue that has cost the county government, it was millions, and that wasn't even adjusted for inflation since that ordinance was put into place in 1945. And that's one example, but I believe that repealing ordinances like that costs us nothing and would generate revenue for this county, and I'd encourage each of you to look for things like that that could generate revenue, make things easier on our small businesses. And I think trying to attract these larger businesses, we need to incentivize them, but we can't do so to the detriment of everything else. For example, our waste costs are high. And I was one of the ones that argued against the Moss 3 landfill, spent 9 months doing it. And as long as we are in a position where our budget isn't healthy, we're going to be vulnerable to predatory projects. Our teachers won't be able to get the raises with the regularity that they need. And I think at the end of the day, the only way out of that is to raise taxes, as much as I hate to say that. And I applaud each of you for what you've done to try and attract businesses, even if they're businesses that I might disagree with. And I applaud everybody that has worked on the finances of the county, because I understand that you might take flack a little more than you perhaps deserve at times. But I think at the end of the day, our fire departments deserve funding, and our teachers deserve raises. And if raising taxes is what has to happen to get there, that's an unfortunately necessary evil. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kelsey Sykes.
Hello, I'm Kelsey Sykes. I live on 564 Donald Seymour Drive here in Lebanon. I want to come to you and speak to you about a personal note tonight, about what your efforts to provide teacher raises has done in my life. I've lived in Russell County most of all my life, except for when I was in college in my first year teaching. I'm a product of Russell County schools. Many of my former teachers were here tonight. I've noticed some parents of my students here tonight. I've even seen some of my students here tonight. So we're all interconnected in this wonderful community. My parents have both worked for Russell County Schools their whole careers. And I've seen over, the last 20 years what the lack of step raises and sometimes, cost of living increases, or the lack of cost of living increases, and how my parents have struggled to make ends meet, especially during the 2008-2009 recession. So what your efforts to bring raises to our teachers in Russell County has done for me is I was able to come back to Russell County to teach. I spent 1 year in Pulaski County and 7 years in Washington County. And when, there was a significant raise for teachers here in Russell County last year, I was able to make even though I took a pay cut, was able to make the financial decision to come back to Russell County, which is something I've always wanted to do. It's very special teaching where you graduated from. And I will say, working 8 years in another school district, Russell County is a very unique place as far as the work culture here. I have administrators and leaders in central office and our school board and Dr. Hooker who care about our staff here in Russell County more so than I have seen in the other 2 districts that I have worked. We have excellent teachers who provide a wonderful education for our students. So I really encourage you all to continue providing the step raises and increases for our staff, and going forward, maybe even next year, provide raises for our support staff. A lot of our support staff here in Russell County work for insurance. By the time, insurance comes out of their paycheck, there's not much left. So especially when you can go to Walmart or, a restaurant and make higher than minimum wage, some of our support staff are barely making minimum wage. In closing, I want to leave you with a final thought. To read is to be able to be eternally free. Reading opens up a world to us to educate ourselves and to continue beyond our education. And I think most of us in this room have been affected by public education at some point, if we're not a product of it ourselves. Our children may be, or our neighbors, or our friends. If we did not have the public education system here in Russell County, how successful of a society would we be? So just leave you with that parting thought, and I encourage you all to continue to invest in public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mike Wilson. Okay, all right. Brenda Miller.
I'm Brandon Miller. I teach over at Honeacre High School. I live on Big A Mountain. I want to first say thank you for doing this. I know you guys are in a very tough spot. It's not lost on me how what you're facing and how raising taxes. You probably run on a campaign to not raise taxes, and I understand. I don't like paying taxes. I don't think anybody behind me likes it. You don't like it. But sometimes it's necessary, and I want to make my case as an educator. I think if we can make this personal, it might help you to understand a little bit. So I'll start with this. I've taught for 24 years. About 10 years into it, started kind of figuring out that I was never going to make a lot of money in this business, and it never was about the business. I love teaching. I love the kids. I work hard for those kids. About 15 years into it, I started telling myself, well, it's going to get better. We're going to be able to save money as soon as this happens. We're going to be all right, Misty. We're going to make it. About 20 years into it, I'm changing my mindset and thinking about retirement, and can I make it 10 more years, and will I have a savings when I get there? And sadly I didn't, and now I'm 24 years in, and I just don't know if I can stand here in front of you, in front of this crowd, and say it's going to get better. I'm going to be right straight honest with you. I think there's something that's not been said here tonight that you better focus on, and that's the energy that's in these teachers. I'm tired. You want to know what I do to make ends meet, being a teacher in your county? I drive a school bus. I work 2 jobs in the summer. If another person walks up to me and tells me, well, you get 2 months off, I'm afraid of what I might say or do. I don't get 2 months off in the summer. I've built retaining walls, and I'm not asking for your pity, because I will do whatever it takes to support my family. I don't mean to get emotional, but I am fired up. When I hear anybody say that there's a chance we take a step backwards, and I already don't have the energy to drag myself on that bus in the morning at 7 o'clock, working 10 and a half, 11-hour days already, sitting back there squirming in my seat because my back is broke from building those walls, facing a back surgery. My wife, my goodness, she's a teacher, 23 years in the system, coaches 3 sports. You think she wants to coach 3 sports? Honey, she coaches it because we can't put our kid through college. We can't get a savings. We can't get ahead. Somebody said, boy, she must love coaching. Honey, have you ever coached and dealt with people? I love her to death. I admire her. She's a very good, successful coach. She's got 3 state titles to her name. She's good at what she does, but I can promise you she ain't coaching the other 2 sports because she just loves coaching. We're trying to pay bills. Now, I'm telling you, I don't want you to sit here and argue and blame the other board and all that crap, that political crap that goes on. I agree with you, brother. If I'm not mistaken, I coached you in baseball, didn't I? I want to tell you a story. I want this to sink in. I was somewhere speaking at an engagement, and I had a girl come up to me. She's a woman. And she said, you don't remember me, do you? And I guess all these teachers will understand when I say this. No, we don't remember all of them. And I'm so stressed out most of the time, I'm losing my memory. She said, Coach Miller, you don't remember me. And I said, no, honey, I'm not even going to fake it. I don't remember you. She said, well, you changed my life. I said, Lord, how did I do that? She said, one day in your government class, she said, I was having the worst day of my life, and I won't go into details of what she had going on that day. And she said that she had to take a test for me, a very serious, I think it was one of those, I can't even remember, like a exam, midterm exam or something. It was big. It was big for her grade. It meant a lot to her. She was a girl that actually cared about her grades. And she said, Coach Miller, I failed that test miserably, and I studied for that test for 4 nights with my mom. And she said, I walked in there, and I got nervous, and I failed your test. And it was a big deal. And she said she stayed after my class. Now, granted, I don't remember all this. I don't even remember doing this, and I'm not taking any credit for it because I was just doing my job. She said, Coach Miller, I came to you and said, we pleaded with you and begged you to let me retake that test. And she said, not only did you let me retake the test, you hugged me and you smiled and you encouraged me. And she said, I knew that day there was good people in this world. And she hasn't forgotten that. That was 12 years later she came up to me and told me that story. So if you're sitting up here wondering, do I vote on a little bit of a tax raise? Is it worth it? Honey, we change lives. We change those kids' lives. We change your kids' lives. I'm tired of screaming and trying to get people to understand just how important these teachers and these school officials and all of these people, these bus drivers, how important. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, wake up and realize what you got. And I'm going to be honest with you. I gave a speech at the school board. Probably not this passionate. But I gave a speech out there, and at that point when I gave that speech, I was looking for a new job. I don't want to leave this county. I don't want to leave, but I promise you, honey, I had already put in an application for a neighboring county. I'm not saying I'm the best teacher. I'm not saying I'm not bragging on me. I'm not the greatest. I think I work hard, though. I think I've got a lot of colleagues back here who will agree with me on that. And I think it would have been a loss for this county, for me and my wife, probably more so my wife than myself, to have left this county and the place that our families was. We were born here. I don't want to leave. We were raised here. I've got blood, sweat, and tears invested in this county. But I'm telling you right now, do whatever it takes. If you need political cover, if this is politics, right there's your cover, honey. Look who showed up tonight. That's your political cover. That's all you need to understand what is the heartbeat of this county. There's been a lot of fine things said here, but I want to get back to what I started with. You better pay attention to the energy that's inside these teachers. If you'll give me just a minute, I'm going to tell you a little quick story. Me and Misty went to a basketball camp. I seen the darndest thing I had ever seen in my life. Any of you all watch college basketball? There was a coach named Shaka Smart at VCU. We go to his camp. We walk in and his players have wires all over their bodies. They roll out TV screens. And this was a practice. They roll out TV screens. And I was so curious, what in the world was going on? They had an All-American, Briante Weber. It was the year they made it to the Final Four. And he had all these, he had wires like measuring something going on in his body. And I asked one of the coaches, what are y'all doing? He said, we hook every player to a monitor and we watch their heart rate. And it better be at 80% of its max capacity so we know that they're putting out. Would you like for your teachers to have something measuring how much they're putting out right now? Because we're tired. We're beat down. We're hurting. And we're begging. You can make a difference in our lives. And you're right. It's the most important investment you can make in this county is those students. Because I'm going to say it one more time and I'm going to shut up. I could preach a sermon here tonight. We change people's lives, don't we, Mr. Commonwealth Attorney? Had him in my government class at Lebanon. We changed lives. We had an interesting conversation, and look how successful he's made it. And I'm not going to say what I thought you was going to be. I loved you then, and I still love you now. That's my spiel. I thank you for the time. I thank the school board members that's here. I thank this community for showing up. This is the heartbeat of your county. Please, please, I would do somersaults into my classroom if I thought I could save money. That's sad, isn't it? 24 years into the business. 24 years. And we'd just love to save a little bit of money at the end of the day. Thank you.
Before I call the next one up, something I think, I had a gentleman, elderly gentleman call me today, and he said, has anybody considered the children? And thank you, Brandon, for that. You all have our children, sometimes more than we do as parents. And what you do in regards to those children is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I'm so grateful for that. I mean, you all have our children. Some people don't get it at home. We understand that. But we know what they get at school. And they get fed, and they get nurtured, and they get loved on. And there's so much compassion there to what we know. I personally know that because I'm graduating my last one, getting ready to start all over again, sending 2 grandsons to Honecker Elementary. And I just want to say thank you. I know what my sons have been able to do and accomplish, and it wasn't just because of me and the mom. It's because of the teachers they had and what they put into their lives, and they pushed them. And I know Brandon's one that pushed them. he pushed them. He made them better than what they thought they could be, and I'm grateful for that. And the next one I have is Orsh Christian. I'd say so. Okay. Jennifer Tumley. Thank you, Jennifer.
Good evening, members of the board, fellow citizens. I stand before you today fully aware of the challenges that we're facing. We're living in a time when the cost of everything from groceries to electricity has risen sharply, and that includes the county's bills in that. Now we're staring down the possibility of increased taxes. And I understand why this issue weighs heavily on the minds of our residents. No one wants to pay more when we're already stretched so thin. But at the same time, we must remember, we do not want to become a county without essential services. We pay taxes for a reason, to maintain our county, and that comes with support for our schools, public safety, and providing basic services that holds our communities together. And that includes libraries, community centers, canneries, and trash sites. We have worked hard to clean up the county from illegal trash dumps and out of the river. We've worked hard on tourism to bring in new faces. We do not need to turn back now. Our small businesses in this area are counting on a viable county, and that will include essential services in that county. It's worth noting that the county has not raised taxes, as far as I'm aware, since 1999, if I am correct. And that's been a good run, I think. Even though this board last year approved increases to compensation packages, greatly deserved, to our employees, our teachers, our EMS, and part of that job is now backing those votes from last year. Y'all voted to do that, every one of you. It's also worth noting that the assessment of the property went up. The tax rate's actually going to go down, but our assessments went up. We want the value of our houses to go up, especially if we need to sell them. Looking at the proposed tax rates, I believe there is middle ground. We must find a path forward that allows us to responsibly fund what we need to without tearing down the very foundations of this county. This is not about burdening our people unnecessarily. It's about ensuring we have a strong, sustainable future, one where we can build, not diminish, the quality of life for everyone here. I urge the board to approach these decisions carefully, with fairness, and a clear commitment to the well-being of our community, including every job that y'all have looked at cutting. I would cut myself and my pay before I'd ever cut one of these fine folks' jobs. And I want to tell you a personal story. My daughter's graduating law school this Saturday. She's worked very hard, 7 years. That comes with a great price for her to stay into this county and make a life here. And that comes with a big price that she owes in student loans, because we didn't have the money to give that to her. She has borrowed that money, and it's well over, we'll just say it's well over $100,000 that she owes. But she's going to stay here and pay that money back. And that's how we build that future, is with our children that stay here, that went to school here, and they stay here, and they build upon that. So if we got to pay more in taxes, I've stood before you before, and I said if we didn't get a landfill, I'd be willing to do that, and I stand by that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe it's Charles Fogelman. Did I get that right? Lebanon. I don't want to miss anybody. I'll kind of put that on hold and I'll follow back up. Amanda Thomas.
Good thing is you get a break from taxes. Good thing. Since September 2021, we've been in the given schools serving right here, Southwest Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, Northeast Tennessee, Southwest West Virginia, Western North Carolina. We provided food for thousands of families right here in Russell County. We provided Christmas for over 27 years. We've done no less than 500 kids per year the last 3 years. We've done a back-to-school program every year, helping 100-plus kids in Russell County each year. We provided furniture, clothing, hundreds of families due to homes burning, flooding, starting over, or just getting started. We worked the floods in Hurley both times. It's flooded in the last 3 years. We sent supplies to Whitewood, Garden Creek, Neon, Kentucky, Elizabethton, Tennessee, Mountain City, Tennessee, Grundy, Virginia, Cleveland, Virginia, Damascus multiple times, Newland, North Carolina. Since October, we've loaded 4 disaster relief clothing trucks weighing between 10,000 and 25,000 pounds each. We've unloaded disaster relief trucks, loaded trucks up, and sent them to all these areas. We feed between 400 and 650 people every Thanksgiving. We've helped countless folks here with these ridiculous AEP and the ODP bills. We paid water bills here in the county, at least 5 this year alone. Easter time, we have egg hunts for the kids. The kids have great prizes, but the best part is Rain makes sure they all know who Jesus is. On Tuesday and Friday nights, we have auctions. These aren't just to raise money for our bills. These have become our family. We get together and we just talk. Most of our people, they don't even go anywhere else unless they go to church or funerals. So that's a community service. We provided food to multiple families when we served at the Sunshine Shack while it was open. We enjoyed that. We cooked there at least once a week for months. We've done countless dinners for folks who have needed surgery. We did liver transplants. We did everything that anybody asked, we do a fundraiser for. We've taken shoes and clothes to our schools when they call and they need them for their students. We provided hours of community service to people either on probation or wanting it for their school needs. We're here to ask to keep our building so we can keep helping these people in our own community. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Amanda. Carl Ray, Cleveland.
Good evening, Carl Ray, 5744 Cleveland Road. And I'm just here to say that I think that what I'm seeing is y'all are about 1.7, 1.8 million short. And if that's so, I would like to say, we don't need our fire departments, rescue squads cut, canneries, any of the trash sites, especially Finney, because you got so many miles to travel. If you're in Sandy Ridge, if you're Cracker's Neck, it's going to be at least 15, 20 miles to Blackford, 15 miles to Cleveland. So I'd like to see those things. And really, it's really important that teachers got their raise. They need their step. They need their 3%. And I've always supported the teachers when I was on the board. And I think instead of making these cuts right here, we need to raise taxes. 26 years we haven't raised taxes. We kicked that can down the road, and now we're up against a 40-foot fence. Can we kick that can over that fence now? No, something's got to be done. And I think from looking at it, my standpoint, if that's where you're at, you need 57 cents on 100 in order to break even. And I think that is what everyone ought to look at and agree with. And these cuts, I would just forget about them. And let's keep what we've got. Our canneries with our citizens, our elderly, there's a lot of them still likes the tin cans because if an elderly person drops one of those glass jars, everything that they put in that glass is broke, it's gone. If they drop that can, it slips out of their hand, they can always recover it. I mean, it's just the small things. It means a lot to people. And that's why I ran on this board. And I was appreciated to be here and the people that supported me. And keep working for the teachers. I mean, keep working for them, help them. And another thing, I dropped out of school. I quit, okay? And I thought it wasn't important, but it was. Because after I dropped out and I tried to go get a job somewhere, guess what? You got a high school education? No. Well, we can't hire you. So I did the important thing. In 1996, I went and got my GED. And when I went and got my GED, one of my teachers was there, Mr. Scotty Fletcher. He's the one that gave it to me. And I passed. And that was a great accomplishment, and it showed how important. And that's how, and those teachers that taught me until I quit, I didn't think I was actually learning a lot, but when I took that test, everything started coming back to me that they showed me. And that was very important. But I'm asking each and every one of you to look at our county and let's move forward. Let's don't go backwards. Nobody wants to go backwards. Let's move forward. Let's compromise. Let's get together. Let's talk to each other. This is a board. You're a single moving part to help this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Little, Castlewood.
Has anyone looked at Chapter 27 on the Code of Virginia for the fire departments? That's just a question for everyone.
No, I have.
It plainly states, and if I correct it, county, city, towns have to pay fire departments. I'm pretty sure that's in the Code of Virginia. So shutting the fire department down at Dane, there's a reason it was formed. It's because of the response time from Clintwood, Sandy Ridge, your surrounding areas, the elapsed time. That's something you all need to look at. Shutting them down is not going to solve a lot of issues. How much money did you all lot last month for local agencies that covered that area? Could you not have took that money, put it toward the fire department, keep it open? That's just my short question. That is in the Code of Virginia. I do know. The reason I know this is because I had a friend who was well known. And he told me.
Well, I appreciate your comments, but every board member has a copy of this about legal response, ongoing investigation, so we can't discuss it. So I just want to let you know.
I understand. Has anyone approached every single fire department out there in the surrounding area for their budget from 2017 to the current?
We get consistent documentation from every fire department, every rescue squad, every little league. That's one of the things we did. We asked for.
I mean, where the money went.
Well,
is what
we get their tax return and their documentation. Yeah, we get their tax return and financial statements.
How are you sure that money went there?
Well, this is not a question and answer, Jimmy, but
I
I will
understand.
tell you. I will tell you. I can't talk a lot because
Of the investigation,
I
I
understand.
understand.
But I appreciate it.
But shutting it down is not going to, you're just going to raise the homeowner's insurance considerably by doing that. I know. But
I can't answer all these questions because of this document.
I got you. When will we be can we get a copy of that?
Yes, it's public knowledge.
So it is on the webpage?
You will have it there for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the crowd? I don't want to leave anybody out. Does anybody else want to speak or got any comments? Okay. Okay, listen. Bathrooms are this way, and I'm going to take a 5-minute break. So if anybody wants to go to the restroom or anything like that, just stay with us here till we get all this done. Okay, if everybody would try to find their seats, we'll try to get this thing wrapped up. Mr. Little, you want to come back? Are you sure? I owe Mr. Little an apology. I kind of was going by my timekeeper over here, and I let other people speak a little longer, and I apologize to him earlier for that. That was my bad, my mistake, and But I do apologize. I've asked him, does he want to come back up and finish? And he said no. But I'm sorry, Mr. Little. I apologize for that, not giving him. Come on up. Come on up, Mr. Little. I apologize. I want to give you the right opportunity like I did everybody.
Everyone's spoken for the teachers, and I'll speak too, but many of you know my wife passed away in January. She'd been in education here for 32 years. A lot of times offered positions in other counties, at considerably more. But I can remember every year between Castlewood High School and Lebanon, where she first taught and then was a guidance counselor for over a decade there, us paying for prom dresses for the girls. Every year I'd ask, how many prom dresses are we buying this year? We buy prom dresses, just different things. And I'll just iterate that, we did a memorial scholarship for Sherry for Lebanon High School. And her goal was not the best academic, but it's awarded on pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's the ones, many that were facing adversity and all, and her role as a counselor, she came home and cried over these kids. And like I say, we, as many have expressed, there's a passion for them, that these teachers have. And I saw that in my wife. I see it in my daughter. I mean, she went away to Radford and came back with a bunch of student loans, but didn't take any hope for any buyout and forgiveness. She sat and paid them, and I'm very proud. But you gotta remember, these kids, if they're gonna come back, there's gotta be something to come back to. And that's what we've got to ensure, is that there's a reason. She picked a major just because she could come back to that major in this county. But let's not forget the teachers. There is a passion in their heart. And a previous school board member, who I certainly not name, but back when they were talking about raises, said, we don't need to worry about raises for teachers. And this came straight from this school board member, because they all are from families here and they have ties. They were like my wife. We've got a farm here in the county, and she lived on it. And so she wasn't going anywhere, was the logic. And that was the logic held by many before, that these teachers will just stay. But now these teachers, like my wife, are passing on, or like others that are retiring. And suddenly you have a younger group that there is a motivation to leave, and it's financial. So, thank you, David.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Okay. Now we're down to approval of the minutes. Considered approval of the minutes of the following meeting of the Russell County Board of Supervisors. We have.
That all,
no, go ahead.
Is that all the citizens' comments?
Well, I asked there a minute ago. Does anybody else want to speak? While we've still got a good crowd here tonight. Is anybody? Okay. I'll close the citizens' comment. I just want to make sure I give everybody an opportunity. And like I told Mr. Little, I'm sorry about that, sir. And I appreciate what you shared. That means a lot. Okay, number one item is the CY 2025 proposed tax rate presentation. You want to head this up, County Administrator?
Yes, sir. Okay, under the new business, just not to spend a lot of time on it, because I think we've heard all the decisions for everybody in here and all the groups and decisions, what was important to them. And you got me? What was important to Russell County and Russell County citizens, and what's important for the county. Now, as far as far, or maybe I'm too close, but, as far, can't afford it.
I believe we can do better than this.
I do in the other room, but not here. Thank you.
You got me? Okay. Okay, so to get at a lot of things that's cleared up, and of course, everyone has seen this chart before, has watched, you know, either being here or watched this online. Of course, our last reassessment was 2018, this is 2024. Everybody has said they don't want their appraisal of their house to go down. So to get back to base on what I mean by base, it means if it has 63 cents, based off the current total assessment, which is 1.9 billion, how do you get back to that equal of the 63 cents? Now that's what we got to do by law, because the Code of Virginia says we can't raise it 1% above base without a public hearing and hearing from the citizens of Russell County. Okay, now with that being said, we're having the public hearings, multiple ones. We've done more than a lot of counties did, but that's not the point. What's important is, what is the fair rate? What does Russell County citizens want? And a lot has spoken tonight. If you take out 1.9 billion, this has been certified with the Department of Tax in the state of Virginia, and everybody's looked at it, and it is, you know, it's a solid number. If you take it all in, the base get back would be 48.23. What that means is 63 on 100, which is what it is currently today. If I take out 1.9 billion based off the new assessments, it puts me back at the same numbers that we get for real estate on a year-to-year basis. So, but then you got to consider what is increasing over the current fiscal year that we have to deal with. So what the Board of Supervisors says, we're not going to ask for anything extra. That's pretty well what I've been told to ask for when we sit and look. So what we had to look at, of course, y'all have heard about the regional jail increases. Mr. Breeding and I, you know, and Mr. Eaton have worked with the governor's office, all the way down from that to the regional jail in 13 counties to get it cut about $300,000. Of course, from the regional jail through the DSS in the operational costs, disposal and transfer, these are contractual. You got to remember what we said before, and pay very close attention. This board has only access to 5 to 7%. That's it. It's either set by legislatively, means Department of Health and DSS, they have to contribute a certain percent off, 15.5 or whatever it is by the Code of Virginia. Or it's contractually, they put it in place, or they made obligations, or operational, or debt. This is not rocket science, guys, and they're trying to skew it on you. Listen to this. Now, to get back out to the 48.23 to get back to base, I'm telling you right now what we're going to be contractually obligated to pay. Whether they vote or not, they will take it from our sales tax. Whether you agree or not, it says it in the Code of Virginia, you will pay your bills. So if I take 8.4 million, that's what it is. I put in the regional jail, the foster care, the operational costs, what you see up here. These are the same numbers that you've seen. A county employee 3% raise, and the teacher raises, and for the one step, and the regular county employees, which means housekeepers, cooks, maintenance people. That's what number you come up with. After negotiating, when we was at the last board meetings, my direction as a county administrator, I looked through what was federally, I looked what was regionally that we had authority to do. When they said cut more, I only had one other place to go financially, and that's the county operations. Now, in county operations, so we went through the 55 departments. They don't have authority over the courts. They don't have authority over the Constitution officers. So that makes me very limited on what I can attach or do. Federal grants, can't touch. State grants, you can't touch. Programs, big witnesses, they can't touch these programs. So what we had to do, we sat down and went through each department and said, okay, what does the Board of Supervisors have autonomy to do? So we made up the list. It was a hard list. But we only had limited choices. We had to come up with 1.7 million in cuts without being able to utilize Constitution officers, schools, other than their raises, and that's our contribution, the courts, and any other. So when we went through those 55 departments or programs, this was all that's left. As far as my department, if you'll look on here, I've got 4 of my positions that's on here that will be cut. It was not a selection. It was based off of what they have authority to cut at 5 to 7%. Now, when you go down through it and you add all these up, I need to leave the tax rate the way it is. If it comes in at 57.8, there is no choice on this. Everything will be approved. But what they wanted to do, they wanted to see more cuts. It's easy. It was in the paper. Read it. It was in the Lebanon News. They wanted more cuts. This is my job. I can't make the decision for them. That's the decision they've got to make. Now, it's up to the discretion of the governing board if they want to go line item by line item or block by block. That's their autonomy. I can only present what the numbers are and what they are eligible to cut. So that's what they're sitting here, and it's a hard job. It is a hard job. It was a hard job to make this up. Now, you heard tonight, this list was made up with this, and it was done that. I sent the list out. It went to only board members. It was not supposed to be leaked to the public because we didn't want employees finding out on the back room or on Facebook what our cuts were. We didn't want the schools to know. This was a working plan, but it got out in a way. But even if that, looking from the county's perspective, it still wouldn't have changed this list. You would have still seen this list tonight because that's all they got autonomy or authority to manage. That would have been it. A few numbers may have changed, but this list would still been the same. So the governing board has a hard job to sit here and go through these 37 line items over this time because everyone here sitting knows. I don't care if you go to McDonald's or what your cost is or the price of eggs, everything has increased. We haven't had a tax rate increase in 26 years. And actually, 26 years ago, it was 64 on the 100. It's 63 on the 100 now. We're actually down. That was the last tax rate, but we're less a penny than we were 26 years ago. So, again, back to the list. And as you come through here, you'll see that even on this, working through here today, even up to yesterday, which was released, we were still working with the governor's office, the constitutions, which has no effect on us. They did better. But the 3% raise that goes to the teachers, the bonuses that goes, the state agencies, that's theirs. We don't get to use that money. I can't use restricted money and mingle it with general fund. I'm not going to jail for this board. I'm telling you. You don't have to worry about an audit. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to jail for the Board of Supervisors. And neither is the treasurer, period. So anybody that wants to see these numbers is more than welcome to come and see them. Open door policy. Take a look. Like I said, the auditors were here today. Don't get up into the Facebook politics or the numbers, because I have seen Russell County has got a $120 million debt. Folks, fake news. I know every department, what we have from each department. The total county has $41 million in debt, and that includes the PSA, the IDA, the courthouse, the BOS, and every obligation. But to be fair to these, they did not create a majority of this. Majority of it was PSA. I'm talking 3 or 4 boards back. Some of these loans have been on the books for 25 years. That's not fair. Same way with the schools. This school board didn't create it either. They've got it. So the time is the truth come out. Let's hear it. You want to see the books? I'll be glad to open them up. So will the treasurer. I'm done. I get another one on the casino money. I'm getting $100,000 a day. Wrong. I sit on the casino board. I am the treasurer and the secretary of the casino board. But I've got people on Facebook that's telling me what we're getting. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. So I will show you every number that we're getting. The first year we got 600,000. Last year we got 713. This year we haven't got totally appropriated is 800,000. So add all those numbers up. What they were projecting in 1 year, I haven't collected in 3. That was appropriated out between the 4 departments by code. My auditors will tell you, so does the casino board look at it. They look at it. We have federal oversight. We have state oversight. I have auditors that come in. I have attorneys, the court systems, the sheriffs. Everybody's audited. Everybody's audited separately. Nonsense. Enough. Make a decision to do what's right. Go through these 37 and do what needs to be done. Now, at the pleasure of the board, however, at discretion, at the pleasure of the board, you could go line item by line item and come to a tax rate of what's important to Russell County and the board, or you can do it by block. That's up to the chairman.
Well, as far as I'm concerned right now, it's open to the board. I mean, if you want to illustrate what you want to cut, what you want to eliminate.
No, this is what the board's going to cut. We can only make these as recommendations. So, as everyone sees, this is transparent on the first number. There's 37 line items here. Our 3% Russell County employee number 1 is a 3% salary increase. So it's at the discretion of the board, and I have made the formulas up to where I can move in what you choose to approve and what you approve to disapprove. So I can work with them, I can put them in, I can take them out. So that's at the discretion of the board. So the first one up is the Russell County employee. It's $106,000, give or take a few cents, even. Now, that's up to y'all. Steve, can you?
I have to turn his mic.
I can't hear.
I'm not gonna approve anything or vote for anything. I'm not gonna vote for anything that does not include items 1 through 5. That's fine.
You don't have to ask me either.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah. Do we
need a motion?
By motion. Motion line item number 1.
Oh, you're gonna make us do that?
You're gonna have, if you don't do it by block, you gotta do it line item by line item.
I just have a clarification
Yes, ma'am.
question before we do a motion so we can discuss. You're telling me .578. .578
Okay.
per 100. 578.
Right now, as you look on this right here, is to get
.579.
$1,697,712. You need $57,900 to get to that number.
Okay, .79.
To keep everything intact.
All right, keeps everything on this page,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And you told us last time that every $174,000 that we either put in or take out is a penny.
That is equivalent to 1 cent on the 100. That
All
is
right.
correct.
Okay, I'm good. I understand where we are.
All right, discussion, Lonzo.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard anything?
Do we need a motion to do this, or are we okay legally? Are we okay
A motion to do
this without
what?
a motion?
Well, I mean, there's no motions right now in effect. I'm going to open the floor right now for discussion.
Just discussion between.
Just discussion between board.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
You haven't heard anything yet on the health insurance, right?
Only thing that we have been working on the health insurance is this. When we built the budget up, we had 2% that was built into it, and talking to the consultants, it went into the 7% range, just like your house insurance, your car insurance, everything has went up. So they were projecting at 7%. Well, in the meantime, we also got with the insurance, and we have transitioned some of our employees. I think there's like 32, 33. Brooke is still here. The school board's still here. At ours too, we transitioned to Medicare. So we were trying to take them off, if they were Medicare eligible, they were able to transition to Medicare. That was an option, and it was voluntary. Now, also the next thing that happened was Mr. Eaton sits on the Health Authority Board with Ballot. That means that's the big board with, the ballot that makes the choice. So he contacted the president of Ballot, and he told me the predicament that we was in with our contract and the percentile increase, and they said they could work with us. Now, what that means is if we take the 2% up to the 7%, we think we can get it within the 5% range. So that is what is in there right now. The employee increase is 3%. We already had it budgeted, which is already in the base. So I don't need to include it as an increase. I only need to pick up from 2% to 5%, which is a 3% increase. So those two line items take care of the Russell County school section and the county section.
So, more clarification, I understand. You've got Russell County employee health insurance costs. I get our employees, but why is there Russell County school employee health insurance? They carry the insurance, so why is that says school employee health insurance?
Well,
explain that.
Okay, I can do that. Okay, now when the school board asked for, and you heard mentioned during the meetings, what they're asking for is the one step in the 3% for the regular employees. Well, the additional, now, their cost is going to go up on their county side. So they manage the health care program, like school does. But they're going to have a cost of $82,354. That's at 3% that's going to have to be added to them that they say they need.
So is that, so we, the Board of Supervisors, is paying the $82,000 of their, like,
Employees.
support personnel?
And teachers. That's everybody that's on the health care program. That includes our side, their side. Our side is everyone that's under the Board of Supervisors autonomy.
Yeah, we've got it $37,000.
And then 82,000 covers everyone that's on the school side.
So we're paying 3% of their health.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they're asking for it. You're not yet.
Okay. And, all right, we have also number 6, Russell County Board of Supervisors health insurance. How many, how many school board members are carrying health insurance? Did y'all look at that? Because we're looking at it. 3 school board members have insurance, okay. So did y'all put, because Lonzo has this on this list of reductions, so do you have that on y'all's list as reductions? She said yes.
They do have it as,
So when we're reducing our Board of Supervisor member insurance, y'all are reducing y'all's, right? Discuss it, okay.
what was
I'm just doing a comparison, yeah. No problem.
and I can't talk for the school board. I can only say.
Not for us, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm just being nosy, just questioning.
Any more questions?
Kind of changing the subject on you a little bit, Lonzo, and
Yes,
what
sir.
me and you discussed today about the property sales.
Yes, sir.
And I know, I've got wrote down here, this board agreed to sell the VFW building and then a house across the street here.
Yes, sir.
And then the school board, JJ had told me, and I went by, there's this house that they're selling. So,
At Castlewood.
yeah, Castlewood House. I think possibly under contract. Then you've got that estimated here for 266,000, is that right?
Well, the 266 that you see here off to the right, that's 131,000 is FEMA recovery, and the rest is for the property sale net minus the auction cost and legal cost. That will be going through the treasurer's office June the 9th. Alicia, June the 9th? June the 9th at 10 o'clock. 1 o'clock, sorry.
Okay, June 9th. I was asked that today too, actually. So then this tax sale, is any of that money, if the property sale and bring whatever's owed against them, I don't know how it works. We might not get anything out of the tax sales. We might just be getting property put back on the tax roll.
I hope we do.
Is there anything anticipated that these properties could bring in revenue to the county at that June 9th sale?
Yeah, if you remove the 136, probably net minus and we were being conservative when we took a look at the house up here in the American Legion, which is not in that good a shape, to get it back on the tax rolls, so that way
That's why I said I don't know if the goal is to actually get any of our tax revenue back, or if it's just to get it on the roll.
It is get it on the roll and get revenue. We will sell it for whatever.
Is there any estimate on revenue on that June 9th sale?
If based off of what the house right now, and use the assessments.
I mean the properties outside of the house in VFW.
Any additional revenue other than that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like whatever, these properties that are being sold for the back taxes, is there any potential for revenue from those properties?
Alicia, if you want to come
that'll
up
have
and
to come
answer.
from Alicia. I've got the sales of the property and the FEMA.
I mean, I don't know what properties are for sale. It could
Yeah.
be 10, it could be 1. I don't know.
Okay. Microphone.
Get her a mic. Hang on just a minute, please. Please, Alicia.
Yes. Yeah. Here you go, Alicia. You just shout at me.
My phone's lighting up. We got the other 17,000 residents watching, so.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, how that works, our tax sales, is, of course, we have to have several people here to make it legitimate that we had enough people bidding on the properties, or Judge Moore won't approve our properties. But once they're sold and he approves the sale, then if it brought more than what the taxes were owed against it, then that money will go in after the taxes and the cost are paid. Then that money goes into an escrow account, and it's held for 2 years for the people that maybe owned the property or was heirs of the property. And after they've got 2 years to claim that money, it's held at the clerk's office. And once that money, if it's not claimed, then it could come back to us. Very rare cases.
What about the money beyond
They get it.
before the escrow? So essentially your tax revenue.
If it brings more than what the taxes are on that piece of property.
I understand that,
Okay.
but what I'm asking is there any potential for revenue to the county through this tax sale beyond paying the auctioneer and the legal costs to sell the property?
Yeah, but there's really no way of knowing how much that's going to be, because you don't know what somebody's going to bid on that property.
So they don't always bid
No.
what the taxes is owed?
No.
Okay.
No. And then it's up to Judge Moore to decide if we have.
I was thinking you could just take, these 10 properties have $10,000 owed on it, and we could potentially get that $10,000.
No, it just goes to the highest bidder, and you might have a property that's worth $5,000, and the highest bid we've got is $1,000. And so then that's up to them to decide if we had enough bidders here to make that a legal sale for somebody.
Okay. Thank you. Last thing I got for you on the revenue side, Lonzo, is I was reading Governor Youngkin
Thank you.
signed his bill, and that there was going to be some FEMA reimbursement.
That is correct.
Through that funding.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 131,000 including the state reimbursement? Or is it before the state reimbursement?
Well, the FEMA, the 131,000 I got into the FEMA line that in conjunction with the property was 131,000. That is what the county is getting back from Hurricane Helene. That is only that is not included in the February. We're still doing the analysis on the February flood to be able to get what is eligible for emergency debris and public assistance. So that is still being determined.
Is the state going to cover any of that cost from Helene?
That is the.
It's included in the 131.
The FEMA, yes, but clarity. Russell County will be getting $131,412 from Hurricane Helene. Now that doesn't mean.
So that's from the state and from FEMA?
Yes, that's both. Now, that doesn't mean individual assistance, the ones that out there that's got their own house and their farms. That's just money back to the county that the sheriff department got overtime. Our response was, that's the county, what we expended, during that little period, for overtime. Because we don't get regular salaries back on reimbursement. We only get 75% back of FEMA money. So it came out to $131,000, and Sheriff Watson's here, and as majority of it was him, he had chainsaws with every one of his deputies. So they did an enormous amount of work plus what we did in the county. So that's emergency debris removal and then public assistance.
So your estimate for the 3 properties that we have for sale, counting the house at Castlewood the school board is selling?
Now, I don't have the one at Castlewood. The only one I have in my estimate is the house that was with the disabled that came out of the Cumberland Plateau Housing Authority, and the one that's sitting on Pioneer Drive. The property at Castlewood is still in the school board.
Okay.
Right, Jay?
Does the school board get that revenue, or is that to the county? How does that work?
You're talking about the county property that's sitting down at the school?
That house at Castlewood, is that school revenue or is that county revenue?
That's county revenue.
Okay, so can the sale of that house go towards these line items that we've been discussing, the insurance and the...
That's at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. But
Okay,
I'll leave you a bud in here first, though. And I just got to say it, because if you don't, we're going to be in here next year looking at this. You got to, when you do a tax rate, and Mr. Hensley knows, but it's at the discretion if y'all want to do it. And there might be a way of working through this. A budget is year to year. And you can take sales and property and if you have a one-year expenditure, take that property and pay it off. When you set a tax rate, if you leave it at 6 years, that tax rate's got to give you a cost of living from the base to 6 years out. Now, the Board of Supervisors has the autonomy. They can set that 1 year assessment, 2 year, all the way up to a 6 year assessment by code. So, but whatever you set now has got to last you. If you don't, we're going to be back in here next spring having the same argument. And everybody to come back again, it's going to get hard every year for 6 years. There's going to be a lot of hurt feelings. But the point is, and it was brought up before, maybe on things, and Mr. Eaton came up with this one, and he can elaborate better than I can. When we're sitting there looking at what I'll call play and plug numbers, it's plug and play. So if you have something that goes in 1 year, it won't transition to the other year. It's a temporary. Maybe instead of taking money, because you're going to have to build an animal shelter, take the funds from these sales in the FEMA and put it, and that way you're not pulling it off the general fund. Dedicate it to a specific capital outlay project. That way you're not having to pull it off the taxpayers' regular dollars in this calculation of this tax rate. That way it don't take you down. You've got the base set, but you've also have built a big capital expenditure that is not on the taxpayer's dime. So you're taking the FEMA money And the property itself that, it was extra income, and you're fulfilling that $350,000 void.
And the 350 is the estimated cost of the animal shelter?
Right now, based on conceptions of what we got, based off of what the Virginia Department of Agriculture and Animal Control, they have a conceptual models based off the square footage, and it's based off actually the number of dogs. Believe it or not, they have a science on dogs and cats. Each dog has a set square footage that they have to have. A cat has to have it. They have to have the examination rooms based off of that. And we're not talking Taj Mahal. Anybody ever built a building this size, it's only for, it's going to be a shell building on concrete slab, very nice, rock front, and it's mostly open base. But these are not going to have their individual pits that you heard Miss Meiser talk about, veterinarian. She talked about these pits that are in. We're looking at stainless steel that lasts 10 to 15 years. Something that we ain't having to paint every year and clean every year. It's stainless steel. It has one system that goes into the water and sewer system. It's amazing what systems they have for animals these days. So we're not building the Taj Mahal. It's an animal shelter. It's to take care of what we got and be able to transition. And one of the things, and I'm just going to give some accolades to the veterinarian. We get a lot of awards and the grants, if you'll pay attention throughout the year, to our animal shelter, because, she doesn't euthanize unless it's either ill or trauma or something. I mean, we have a great animal shelter. We just don't have a great facility, and it's old, and it's the town. Tony, if you're still here, I'm sorry, but it's worn out. So that's my suggestion. That's up to the discretion of the board. If they want it, you can take it and play and plug for 1 year, or you can take it and dedicate it to a capital outlay project. That's up to you.
Mr. Lister.
Yes, sir.
The revenue line item for machinery tool tax, I believe we spoke about that before, and we do not have any revenue figured into that line item for projection for Tate Industries. Is that correct?
For Tate, Ernie's here. We do have this year's, yes.
That's included in that total?
Yes.
So we're only expecting to gain $5,000 Tate's Industries?
No, Tate was actually in it when the budget began, based off the projection of the performance agreement. That's the way we did both Tate and Siemens. Now, way it works is, when they first started, and Ernie's more than welcome to come up here and elaborate on it, as Tate, when they first they put in more equipment since then. So that'll have to be evaluated, brought in 26. Does that make sense? Same way with Siemens. Same way they upgrade their equipment. And then there's one other project, it's on the table I can't discuss.
Sure.
That will go on there too. And Ernie and I sat down and had a meeting last week on projecting what we would get in addition out of these new companies, and it'll be about, and my estimate was around $325 additional $1,000, but I can't count it until we get there.
Not this year?
It's in 26, coming in it'll be in 26, yes. But it may not be in the first phases, because where the current project sets.
Right. So you're expecting the second half of this budget year, is that what you're saying?
Altogether aggregate, but that doesn't machine and tool. That's not 325,000 machine and tool. That's real estate, machine and tool, and PMP.
So for
Ernie
our
and
budget,
my off year.
For our budget, we've got on there.
Yeah, I'm good.
Looks like
That's it.
1.05 million on the projected revenue for machinery and that tool. That's about 5,000 more than last year.
Yeah.
Which they had their facility up and running at the beginning of the year, so that's why I was just wondering or is there an agreement that they don't pay machinery and tool until a certain period?
Now, on the machine and tool, as you'll look on this, behind you, up on the big screen, this was ran today. When we projected with what we knew based off performance agreements on the business that we had, we projected $1,040,000. See, right now today, which we're already at May 1st, which means we only have 60 days remaining in the current fiscal year, we're $50,000 behind in that projection right now. So we had to be very conservative when we do this because we know what they're paying. They're not going to pay more tax than what they have to. So we're right, really, if you look at what is occurring in a current amount, which is $56,000, if we collect that in May and June, we'll be within the margin of error within that $1,050,000.
Right. So that was for last year, right? But we're talking about.
That's current, that's right now today.
That's right now.
That was ran this morning.
Gotcha.
Yep.
But moving into next year, based on assessments from this past January, moving into next year's budget, that's gonna stay the same?
No, it will go up. Now, if the other business goes in.
Right, but they won't be taxed until.
That's correct. What you'll get in addition, and Ernie can speak, what is additional equipment that they have added in as they build up onto this next one. Now, right now, we have it meeting $1,050,000. Now, if I take a look at the budget on machine and tool, just a second. Now, I've got it set at $1,050,000. The same thing. That's absolutely correct.
But we should see an increase in that.
You will see an increase in that.
We know approximately.
If the one that's not completed yet, I can't.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you do the other one, I'd say around 140, 150 out of the next year, Ernie, if I'm hitting the numbers are correct, based off their depreciation schedule.
On current, not
on the current two ones that we are absolutely firm on.
Okay. So about 150.
Yes, sir.
More, plus if we can get the other.
Yeah, that's correct. And even on it, and the treasurer will tell you too while you're talking about it, and that was one of the things that we did. We didn't want to, Steve and David, we didn't want to push all of these tax increases on real estate. So we went back to what I call the king and queen of taxes. We went back through the mineral tax and the personal property tax. And, you know, the M&T, the top kings and queens of tax at 17 million that you're setting here. And as y'all have looked through your budgets, take a look at the changes, we have increased on the P&P, which is coming from businesses that have increased. You'll look at from one to the other, it's increased over $220,000 since your first little budget to now. I'm moving with today's date, so I've got in at $5,198,000 right now. And if I go to what the report is, as you can see on personal property, if I take that plus the delinquency, and I'm counting delinquency, if I had $200,000, I'm at $5,183,000. So I can't. It's came in about 430, but that 430 was back taxes and collections. That will not be applicable in FY26. We're using that right now to pay it. You know, whatever we got. The SBAs, y'all spent $375,000 on those. Plus, I had to have a couple more refit. That was an additional $20,000. So that one line item, which y'all sitting here talking about for SBAs for the fire department that they mentioned before, was a $400,000 line item that was not budgeted for, that you're going to have to cover. So whatever excess that we got, I don't care if we go through the public service taxes or the mineral taxes or the rest. Look at the bottom line. We'll be lucky to break even. I mean, no reserve. There ain't a reserve in there anyway, but I'm telling you, there's nothing left. That's why it's so desperate. I know that everybody's heated on this, and everybody has an opinion, but the numbers are the numbers. I can't make them up. These are what goes to the state of Virginia, goes to the treasurer. This is what is looked at. This is what's sent in through the auditors of public accounts. I can't make these numbers up. I would love to, and Alicia would love to be able to have a copier to print this stuff off, but we can't. And it's not fair to put it on to the taxpayers, but what is it, what services, back to the 37, does the Board of Supervisors, and what you've heard tonight here, and what you've heard out from your constituents, what's most important in Russell County? And there's the 37. And Lord knows we had a hard time putting these on the list, but it was not supposed to win in the public. I mean, it wasn't.
Why are we projecting the food and meal tax down 20,000 this year when it's raised? It's gone up every year. Just curious. It's looking like last year was 180, projecting 160 this year, 160 for next year.
We looked at that one and the cigarette tax. I said, everybody quit smoking because it got too expensive. The same way with McDonald's. Everybody been to McDonald's lately? It's $12 to buy a Big Mac now. And what y'all got to remember, the meal and food tax, the meal tax, it's only applicable to, we can't tax the towns. So all the McDonald's and that's not where it comes from. This is only the Valeros and the stations that's outside the jurisdictions of the town. So we can only tax those. If they stop and get a piece of pizza at Honeacre in Rosedale, or if they stop up here and get potato wedges and nuggets at Valero, that's it. And I walked in from church the other day, and I'll give y'all an example. I walked in to get a chicken biscuit. Get what a chicken biscuit cost. I was going to get 3. $15 for 3 little biscuits. Go buy them yourself. I mean, but I didn't mean to be facetious, but nobody's eating out as much as they are now. Everybody's being conservative. It's hard to, on the family and the budget and AEP. We know all this. We hear it. But what does Russell County citizens want? What is the magic number? And another thing I want to make sure that y'all know too, that when you sit and look at these numbers right here, and I'm going to back to these, and be very careful, because I ran these numbers. Our average of real estate overall went up 36.21%. Right there's the number. That has been verified by the state of Virginia, etc. If you push this rate down, and if you go down to 52, you're going down 17%. So if you take 17% from 36 out of that tax rate, I'm pushing into, because businesses only went up 20. Agriculture went up 23. There's no shortage of agriculture land. There's no shortage of businesses in Russell County that's pushing the prices up. Only housing. So what you're doing, you're pushing that rate down to where you're trying to get the residential down, and you will, and we can, but you got to be very cautious, very conservative, or very aware of, you will get it to the point that you're giving the tax and the agriculture a tax break, and all the tax burden will be on the residential. I don't care how you run this or how you do it, that is the way it works. You got 20%. If you take it down 17 to 52 or 53, you're just going with right at what the businesses went up. So if you push their rates down, when we looked at 22,424 partials and looked at this, a lot of agriculture, especially if you look at these numbers right here, that it only went up on 20 to 100 acres, only went up $36 million. That's it. That's not a lot for 20 to 100 acres. Who would like to have 20 to 100 acres in this county? But same way here with this one, it went up 30 million. That's not a lot for all of these big tracts of acres that we've got in the county. It only went at 23%, but the point I'm making is there's a balance to where the residential is not carrying the tax burden. And there's realtors sitting here shaking their head. They know what I'm talking about. When we push that rate down, they're going to be pushed up. There's a breaking point to where you're not carrying the tax burden on the residential. Lord, I've talked way more than I'm used to. But I want y'all to understand the importance of this. This is not a budget year. The budget is coming next. When you set this tax rate, you'll be setting the budget. That's a 1-year period. You can use these play and plug numbers. But when you set that tax rate, if you don't, what are you going to do on the next 3% raise? Because I know what the state with the $4 billion surplus is going to do. The Constitution officers in schools be going to get another 3%. What are you going to do? What are you going to do the year after that? It's progressive. It's progressive. Every year. So whatever you set, it's not a budget. It's a tax rate. If you decide to take it down to every 2 years, we discussed that with the Department of Tax too. But what the problem is, and the realtors will tell you in here, we only have about 300 to 350 appraisals or sales in this county per year. That is our average. If you only go with 1 or 2 years, you have to use what they call indexing in conjunction with the appraisals. What that does is you'll index these big subdivisions and these houses, but what will do, it will hurt the citizens that are not in that subdivision. Like on the backside of the counties, or the properties are not accessing or going up as fast in places that are not selling. So again, it would be an unfair tax advantage. So when they looked at our profile of Russell County, I said, what is the optimum time of reassessment? They said, Alonzo, based off the number of sales, based off your assessment, based off your 22,424 tracts, this is your optimum reassessment if you board of supervisors at their discretion. It'd be a 3-year period. You've got enough comps over a 3-year period to be able to come to a fair assessment and not over-assess or under-assess any properties.
Is there a rough idea on how much that would be every 3 years versus every 6?
Well, okay, I can do that. In your budget, assessment is $500,000.
So is that $500,000 every 3 or half?
It depends on how you do it. Now, there's
So
different ways, and this is getting into.
What I was asking, I was hoping it'd be cheaper if you'd done it quicker,
It's based off the number of partials. It has nothing to do with quicker.
Okay, I was thinking the number of sales.
No, it's the number of partials.
And then you break the sales into the parcels.
No, it's the number of partials. Every contract, every assessor it's per partial.
First of all, since we're having this robust conversation, I would prefer that I'm going to stick this right out here and go for it. So number 25 through number 37 is a big fat no for me. I'm staying. Okay. I'm not getting rid of any employee. I'm setting those. Okay, so I got a thumbs up from Steve. I don't know what's going on down on the other end. So that's how I feel about that. Also, number 19 through 20, I'm keeping the fire departments where they are post-COVID, correct, Mr. Lester?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not going back to pre-COVID, so they are where they are today, tomorrow, next year.
Okay.
All right.
You're running.
So I'm firm on those. I'm 19, 20, 21 through 37, I'm firm on.
So 19 through 37, no cuts.
No.
Correct.
No, she said 19. She said 19 and 20.
19 and 20.
Okay, 0.
21 through 37,
Okay.
I'm firm.
Now, everybody's got to agree on this. So
Well, I mean, I'm just throwing, if we don't throw something out here so we can back and
move
forth,
forward.
that
I'm
we're
with
never
you.
gonna get
I'll
anywhere.
put in anything that the governing board wants.
All right, let's
Go
look
ahead.
at it. Let's look and see where we are. All right, we're keeping that. And currently, right now, on the top row, I'm going to sit with 1 through 6. I'm negotiable on 6 if the school board is negotiable on theirs, but that's where I'm standing right now.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we ain't down to 10 yet.
We haven't got there, but okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back to 1 and 6. This is very
1 through,
important.
I'm keeping 1 through 6 intact.
No cuts.
No cuts.
That's just answer it that way. No cuts.
Okay,
Okay.
that's my suggestion.
Okay, and number 6, it's at what?
I'm leaving it until we hear from the school board how they're gonna handle theirs.
Okay. Well, you're running out of room here. So you got the trash sites, the solid waste, the Honeacre Cannery, Honeacre and Castlewood Canneries, and the Honeacre and Lebanon Library. That's on the list. Now, one of the things on the library that I will say, now, that $260,000 does not cover the 100%. There is a $210,000 grant that's in conjunction with it. So if you give up to 260, you lose 210. So
So that's just salaries of the
yes,
two libraries.
that's correct.
So how many employees are there?
Canneries and the library are off limits for me.
Okay, y'all run me.
So we got 11 through 18 is kind of what we're left with. Is that what?
No.
No, we're still working
You
on
still
it.
got 7, 8,
Okay.
9, 10.
Okay.
The canneries and the libraries, what is the feeling? I mean, I can't plug numbers.
I won't vote if they're not. I won't vote for anything.
Why, we're not down to that one yet.
We haven't got there yet.
Well, I can tell you right now, what are you gonna do about all the
Let's
students
do-
that signed up?
That's
It's look at
pulling the rug out from under all the students are in it.
No, right now, we're looking at 7 through 10. Yay or nay? All right. If we can
I
get
mean,
to
I
it.
don't see why
a
we
minute.
would get rid of the solid
Public-
waste are at the two libraries?
Do what?
How many employees are at the two libraries?
Okay, hang on, I've got those numbers too.
I'm okay with closing the trash sites.
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
She asked how many employees are at the library.
6, 8.
Zach?
Well, how many employees do you have?
She's got
How many employees?
She's
do
got
you have?
4
12?
full-time. She doesn't understand what you're saying. She's got 4 full-time and 8 part-time. That's the 12, right? Am I correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Now, do you receive any funding from the towns, Ms. Pam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I was thinking on there, I saw something about 11,000.
Yeah, that was the previous director. That was usually what she had put at the first of the year before she transitioned. Yeah, we've corrected that
Gotcha.
since, yeah.
Steve, you said earlier that 56 cents was the number that you wanted, and that would cover everything. But now we're looking at 58, is that correct?
It's changed now.
Yeah, that's due to the insurance, Mr. Kaiser. That increase in, because at the time, we had to go up from 2% that was already plugged and put those additional ones in. And we were also hoping that we could cut the regional jail, but that was a battle. I mean, we had Washington County and
Brag on
Dixon.
yourself a little bit. You did make a good trip. Okay.
Yeah, we got them cut at $100,000. Yes, we did. Yeah,
I think the taxpayer
Yeah.
needs to know you did.
Yeah, we
get
did.
100,000 cut off that.
We got them to cut it 380 the first time and 100,000 the second time.
So we're 57.9 or 58, basically?
Right now, and if you approve if 57.9, nothing goes on the list.
Yeah.
That would cover 100%. This.
All right,
list
here's your motion, 50.
Well, I had one more question,
Okay.
real quick. Mr.
I'll make a
Lester,
motion that we set the tax rate at 57.9.
Can I just ask one more question
Absolutely.
real quick? Okay, so you had sent out the letters for, I think it's IDA and Spearhead Trails.
Yes.
IDA wanted 50, but you've got listed 70. Spearhead wanted 25, and you've got listed 35.
The Spearhead, that is their annual maintenance fee
Mhm.
that they've got that was given last year.
Yeah, the 25,000 is according to this that I have printed out,
Uh,
not 35.
They asked for 35 last year. So,
Oh, well,
see, they
February 7th of 2025, it says, "We are requesting renewal for the 2026 fiscal year at the county's generous contribution of 25,000.
That's not the maintenance fee. They
Okay.
want that in addition to the 35.
They want that in addition to it.
Yes,
Okay.
that that's a budget decision.
Okay, so the 25,000 is a budget decision, but the 35 is
Yep.
contractual?
Here,
or-
hang on just a second. Let's just clear this up right real quick.
And then the same with the IDA where it said 50 and then 70, which I'm a no for either one of those.
Okay, hang on just a second. There is the tax.
I can agree with that.
You agree?
Yes.
Just a second. Y'all are, well,
Okay, I got a motion on the table. 57,
y'all got me on these numbers now.
57.9.
57.9. And that keeps everything funded?
57.9 keeps everything funded. That's y'all's discretion.
I got a motion.
Because of the health insurance and the non-reduction of the regional jail.
We don't do this for the rest of the
I- I can't hear Mr. Reed. I apologize. The fans over here running.
If we go back, I mean, if we don't fund it fully without any cuts, we're dooming ourselves next year because we're going to have to come back. We make a bunch of cuts and we don't get any kind of increased revenues coming in. Hopefully we will, but we don't know. We're going to end up, back here arguing again next year, about making an additional increase in the tax rate. Let's set it for what it takes to, pay the bills. It funds the teachers. I mean, if we don't fund that step increase, that 3% for the employees, it just wipes out everything we did and all the work we went through last year to get to the point that we could give them that raise that brought it up. My wife was one of those teachers that got caught in that period where there wasn't a step increase, and she suffered. So, I know how important it is. So, that's my motion. I hope I get a second.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. I'm gonna give up my chairmanship, turn it over to Mr. Breeden as chairman.
Second. Now we're discussing. We'll turn it back over.
Mr. Lester, my concern is if we give a step this year, is that number go up again next year?
Yes.
Salaries are progressive.
So
That's what I say. If you don't, we're going to be back in here.
that step in the salary increases will be $500,000 again next year.
Well, it depends on how much the state gives. If they don't,
So it's not.
what you got to remember is the
It's
state.
it's variable.
Well, I'll just give you a heads up, and you've read it too, Mr. Hensley. The state has a $4 billion surplus. So you can guarantee that the teachers will get another raise next year.
Well, here's my worry is, and I've been told I hated teachers, and I don't hate no teacher. A teacher taught me how to learn to read all this stuff right here. But if we do this, then are we gonna have to come in next year and raise taxes another 3 or 4 cents?
Well,
We're covered under the
Because
tax
this is about what, a
Well-
16% increase, something like that?
9 and you're at 13.5, 13.6 right now between both years, yes. But one of the things that Mr. Kaiser was alluding to is, are we going to have additional revenue source? And out of the machine and tool, you know, we're not just putting everything on the back of real estate. We're going to go after more P&P and M&T.
One problem with just doing the 3% and not doing the step is, every time the state mandates that 3%, it puts us further, the gap between us and the adjacent counties further apart. 3% of Washington County's average salary is a lot more than 3% of
That's
our
correct.
average salary.
That is correct.
So we don't gain any ground at all. We just get further and further behind. You know, we can say, well, we're keeping up with that 3%. Yeah, we're drifting backwards down the river. So unless you do something like, and I know exactly what Dr. Ritter's talking about, you've got to make any headway, you have to do that step and try to move the boat a little bit.
And not just,
A lot closer than what we've ever been.
and not,
We've been trying 9 years to do this.
and not to put the school board on the spot, but even next year, they're going to have to find cuts too. Because you know where we're at right now to be able to make these numbers work. As the county as a whole.
We don't think it's going to be a different world next year.
Yeah.
With some businesses and industry.
One of the things y'all got to remember is, and I'm going to point this out, and this has hit our flag. I don't know if it's hit the IDAs yet or not. I'm pretty sure it has. Buck One just laid off 140 employees. Now, what that means to Siemens up here is it touches them. So be cautious on what you do right now. You see what I'm saying? Be cautious of it, because, you know, they could have that, what they're producing, you know, if the mines go down, it could hurt them. And so is Gen Chem, which y'all never hear about, which has got running 3 shifts. That's setting up in the Cumberland Plateau Industrial Park, which has an enormous amount of machine and tool and personnel. I think they're into 60 some employees up there, and they make great money. So if mining gets touched, it's going to touch here hard.
My opinion on that is that they probably lost some contracts, because some of that coal, the metallurgical grade coal, is going to some foreign country, maybe China, I don't know where their contracts are located. But it's part of the tariff issue, which I think is going to be, I'm hoping it will be a
Clear it up.
temporary
We do too.
situation. You know, in 6 months, it may go away. You know, I can't say that for a fact, but it just all falls in place with what's going on, worldwide right now.
Yeah, and if you look at the tariffs, and I hate to get into the national news, but the tariffs, it's going to work now because of the negotiating power, especially with China. But the problem is this, from us sitting in Russell County here tonight, it's going to delay that machine and tool. They may have to stand down the same way Buck One did. You see what I'm saying? So y'all got to, there's a lot of variables here that y'all got to take in consideration. So, because I don't want to be in here and, y'all next year hearing the same story. Why didn't you consider this? Why didn't you consider that? You have to consider all of these issues as that will affect you at this level. This is ground level, ground base level. So, that's it.
Further discussion?
I would be inclined to get rid of 7 and 8. I would really be inclined to close the canneries. I know that is a dirty word, and I'm all about canning, and my family does too. However, they're just hemorrhaging, and I would go for that. But
You
I
said
hear
7,
this-
8, 9?
Those unmanned sites, though, I mean, they are convenient for people. I know we use Finney all the time where I live.
Okay.
And a lot of people do as well.
Is it,
And I'm
are
sure
we
it's
talking
this-
about the canneries or the trash outs?
I'm talking
now?
about the trash.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll move that back in.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's something that, trash is one of those things that everybody uses. everybody.
Everybody.
So, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should be working toward a man. I'm with Mr. Breeding. We need to be working toward manned sites that have compactors that work for our communities. And I'm grateful that you all helped me get rid of an unmanned site down there that the Bears was abusing, so.
I think we can, I honestly believe what we're working on, what I've been working with Ernie and IDA on, be a game changer for the county. But for right now, if we go back, it's a slippery slope, because if you start expecting people to pay taxes and then cut their services, all this trash is gonna go over the hill. It's gonna go over the hill in Terrace District. It's gonna
I
go over
agree.
the hill and drill.
and we really have to watch that,
And-
like you said.
and we
It was
honestly
mentioned
made-
to me that it'd be floated down Moccasin, so.
Andrew's already got the phone
No, I
calls.
agree.
Yeah.
But we've made strides to move forward. We want everybody and our citizens to understand, if you look at this like a business or anything else, I mean, I had a business for 30 years, and if I hadn't bought equipment, kept up with technology, I've been out of business. And I had to spend money to be able to keep my business afloat and make money. Did I want to do that? Nope. I'd like to have been able to say, no, I can just put this money in my pocket and we'll just go on, but then I would have started losing customers like crazy. And then I would be out of business completely. You know, I don't want to go backwards. I think we could sustain this for a year, and then we can talk about it as
See
a
what
board
happens.
to look at these types of cuts.
We need to be working towards placing those
Yeah.
unmanned sites, particularly one in Drill.
That one is, actually, we get more trash at that site than we do at the Lebanon. As heavy traffic, it comes through Lebanon. It's Drill, we have to shut it down every weekend because they're coming across the county lines. I
So-
mean, and
so-
we've locked it. They crawl over the gate. They throw it over the gate. They
I
go
think
around the gate.
We definitely need to move to that, but,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel comfortable cutting those sites right now. I mean, they're too convenient
Okay.
for people,
All
I
right.
think.
And if
Very
you
good.
shut the canneries down, then you're gonna neglect a lot of people's opportunity to
Yeah.
utilize those canneries.
Yeah, that is true.
I agree.
People are having a hard time. I've seen more gardens, I've seen people till up their yards to put a garden out, to try to help them. And we have tried to fix that, we got funding to upgrade the canneries and through the Tobacco Commission, and we've worked hard, I'm telling you, to get us where we need to be today, but I'm afraid that if we go back, I don't know if there's anybody on this board next year that would say, well, we do away with all these services, then you run out of stuff to cut, what are you gonna do? So you're gonna have to sustain, you're gonna have to set a rate that you can sustain without doing that, and hope and pray to the good Lord above that these deals we're working on will come, and I believe with all my heart they're gonna happen. I believe. But I think that we'll be in a lot better shape next year than we are right now.
Lonzo, how many days is Cannon's open now? How?
They're open 2 each. 2
2
days.
days each?
2 days each, yes, ma'am.
I mean, honestly, if you look at a few of these little items, it don't make a dent in what you need to reduce the tax rate. And you're just killing services for no reason. I'm just being honest. I'm being transparent. I want to call for the vote. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Well, but with a show of hands. All in favor? Okay, opposed?
I think we can.
I'm abstaining right now.
Because I
haven't-
think we could,
we
we
haven't-
ask him to find things for us to cut.
I'm glad you said that.
But,
I got thrown under the bus over there.
yeah, but now I'm gonna say this, I'm one
Now
of the
they're
big
amended.
mouths that did say, find things to cut.
We think we've found 2 more cents.
So, and I agree, I mean, I think we need, there was 50-some bags of trash at Drill over Easter break. We do need to make these manned sites. Can we cut some of the hours? Is there anything that we can help cut back to not have such a burden on our people? Can we cut out, I mean, we've talked about 11 through 18. That's basically some of the things I think we can all agree on. What can we work on now? What can we work on?
One thing that we've been working on is Mr. Mays I don't know if you're here tonight, Mr. Mays, or not. He's probably getting a little late. But he asked about a tax exemption for the elderly. And come to find out, we've actually got one.
We do.
It needs some work, and we've been working on it. David and Lonzo and the commissioner and the treasurer, and we're trying to get that one brought up so that it will
During the budget.
go up to about as much as $300. Yes, and this would cover a lot of the people that I really worry about. It's a little old man and woman who's living on minimum Social Security, and they're going to have to make a decision whether they're going to eat or pay their taxes. And if they're like most of them, they're going to pay their taxes. It's just the work ethic that they've always had. You're going to pay your bills. So if we can get them something to wipe out the biggest part of their taxes, that's what we do. So we're working on that, and anybody that has a disability, I don't know if there's any way that we can work the veterans in on this or not. There's nothing.
Veterans
already have a.
They already have.
Veterans already have
Yeah.
one, okay.
But now, I was talking to our treasurer earlier, Steve, and she mentioned to raise the gross income and the net worth, so, on that.
Mr. Lester, you're maybe a little better
That's
at
what
math
it
than
is.
I am.
Wait a minute, we got a legal problem here.
Okay.
Well, we're going to be a little more generous than that.
Mr. Chairman, the motion that was on the table a minute ago that was voted on, could we get a roll call vote on that? Just what the votes were. Yes, because my understanding was it was 2-1 to carry with 4 abstentions.
Yeah,
Never took account of the nays on my count. No one's ever asked that I heard.
Do a roll call. Start with me.
All right, let's have a roll call vote. All those in favor?
On 57-9, right?
57-9, and keep all services intact. With a raise of your hand, or I'll just go individually.
Verbal.
Lou,
I'm District 2. Start with District 1.
District 1,
No.
at large.
Oh, we're going by districts.
Well, I said at large.
That's last, buddy. No.
Tara,
No, sir.
Steve, Rebecca,
No.
Lou,
Abstention, I need more information. I need less.
and I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lester,
Yes, sir.
on that motion, would that be an 18% increase in our tax rate? Is that right?
Roughly.
Roughly?
You're 17.3, something like it, yeah. Something.
Okay. I was done my
Give or
math.
take.
I done my math right. I was just
Yeah.
checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was the one to ask Ernie. Ernie, was that 50,000 or 70,000? I'm still going back to Tara's numbers. I'm still running through those two. It bothers me if the number ain't right. Was that 50 or, that was 50, wasn't it? He was right, 50. I apologize. Because I want 50,000. Okay. There we go.
So, Mr. Attorney, that didn't pass. Okay. Hmm.
Mr. Lester,
So-
can we set a rate here tonight and continue to work through this budget and then set a rate for the December?
No. No.
So it has to be sent for the whole year. Can we do a rebate in December after we continue to work through the budget?
No, costs just too much.
Are you asking, can one be done, and treasurer, you can do an abatement?
What my thinking is I thought I got all kinds of stuff wrote down here about the revenue. And I know it's probably estimated at best, and it could be off. You know, me cruising timber, if I'm within 10%, I'm lucky. So my numbers here probably aren't right, but they're in a ballpark. If we can get some more guaranteed revenue numbers in June for some of the sales of these properties, we got the animal shelter that we have to take care of. That's obvious here tonight.
Right.
We got potential for some other stuff later on in the agenda here. Is there any opportunity to do a rebate in December abatement if some of these revenue numbers come in at or exceeding the levels that I've estimated here and still cover us on our animal shelter?
Is the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer still here? So that's all three of us in the room. That's at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. That's exactly, that's the discretion of the board. But to guarantee the revenue by June, it's going to be difficult.
Well, we're gonna have a tax
You want to set the
bill,
budget.
I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that those two properties sell.
Right. And I'm
Somebody here in the audience sent me that the listing in Castlewood is pending, which I'd already heard that. Maybe we can nail those numbers down just a little bit between now and June 30th when we have to have this budget. And if we set the tax rate, then like at the June 30th meeting, say, I don't know the date, but just pretend that's the date.
Okay, July 1st.
That we set the budget, we have revenue numbers that are better than anticipated.
Right.
I keep seeing these sponsored ads on Facebook for the casino. Maybe the casino does something, I don't know.
The casino, I can guarantee, like I said on it.
So that number.
We got 800,000 that's coming from casino.
That
Now,
number's set by the casino board.
Yeah, that's already set.
So then the number will be set again next year.
Yeah.
Based off of revenue between now and then.
Yeah.
It does look like it's gonna go up though, doesn't it?
It
Mr.
does,
Lester?
it does, but here's how the casino appropriations work. They don't pay you what's anticipated up front, it's what you've earned in arrears. So what we
So
have
it's
done.
always a year behind.
That's correct. So what
Okay.
we're getting paid right now is what we've earned up to June 30th. Now, and I've got the audit here, but anyway, that, when the casino went in, the hotel, it went to, the revenue went up, and we're projecting from the 800,000 to the 1.2 million. That is correct, about $100,000 each. But you got to remember, there's two things. First of all, that's got to be earned first, because the hotel didn't get put in until February. This is just May, so we haven't earned enough on it yet. Next year you will, but you got to
So when
remember.
we're sitting here again next year, that 800 number should
Could be 1.2, but there's a but there. In the casino, and I can show you the
You want
audit.
to use it for two things.
That 1.2 million has to be reduced for legal fees, administration. Believe it or not, we've got to pay taxes. So those three components. But net, probably you're looking at least $1 million. I'm being conservative. At least $1 million, which is 200,000 more than what you're anticipated in 26.
Is that not revenue used, only can be used for public safety and education?
Public safety, education, transportation,
Yep.
lead off you here, you can get any?
Yep.
Thank you, Jeff. You said.
Yeah, Jeff's like, yeah.
Is that revenue?
Andrew's already spent all the gold.
My thinking is that increase in revenue is going to offset that cost that's going to be incurred next year with the STEP program and the 3%.
That will take
state-
care of that would take care of it. That'd be the range.
I went through, I guess I
That's
went
correct.
the long way
I see how
around to
you-
ask a simple
Now, that's
question.
revenue you can depend on. That is revenue. That's not a one-time sale. That is not, plug and play numbers, I call it. That is, anticipated, allocated, projected revenue based off of what the agreement is, net.
Well, when we initiated the staff and agreed to do this, that was our conversation in
Yeah.
the budget committee, is to utilize that additional revenue
See, it's
to take care of
education.
it next year and
Yes,
then the
yes,
next year after,
yes.
because it will grow.
See, right now, what you use the casino funds for is the race program, and of course, the component of the college education, Southwest, which is a mandatory fee, one of those mandatory fees by the state. And you took care of a portion of the raise last year through the casino funds, and the rest went to public safety, which is the courts. So that's the three components, and of course, transportation didn't get any. So that's it. That 800,000, y'all, you can divide it up however you want. If you look at my budget, here you go. Just a second. Right. Hey, that's quick. There's the numbers. It's called the District Regional Improvement Commission. If you'll turn around, it says casino. Right now, we collected in 24, 625,740. In 25, 713, 390. That's this year, and projected 800,000 for 26. So, y'all have not done the budget. Again, you're setting the tax rate tonight. You have not done the budget yet, so you.
Yeah, but we're using the budget to come up with a rate.
That is correct. You're
So,
going.
You set the tax rate.
You're setting the budget. That's correct.
All right, I'm gonna throw one out there, Alonzo. When it kills my tightwad soul. 54.7, and then you can still cut things off this list.
Okay. Then,
But we're keeping 1 through,
1 through 6.
okay.
7 through 10.
You're keeping,
The firefighters.
okay.
And
21,
EMS,
21
and 25 through 37.
Okay. Okay, yeah, go through that again, please.
Okay.
1 through 10, got it.
1 through 6, we're gonna keep.
Yep.
7
through 10,
we're
got
gonna keep. 10 through,
11.
19
And 20.
through 20, the
That's the fire
firefighter and
departments.
rescue squad.
Okay, 21 through 24.
I'm giving you some leeway.
Uh,
And anybody else wants to discuss, they can throw in.
Well-
And 25 through 37, we're keeping.
Well, I'll give you the two ones that want to come
No,
back
we're
at
cutting
back
11
at
through
that.
18, if we can. Anything in that block is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Do like I did, do work study, mow yards, rake leaves, work. It makes a good person out of you to work. So I'm giving you some leeway, Lonzo. Whatever that we can help.
Okay.
But those that I mentioned, I think we need to
Okay.
keep.
I
So
have a
if-
question about the race program. When it was first implemented, was there a cap put on that?
There was. When we first started on it, Steve and David knows, and of course Lou and Rebecca, there was, Dr. Brown came up with a number which wasn't realistic at the time, but he had done these programs before, and he put it before the Board of Supervisors, and they came in with a $75,000 cap. That was it. It's still in the notes. It's still in the budget. But what had happened also in the state, they created what they called the G3 program, which is blue collar. So that took a lot out of that program. Right now, you have about approximately 43 that are active in the program. 43 Russell County students. That's your number right now.
And I know we asked last year too, did you ever get the numbers on like program completion, the types of programs that they're doing, that sort of thing? Do you have any parameters on that? As far as, just not, I don't know how to put it, like that they're going and they're actually getting the degree.
Degree, yes.
Yeah.
Jason
Sorry,
Monk.
I'm tired.
Oh, no, we all, Jason Monk, he's the program coordinator over it with our sheriff department. You know, he keeps detailed records, he works with them, and I'll be glad to send that on to what the percentile of the ones that have
And that's
entered
just
and were completed.
For my curiosity.
Yes,
Well-
and
Well, I don't care to tell you, I'm the one that started the race program, and the reason I
thinking
did,
this and this,
I
and
felt like
giving him that and giving that way
we
leeway
could
is
take
what's due.
people that work in families that pay taxes usually don't get any help.
Giving him some leeway.
And
on
it's, all you're
this.
doing is taking their
Give-
tax dollars and then reinvesting
that-
it back in their
And
child
keep that.
to keep them here
And that's.
for 2 years
Well,
and let them pull their
I'm giving him
community
leeway
service
to
hours.
See what he can do. That's a
What do you
chunk.
look at?
Well, right now, if you'll look on our budget,
Well, I mean, most of them, he works with the majority of them.
he does a good job.
He does a wonderful job. And what it is, they try to get into the field of expertise that they're going to go into. So a lot of it's, nursing, a lot of it's working at the hospital or doing industrial development projects or the town. I know the town of Honaker, we've used quite a few of them, and they come out and they do trash pickup, cleanup days. I mean, they do whatever they got to do. And he works really good with them, not to put much strain on them. The main thing is to make them go every day and make them, they've got to complete. If they don't, they got to pay us back. So it's a good program. It's an outstanding program economically to keep our kids here. Have you ever heard the old saying, you better get your education and get out of Russell County?
Lonzo, am I
Yeah.
correct on this?
Wait a
If
minute.
you'll look
Let's
on
do-
our bills that we're paying this month, Russell County, now Lonzo, if I'm wrong, correct me, but we've got a budget item right here that we're going to approve for this month's bills is $92,186.75 paid for the race program for spring.
yeah, the spring one. So, y'all had budgeted 140, so.
So it's not.
It's running, it
That
is running heavy.
140 is the entire year.
Yes,
And right now, in spring, we're forking out $92,000.
that is correct.
And I've had parents call me and say, well, why's my child being made to take 12 hours when they only need 6? So what not?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean. That's just Russell County only.
Russell County.
Who'd you say gave you that?
Mr. Monk.
Monk, Mr. Monk, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
and that's the reports I was sending out to all the board members.
But that gives Lonzo leeway to look in those
Numbers,
chunks.
yes, ma'am.
So,
Well, when you look at it, 2022 has the exact same number that we have for 2025, but last year in 2024, it looks like we paid out $70,322. Did we just have more?
No, what it
Wrong.
is, what happened is.
But it went up
South-
significantly in '23, so.
Yeah, it went up in '23. What happened was Southwest didn't bill by the June 30th, so it went into the new fiscal year, but I still
Gotcha.
had to pay the bill.
Gotcha.
And it still carried forward in the general fund.
Sorry, my mic is down. So Rebecca made the motion. Did she get a second? No second so far.
I made the motion, yeah.
Did you make
54-7.
Yeah, let's understand
54-7 is the tax rate.
And what do you
I'm
wanna
saying,
cut?
And what I want to cut,
Is
the categories.
Name them all.
Okay.
number 11. You're at 11.
Cut, see, 11 through 18, and 22.
Just name them.
excuse me, Okay.
Lonzo, name
All
them.
right,
Okay.
Race.
11 is the race program. 12 is the ballpark, Little Leagues,
Community
and community
Centers,
centers.
and that's basically like renovations, right, Lonzo?
No, it's mate.
And electricity.
Because you mow, we pay mow, we mow for it and everything now.
Just have to cut the power off
Fair.
at Little.
No. Fair Association, IDA, Spearhead Trail, Board of Supervisors, countywide projects, countywide department travel, Russell County community and nonprofit donations, and that came to $383,502.
Wait a minute. What about Clinch Valley Soil and Water cut?
Okay, I'm getting there, because I've skipped, I've left, Steve asked me. And then 21 to 24 is Soil and Water,
Right,
Plateau
cut.
Housing Authority, the 4-H part-time extension, the old courthouse part-time position, and that is $39,028.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
That's $402,530.
Got one made right now on the floor.
But I haven't got a second yet, so.
She hasn't got a second. I'd like to do a substitute motion then, if that's in order, for 57.9, but include forensic audit required in that total.
Second.
Include what, I'm sorry, didn't. did you say
57.9, that includes a
57.9,
forensic audit.
Requiring,
Okay,
a,
I know, that's what it is.
requiring a forensic audit.
And that includes a forensic audit.
And the forensic audit costs you
And
$125,000.
we should have enough revenue from what we were talking about, from the tool, machinery and tool that's coming in that's not accounted for.
Good. You'll leave everything intact? I'm good with that.
I think it's the only way we're gonna restore trust in our community is to show them everything from a unbiased party.
Okay, I got a motion. Did I have a second? Andrew?
Andrew seconded.
Andrew?
I do want to say something with the forensic audit. That is not a dig at anybody, and I hope people don't take it that way. We do see, though, that the public has lost trust, and I do think that it is important to try to be as transparent, give you all an olive branch, let you see. I hope you all don't take it as a dig, because
Oh, no.
that's not what it
No.
is.
No, 'cause
And I
you-
hope and pray Miss Alicia doesn't take it as
What,
a dig. Because at least for me, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, that is not what it is.
What did we spend, Lonzo, on, attorney's fees for the landfill? Approximately. Of course, over the course of the whole discussion.
Oh, that came out of the ARPA funds. That was approximately, that was special counsel and internal. Hang on just a second, I don't want to misspeak.
Doesn't have to be exact.
Ollie.
Okay, let's
Okay,
move
hang
on.
just a second.
Go ahead. I got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Well, my only point is that we spent a lot of money on that for something that a lot of people didn't want. And regardless of where the money came from, I think most people in this county would like to see full transparency from this board and from this county government. And I feel like it's very important to restore that trust. And
We spend money on every IDA project.
Yeah.
sure, absolutely. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have had an attorney on that project. What I am saying, though, is that it's a good expenditure of money, I think, to build that trust back with the community.
Yeah. And not
Well,
to,
it's not-
it's
it's
taking
not
a
that-
poke, and at
it's
the
not
end of
that
the day, when
important.
we get done, I don't want to hear no more about this.
It's not that important that you find those numbers, Lonzo. I was just
I
saying an example.
get pretty frustrated myself
You're not going to find
that I'm wasting somebody's money.
I'll bill somebody I know that caused this, that's who needs to pay for this. That Southwest Patriot needs to pay for this. Bill him. Bill him the whole $150,000
I thought it was 100.
because he's going to eat it.
All right, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, we got a motion and a second. I'll restate it, please. Setting the rate at 57.9, and that's if we allow a forensic audit on Russell County. All in favor, raise your hand.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, because y'all the first ones are going to be answering to the auditors, because y'all sign off on every dollar. Do we know how this works? It's called CPA, not Southwest Patriots.
Okay, all opposed?
I'm an abstention.
I'm staying.
Well, that's a no anyway, abstentions.
I mean, I don't know. I
Not
don't,
really.
I know. It just.
Well, it don't matter, we got 4 votes, what are you
Got
gonna
the
do?
vote.
Well, I'm gonna say, oh God, I'm
You ought to
gonna-
vote for it since you want a forensic audit. You wanna pay for it, let's vote for it. I can tell you right now, you ain't gonna find nothing, that's a waste of money.
Well, I mean,
I don't know where y'all getting this thing about a lack of trust and a lack of this. I ain't
a
think-
lack of trust, because we do have. people
Right
that
now, they're
always-
seeing a lack of trust.
Okay.
Right now, they're seeing a lack of trust. Oh, sit down, sit down. I don't want to hear you. You're not, sit down. Sit down.
Sit down.
Sit down. I don't want to hear it. Sit down. This is a board discussion. I don't care. Stand up. Just be quiet. Just be quiet.
I'm gonna go ahead and vote for it, because you're right, I did say forensic audit.
Okay.
But, I mean, I can tell that you all got a little miffed about that.
Well, I just don't think you're going to find anything because I've been here 9 years.
It's not
David,
about
I
that.
hope.
It's certified by the state.
I hope to God.
You're
we
gonna-
don't-
you're gonna
I hope we
guarantee-
don't find any.
You won't.
I don't want to.
You won't. It's just you have a lack of trust.
Yeah.
Why are you so upset about it?
Well, because I know you're not going to find anything. I know you're not.
So why are you so upset?
Right
about it?
now, you got the ability to look through everything. Everything. Have you been there, Nate? Have you met with the treasurer? Have you met with the commissioner? Have you looked at the records? No.
It's
You
not,
voted for it, so what are you complaining about?
Well, I'm just
Mr.
telling
Chairman.
you. I'm just telling you.
Mr. Chairman, the motion's already carried. No need for any further discussion on the
Okay.
matter.
All right. All right. So it passed.
Quiet.
Done. Act like a bully. Yes, you voted.
Waste of money.
Waste of money.
Waste a lot more money than that.
Okay, let's move on to line 2. Approval of the minutes. Considered approval of the minutes of the following meeting of the Russell County Board of Supervisors.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Hang on just a minute. If everybody quieten down just a little bit.
Yeah.
Second, Mr.
Some of
Chair.
them's leaving, David.
Huh?
Mr. Eden, some of them's leaving. Now we got to do the.
If y'all don't mind, just walk out quietly. I appreciate it so we can move on. Okay, we got a motion and a second to approve the unapproved minutes of April 7th, April
Don't wear
11th,
these
and April
audit.
15th. All in favor? Any opposed? Approval of expenditure?
Mr. Chair, if we could have about a 3-minute break.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think myself and Miss Rhonda could use one.
Okay, yes, sir. 3 minutes. Check, check. Okay, if everybody could get a seat, please, we want to move on. Yeah. Okay, okay, is everybody seated? Where's Andrew? Is he down there? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and move on. We got a pretty lengthy agenda still to go. Was informed by the treasurer that we need to set the tax deadline. She said recommended June 20th.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to set the tax deadline for June 20th.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, Madam Chair, or Treasurer. Appreciate you. Now we need to approval of expenditures, consider approval of expenditures presented for payment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Approval
Of expenditures.
of expenditures.
Yes, sir.
Need a motion to pay the bill.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have committee appointments for board consideration. Spearhead Trails.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take that one because Mr. Clevenger is from my district, and my district is the only one that's got about 18 miles of Spearhead Trails, managed Spearhead Trails, so I think we left them in our budget, did we not, Mr. Lester? So,
Yeah, now we've got the money to pay him.
So I'll make a motion that we put Teddy Clevenger back on to represent Russell County on the Spearhead Trails Board.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Constitutional officer reports and requests. You might be able to sleep tonight. Okay, Randy, thank you. Here, sir, here.
Yeah. No, I'd like to say, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, everybody that's here, part of them's left. But anyway, I know tonight that doing a budget's a hard thing. I was on the first elected school board, been on the college board, and budgets are tough. And I'm going to tell you, sometimes when you get on these boards, you got to put your big britches on and do what you've been elected to do and what you've been sworn to do. And y'all did that. You got a budget tonight, and you can pat yourself on the back. But anyway, you've been through a lot. But I'm telling you, tonight, as a county, we must, M-U-S-T, we must come together as a county. And I'm talking about myself, all agencies. We've got to join together as one, and we got to work together as one. And if we'll work together as one, we will accomplish much. And I would ask you tonight, just let's bind together. Let's find ways to work together. Let's help one another tonight. And anyway, I'm proud of you on your budget. It was hard work. And thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate you.
He can holler, I've heard it before.
I don't think it's, okay, there we go. Thank you, Caleb. I just want to say I appreciate each and every one of you. I know I spoke to most of you individually. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak to me. Like what Randy said, it's a hard job, and we really appreciate everything that you're doing. And I don't envy you on nights like tonight. It's very difficult, but thank you for what you've done. We really appreciate all the work you're doing. On every side, I appreciate individuals on the board looking out for the taxpayer and thinking about their needs, because there's a lot of people in this county that are hurting every day. And I appreciate people on this board that think about law enforcement and the teachers and everybody else in our community. It takes a village to make a community, and I certainly appreciate everything you do. And I appreciate my government teacher giving me a shout out earlier in the night. That was nice, and he was right. I was not destined to be the Commonwealth's attorney in high school. Thank you for all you do.
Okay. County Attorney reports and requests. Thank you, sir. County Administrator reports and requests. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Lester. Thank you, R.D.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and everybody to my right and my left that's making this process work, we're going to use your text here in a minute with a video and hopefully give everybody a little bit of change of scenery here, get off the numbers for a while. But I am pleased to say that I'm working with a company called West Tech. I'm going to introduce them to you here in a second. And they, in turn, are working with a company called Trilogy. Trilogy, as you know, has been working with Wise County. Let me say quickly that we looked at putting this project here, but we don't have sufficient gas lines to handle it. They're not wide enough, big enough, but Wise can handle it. And so this is a sort of a regional project. But Wise has been working on it for, I guess, 8 or 10 months. They have decided they want to do this, but they've got to have other counties participate. They want Russell County to participate with their tonnage. And of course, there's a process you'll go through that we can get into here a little later. But I want to say that I'm mindful of what's been said tonight. There's been some good points made. I've been around for a little while. I've been a small business owner for some 45 years, a participant. And I'll tell you, I had the pleasure of being on the IDA for some 30 years. And my experience tells me that you've got to do a little bit of everything. You can't just do it for small business. You can't just do it for economic development. You can't just do it for any one thing, because you've got to have all those forces coming together. Housing, that's another subject for another day. But you got to do all these things. However, I do believe that economic development is important and should be used. Now, there's good economic development, there's bad economic development. And I know right now it's pretty clear that the two dirty words in Russell County is trash and money. So I know people don't want to hear about the trash sometimes, but here's the thing. Me personally, that's one reason I'm working on this. Me personally, I feel like we've got to deal with this trash problem. When I was presented with this project here, I just kind of fell in love with it. I think this is a solution. These guys will get into the details here in a minute. And I think we're obligated, whether we're tired of the word trash or not, to try to see if we can make things better for Russell County and the long-term solution for a trash issue. And these gentlemen, I'm going to introduce them here in just a second, but they're willing to take questions from the board and the public. When the board finishes, they'll be glad to take questions from the board and in the public. I would ask that the public, anybody from the public, they'll come up here and use this microphone so that we can hear better. You're having a little trouble with your mics anyway. But I want to introduce you to the owners of West Tech, Joe Mitchell and Joe Lotz from Abington. And I think Joe Mitchell is going to take over after we do the video. Is that right? He's going to do the video first, and then they'll come up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lord.
Trilogy Financial Group's waste-to-energy process originated as a collaboration between U.S.-based technology and mature technology from the Netherlands. The Netherlands, which is about half the size of Virginia with a population of 19 million, has 0 landfills for domestic and only 1 for asbestos. They've been using municipal solid waste, separation, and anaerobic digesters for over 20 years. They have 33 digesters operating in Europe and Ukraine using the same advanced technology that is used in the Trilogy system. process involves shaking the materials while they are moving. Forward motion causes materials to follow different trajectories. The design allows for the separation of the inlet flow into different fractions. Rolling fraction used in separation of larger size 3D materials. Level 1 L and level 2 HDPE plastics are separated and transferred into recycling plants to be baled for a mixture of transport to off-take markets. Mixed plastics number 3 and 7 are separated and transferred to the pyrolysis system and eventual production of methanol. Light fraction is used in separation of large size materials, papers, and plastics. Quality control is the manual sorting of the MSW script to remove items such as food residue and mixed plastics. Recyclable materials such as paper are sent to a shredder, which reduces the size of the material, making it easier to handle. The shredded material is then passed to a pelletizer, which compresses it into pellets. The pellets are sent to the digester. RDF production is produced in the boilers to heat the digesters and for comfort in areas where personnel are stationed. Plant recyclables are transferred to product press and stored for staging for shipment to customers. Organic waste collection. Residual waste enters a trundle stream to further separate organics. Organic waste compost is transferred to the anaerobic digester stream. Anaerobic digester. The organic fractions of municipal solid waste, which includes materials such as attached paper, cardboard, wood, food, and garden waste, is processed using anaerobic digestion to produce biogas. The organic soup from the sorting lines is temporarily stored in 2 to 4 100 cubic meter tanks. From there, it is pumped into the hydrolyzer. Following the initial stage of retreating organic compounds through the mixing tank, the material is fed to the primary digesters. Primary digesters are large reactors, 4 units, with a majority, 80 to 90%. When the anaerobic digestion takes place, the material passes to the after digester, which is 2 units, undergoing further breakdown to maximize biogas production. The Trilogy system will get all liquids for reuse in the process and discharge no liquid waste. The last 5% of very small impurities are filtered off in closed pressure vessels and are transferred back to the digester for reprocessing. The blended mixture is transferred to the anaerobic digester. The biogas generated in the ambient is chilled and compressed where water and a small amount of hydrogen sulfide is removed. The biogas contains approximately 60% methane and 40% CO2. The mixture is forced through a special membrane material which separates the CO2 and the methane based on molecular sizing. The food-grade CO2 can then be used in various markets, such as greenhouses. The water removed in the process is recycled and stored for reuse further in the process. The methane, or renewable natural gas, is then compressed to the gas-like pressure of basically 0 oxygen, H2S, and impurities. The pipeline-grade RNG upgraded equipment will be designed to meet the quality requirements of each specific pipeline company. The meter monitors the gas to verify the gas specification before the RNG can be released into the natural gas line. The gas company has a duplicate meter as a backup that also monitors the gas specification to verify it meets their specification. The BTU CUFT of the RNG can be adjusted in the process to meet the gas company's specifications. This is a 24-hour per day continuous process. All material not directed to the AD system, including wood waste, plastic, fermented methanol using gasification technology, the resulting waste material going to the landfill, which includes sand, concrete, gypsum wallboard, etc., amounts to less than 5%. We'd like to thank you for your attention. For more information, or if you have any questions, please contact us at Waste Tech Energy Solutions LLC, an independent sales representative for the Trilogy Financial. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Chairman and other board members, I'm not here asking you for anything. We are working with Wise County. We have one of these sold and have the funding for it up in Eastern Virginia. The Logan, West Virginia is no longer going to happen. It's going to happen another place in West Virginia, but I can't announce that tonight until they get back from the Netherlands and sign the agreement. So I know we're going to have one in West Virginia. I know we're going to have one up in Eastern Virginia, and if we can get enough trash, we'll have one in Wise, Virginia, okay? And we're already talking, we've already made 2 trips to Nashville. That's going to be really good for us. Henrico County, any place that has a large population. And I just want to give you a general trend to think about. Joe and I go to Vaco, and we saw some of y'all there. So what happens is that they have, the EPA has discovered that there's 2 to 3 times the amount of methane in these landfills than they thought there were. And so they getting real tight on landfills, which means the DEQ and the Tennessee TDEC is going to get tough on it. And so they detected that by satellite and then later by drones. So what we do is we take that methane out here in the trash factory, and we don't put anything in there to ever cause a problem like you had in Bristol, Virginia. That turned out to be multi-million dollars. I think they got 25 million, 26 million from the state, plus they were already in debt 35. And that has the potential to sink the city. But what's happening is landfills are closing in every state at a record number. There's 1 pound of trash per day per person in the United States. 250,000 people equals 600 ton of trash. And that's a great number you can take to the bank. So if landfills are closing, trash is not stopping. We produce more trash per person in the United States of America than any other country in the world. Okay? And we're 15 years behind in the technology to take care of it. So what's happening is that the tipping fees, because the trash keeps coming, you have fewer places to dump it, the tipping fees go up. We talked to people at Vaco that 5 years ago were at $40 and now they're at $60, okay? This is a trend that's going to continue. It's a real problem, and you've got to take care of it so that we don't harm the environment and hurt our water tables, okay? So what this Trilogy thing is, and by the way, that is Joe Lotz and I am Joe Mitchell, and the guy that owns Trilogy is named Joe Anderson. So when we're together, they call us Joe Squared. When we're all 3 together, they call us Joe Q. So you can work with us as long, if your name's Billy, we'll just name you Billy Joe and move on. But you have to be Joe to do this. But Joe Anderson and Ron Slight, he met Ron Slight. Ron is an engineer for them, chief engineer. Ron has spent 10 years in the Netherlands doing these systems. There are about 30 systems in the Netherlands. There's 3 in Ukraine, believe it or not, and they're getting ready to expand one. The Netherlands has 0 landfills to put MSW in the last 20 years, okay? So the marriage between the anaerobic digester in the United States and the sorting in the Netherlands is what makes this possible. Here's the good news. We don't charge localities for these, okay? It's a $130 to $150 million investment, okay? We make our money off the renewable natural gas and a special renewable energy number that we have called a D3, okay? And so we can put these things in. They're going to be from $130 to $150 million. We raise all the money, we build them, and we run them, or we hire an engineering firm to run it. Joe and I are not going to run anything. We're getting once you get 40, you just don't want to work anymore. So we're not going to run anything. But that's how that works. And so I was up there with Mr. Hensley, I don't know, a few days ago, we were in Grundy meeting, and I realized that y'all are in a tri thing with 3 counties, and that board will probably be the one that ultimately makes it. But I didn't want, as a courtesy to this board, I didn't want people putting out rumors and propaganda about our stuff. I wanted to come to you and tell you that this is what we do. It's a one-time chance for Southwest Virginia. Now, I was born in Washington County, but I've spent over half of my life in Russell County, around the Hansonville area, okay? I'm a Virginia boy. I want Virginia to have this newest technology. What we're doing in these 2 other places is these will be the first systems in the whole United States of America, okay? I didn't want to leave Southwest Virginia out. So that's why we went to WISE, knowing it would be an uphill struggle. But that's why we need all the trash that we can get accumulated down there. We say we need 600 tons. We'll do it for a little bit less, but not much, because the less trash you have, the less revenue you have, okay? So we're just wanting to inform you that if we do not get enough trash out of Southwest Virginia, and maybe a little bit out of Kentucky and other places, maybe a little bit out of Tennessee, if we don't get that, we can't do that system. So what does this do for everybody in Southwest Virginia? Well, for one thing, if you're only burying 30 tons a day out of roughly 600, right? Every landfill that you have here will be expanded drastically if they do this technology, okay? But it gives you a 15-year chance, because these are 15-year agreements. It gives you a chance to stabilize what you're spending on trash. I don't know what you're spending. I know what the tipping fee is in Bluntville. I don't know how much you're spending to transport it, okay? You have it off the top of your head, Alonzo? The tipping fee is about $28, right? Right.
There's just a whole bunch of things. I was kind of interested. You culled out the tires. What else was it?
Well, we called out the tires because of the EPA. We were originally going to do paralysis for the tires, okay?
Yeah.
We took those out because we have found someone that will take those off of our hands and dispose of them properly.
So we would bring the tires and everything else. We'd bring all of it in.
Well, you could just leave your tires here and we'll have somebody pick them up for you.
Okay.
Or you could bring them all down there, we'll have somebody pick them
What
up.
were the other? There was a couple of other items.
Well, we cannot take construction debris. There are no BTUs in a brick or a cinder block, okay? We can take paper, we can take cardboard, we can take sludge out of a water treatment plant, sludge out of a sewer plant. We can take any kind of manure that's around, pig manure, cow manure, whatever. We treat that. It loves it.
I'm going to beg your pardon. Is that video somewhere where I can pull it off the internet?
No.
Yeah.
And it's not because it's proprietary. It's not there. We had it up on YouTube for one day and I took it off. So I'll give you a personal copy if you want it.
You send it to me, and all I'm going to do is look at it because I miss a lot of stuff.
Well, I understand.
And it's hard to see that screen.
Yeah, I'll give you a personal copy.
Okay.
I know you a
Yeah,
long
just
time and I
email
trust you. I'll give you a personal copy. Just don't put it out on YouTube or don't do anything with it.
I'll look at it and send
And
it.
you can share it with the board members. That's fine, okay? But anyway, it helps you not to be looking for a place.
Yeah.
As you know, most of Southwest Virginia, including Washington County, where I was on the board years ago, taking their trash to the same place. We're a one-stop shop. And that's not, they say they have 75 years. I'll be honest with you, I've traveled all over. I've never seen a landfill have 75 years. I don't believe it. I think they'll fill it up, and pretty soon when they fill it up, they're going to start charging more money. And so, if you do this with WISE, we can give you, I'm not telling you that Mike Hatfield is not ever going to raise the tipping fee. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the rate of increase will be 50% or less than what it has been in the future. Landfill tipping fees in the United States right now, by best data from EPA, is the landfill tipping fees are going up 8 to 9% per year compounded. So someone was telling me the other day up there that they were paying $28 for a tipping fee. That sounds pretty reasonable. But they also told me we have a 3% price increase. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but I can figure a few things. 28% over 15 years, you'll be somewhere between 40 and 45% with just the tipping fee. And you think transportation is going to go down? No. So for you guys, if the landfill board agrees, this will be a much shorter distance to haul. Your transportation costs will go down. Okay? That'll help you.
Why only a 15-year agreement?
Why a 15-year agreement? Two reasons. One, that's about all anybody wants to do. And the other thing, in 15 years, the way this technology is changing, we'll be replacing the technology. Okay? So, as a matter of fact, since Joe and I have been doing this less than 2 years, they've already changed. Like, we used to put out a fertilized cake. They changed that. Now we're doing green hydrogen and then doing green methanol. So we don't have all that fertilizer because the forever chemicals and the EPA griping about you dump this near a river, we got a problem.
there are no discharges.
We have to get a permit for the MRF system, the sorting system. We have to get a permit for the water, just to hook onto the water. We do not discharge any water. We have our own water treatment plant built in. We have to supplement the water because some of it goes off. There is a minor emissions from the gasifier and a few other things, minor emissions, okay? And just so you know, about 8 months ago, Joe and I went to Nashville and talked to TDEC because we knew we were going to down that way. And they don't have any problem with it. Matter of fact, the EPA has blessed it. They're the one that gave us the D3 RIN, okay? Now we're in the first, we had a Zoom call in November with the DEQ and gave them the first cut to say anything. They said it looked good. So we went back up about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, and met with them in person. And it's not going to be a problem. Okay.
You make your money off the products.
We make money. The plastics 1 and 2. This thing sorts this trash at about a 97 to 99 percentile. Off the plastics 1 and 2, we have people that'll buy them. Plastics 3 through 7, we gasify. Okay. Then we have the cans, the Coke cans, Pepsi cans, beer cans, whatever. We have that. We have other metal, scrap metal out of there.
How do you use that vibration system?
It's a bunch of vibration and conveyors with air, and the light things go way out here, and they catch them, and the other things fall through, and then they just keep sorting. It's not just they run it through one time; it just keeps sorting. So what happens is that the natural gas, the renewable natural gas, is the mother's milk of this thing. Because of the D3 RIN, we can charge people. They use it for transportation, and that's why we have to have a gas line. We put out 2,740,000 cubic feet per day, which is a pretty good chunk of gas. In Wise County, they have gathering lines, as you already know. In another county we're going to, they have a high pressure line. We have to tap into that, and then we have to come back, and as we're putting it in, we have to take compressors and raise it up. So it's either got to be it's got to get to a interstate line somewhere so people will buy it off of there, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah. And you said CO2. Do you make it carbon products?
All right, CO2. So the other part of to be totally transparent with you, I'm not going to tell you numbers, but I'm going to tell you the truth. When you're making RNG, there's carbon credits.
Yeah, it looks like you're making some CO2. You can probably make some carbon.
Well, actually, to be honest, there's about the CO2 world is the most exciting world we're in. I'll just go through 4 or 5 options real quick. Our option right now is we're going to bottle it and sell it to greenhouses. As you know, in America, 2 things are hot. Data centers is these stacked greenhouses, tier greenhouses. Matter of fact, they have one in Virginia that raising the strawberries for 500,000 people. This technology actually comes out of Israel, okay? So we're going to sell that CO2 to them. We get carbon credits on the CO2. If you're in the HVAC business, the new refrigerants has CO2 in it. I can take CO2 and make a powder, and I can put it in concrete and make a concrete part, okay? I can actually get a catalyst and put on the CO2. I don't know what it costs yet, but I can take a catalyst and put it on the CO2 and do even more RNG, okay? But the market for CO2 is exploding all across the nation. So we will see. Right now, you almost give it away. But the carbon credits and the renewable natural gas that we're selling pay about 80 to 90% of this thing. Okay? And it's a good business to be in. For the first time in my life, I can sit here and raise my hand and tell you I'm on the right side of history. All of my life, I've had a pitchfork, and there was a big gully there, and I was trying to get the soup. Well, now I have a shovel. So I'm on the right side of history. This technology will take off. I would say in Nashville, in 5 or 6 years, we'll sell 8. Up in Eastern Virginia, we'll sell 4 or 5 more. We'll be in 5 states in 5 years. We'll probably sell 30 of these things in 10 years. But right now, we're concentrated, except for Wise County, we're concentrating on people that have lots of population and lots of trash. And the reason we chose Wise County is because we wanted to have something good for here, okay? And we've already, if Wise County can't get to trash, Trilogy's already lost $100,000 in getting the paperwork filled out. But that's okay. If they can't do it, they can't do it. So I'm just asking that members of that board, I think both of you are on it, to help us with that. I think it'll initially save you some money, but down the road, it'll save even more money. Okay?
Just so the rest of the board knows, is the Wise County Board of Supervisors and County Administrator is who the Waste Authority will be dealing with, correct?
Yes, you will be dealing specifically with Mike Hatfield.
And the tipping fee will be set by Wise County.
Yes.
So everybody up here and watching knows.
Yeah, be set for Wise County. And then, you know, I don't think their tipping fees are much higher than what you're paying now. I don't think so. But your transportation costs should reduce for some of the counties a whole lot. Okay? But you got to look at it as what's going to happen in the future. And I can tell you what the trends are. If you don't believe me that, just don't believe me, just get on Google. And you'll see exactly the figures I told you about. Any other questions?
Mr. Mitchell, I have one if you don't mind. So the model that you're looking at is in the Netherlands, mainly Amsterdam, is that correct? How many did you say were there?
They have 30 built in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Out of the 30, the chief engineer for Trilogy was involved at least in 15 of those.
Okay, and they're all functioning properly, and the
Yes.
European model is all about recycling, et
Yeah.
cetera. They are very much ahead of us.
Well-
So my next question is...
Let me make one point before you go
Okay.
there.
All right.
Anaerobic digesters have been around for 50 years. They've been in Disney for 50 years. Okay, that's not new technology. The sorting is really not new technology. It's a matter of using a bunch of computers and stuff that you can see with. I mean, some of this stuff, they're sorting down to the molecular levels, much like the TSA has, okay? So it's very sophisticated. Without that, without the marriage of those two technologies, and so you don't have to have human sorting. You could have human sorting in Africa or India or someplace, but here it doesn't work. Employees have certain costs. That machine, we can work it 24/7. We don't have to pay overtime. We don't have any liability insurance. What was your other question?
My next comment or question, more of a comment. Recently, Cumberland County and Powhatan County, I don't know if you know this, and you may
Yes,
already.
I do.
The Board of Supervisors voted there finally, after many years of much debate and many yard signs, they decided that they would not follow through with their landfill. So that is off the table. So I don't know how many people that would serve, but just so you know.
As a matter of fact, they're not the only ones. What's happening on the landfill is everybody's got the NIMBY symbol, not in my backyard. And I understand that, but you got to put it somewhere. And so we offer a smaller footprint. So if you've got a landfill that has 5 years left on it, right? Well, you're only putting in, 5% of the trash. You got a bunch of years left on that landfill. And the other thing that I didn't talk about is how much it's costing now to do a landfill cell, do the liner and all that, monitoring leachate and all that. Page County is doing one right now, a 10-acre one, $1.2 million per acre. Okay? When I was on the Board of Supervisors, you didn't even have lined landfills. You just dumped it in the ground. But that whole process and getting the land, and there's a fight for the land, especially where there's trash. You've got a lot of demands on the trash.
One more. Does your system take into consideration old landfills that may have been capped? I don't know what that costs.
That's a dual question.
Dig up.
The first statement I'll make to you is once trash, the things that rot, to put it simply in country boy terms, that stuff rots. The BTUs get out of it pretty fast.
Okay.
You could go in there and mine that and do the plastics and get out the metals and get out the tires and recycle them. Right now, that's not the low-hanging fruit. That will happen in 15 or 20 years as this problem exacerbates. Okay? You will be mining some landfills. But since the gas is the mother's milk, and that comes mostly out of the food and the paper and the cardboard, I don't see that in my lifetime. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay, turn around the audience, see if they have.
That's okay.
Part of a credit, let's say, you might be familiar with part of a credit forms, right? They have to be certified, right? So we have to go through the same certification process. And we get them certified, and you have to get them certified in order to, so it's the same thing that happens in foreign, that happens in other countries. We are actually hiring a third party to actually market our renewable natural gas and to do all of our carbon credits. They're not here. They're down the road. That's gonna be, we don't have time to sell gas. We don't have time to do carbon credits. It's a lot of money. We want to turn that over. It's better to give them a small percentage and turn that over to them. Keep our money. Anything else? At the end of the day, you're gonna be treating the trash environmentally safe. You're not gonna be dumping it. And creating that. The second thing is that the rate of tipping fees for the next 15 years will go up less than they are if you go down. If they have to. And I can tell you that the trucking, I'm shipping a generator right now. It costs me twice what it did last year. It's not a go to the plant. It's going to help you today. Maybe it's cost Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time, and Steve, I'll get you at video. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, so are you going to specifically ask that that go over to the Waste Management Authority?
I think
for
it's
further
already,
review?
you're already talking to the Waste Management Authority.
We met once with them, we'll meet again.
He's planning to come back at our May meeting, and I think Toby's been in contact with you about the meeting date and location.
Yes, yes, and we may have a conflict, we may be back in Nashville, but if we do, we're gonna send someone, so we're gonna cover that.
Well,
Okay, we don't have a conflict, we'll be there. That's good.
Ms. Wallace,
All
did that
right.
answer that for you?
That did,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And RD, if y'all got any, RD, if you gentlemen have any contact information or something where, if the board want to talk to you personally or contact you with any other additional
Did
questions.
you get a brochure?
I did.
On the very back of that, I think it has the smart one listed first and good looking listed second.
Okay. So the smart ones first and the good looking ones last.
And we switch it around every day.
Do you, about every other day?
And by the way, the next time I come up here, I'm gonna do BYOM. You know you do BYOB, I'm gonna bring your own microphone.
Okay. County Administrator. Mr. Lonzo. Oh, yeah. I told everybody to pack their lunch. Okay. We gotta get better organized on this sound.
Yeah, we usually don't have the meetings in here. My board is good, but in here, I can't afford it.
Okay.
So, next on the county administrator reports, we'll move quickly through this. I know everybody's tired, and is the Russell County Road Reporting System. Take a look at that and look at the routes that affect your designated areas. The next one is the VDOT Monthly Road System Report. Is Jeff still here? God, Jeff's still here. Of course, we just went through the 6-year plan, and I have the rural, rustic, and a couple of additional roads that we'll be looking at here in just a second for approval. Please take a look at that VDOT Monthly Road Report. Also included in your packet is the county and the PSA project listings. Take a look at that on what we're working on and what the status is on them. So, and if you have any projects that, that needs to be considered, please let me know. Next is the volunteer fire department service ordinance. It was mentioned briefly before. The Fire Chiefs Association did meet, and we did work through a lot of the terms and conditions and covenants into the ordinance. And what the current status is we're doing what changes are made, but also during that time, the ones that the fire departments that were under the charters of the towns wants an opportunity to take the ordinances back and let their town attorneys take a look at it, and then it'll come to us for final approval. So that is the current status, and hopefully that'll be at the next board meeting.
So that's going to Homeacre and Lebanon?
Homeacre, Lebanon, and St. Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course Cleveland here. Yeah, I've got it on there too. So for them to take a look at. You got to remember, towns, their charter requires them to have a fire department in their towns, even though we designate the service areas, but their charter is the one that establishes them. So that's why you don't see the 990s or the rest, because they fall under the town's financials rather than the county's. Next is the Russell County Community Center and Fire Department generator contract. I have put that back out to the street at the request of the Board of Supervisors. That closes out on May 16th at 3 o'clock. We added in we changed some of the terms and conditions on it, and also added in the Cleveland Community Center, so that one's in there too. We're going to put it up on stilts because not every time do we need that facility and the size of it in case something happens at the fire department. We have that one if it doesn't flood, especially in storms or wind. Usually the most of the time that is being utilized is during the winter storms when electricity goes off. That way we've got a backup generator just in case, and it'll be put on stilts and keep it out of the water. Next is the Town of St. Paul. This is a mutual aid agreement. This is a request by the Town of St. Paul. They wanted at least one deputy to be dispatched when the St. Paul Fire Department is on calls in the Dane service area. And they also wanted to keep down the additional radio traffic, and we're going to make sure that we're working with the 911 right now to make sure that there is no calls that are being utilized other than essential or emergency personnel only. So we'll be looking at the beacons on those. Also, and we'll be talking with the members in the Dane community. I think Mr. Eaton and I and Sheriff Watson and Ms. Wallace already had one small meeting with them, and we'll have another. Next is the VDOT project pipeline. Jeff, they come up with some wild names here. We can talk about that one. That's the US 19 to 58 pipeline study.
You want to use this?
You want to talk on it? You want me to talk on it? So we both can.
I'll be real brief.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Okay. On the 1958 project pipeline study, that project was actually proposed as a smart scale project this last round. It was not funded, and the study's basically revisiting that potential project, add a little more meat to the to the proposal, if you will, flesh out the ideas a little more, and hopefully then be a successful project next year's smart scale application. The Alt 58 Sundown Drive, that project is still in the design phase. This will also probably be back here in a few months. It looks like we're probably going to have a short closure on Sundown for the construction phase with a detour. We're not set on that yet, but if we do, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and approval. Fairly minimal impact, it looks like, but we're still a few months out on that probably. The US 19 super elevation project, I actually had a meeting this morning on that. It's scheduled to go to bid later this summer and probably hit construction late this year.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I appreciate your report. I wanted to ask, I understand the Smart Scale is looking at that exit off of 58 onto Sundown. Are you also looking at the line of sight that's on down toward the proposed destination center that we're moving swiftly on these days?
We'll double check that. I think the Sundown project is pretty much confined to extension of the turn lanes onto Sundown and then some improvements to Sundown itself for a short distance, but I will double check that.
Yes, which is very much needed, by the way, and we understand that. But just putting that out there because that's another piece on down the road from that.
Right.
Yeah. Jeff, she's referring to the side distance after sundown.
Couldn't find you.
Which one's talking, right? As you know, the sundown entrance, she's talking about when you come into the St. Paul.
Mm-hmm.
When I talked to Blake, we were trying to cut down the side distance on that, so it wouldn't be such a short side distance coming into the destination center. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Frosty Road. Yes.
Yeah, I know this project, actually, I think about this one doesn't address that, but I'll
It's mostly side distance. It's tree cutting. It's clearing
well,
the road.
okay, that-
Yeah, it's tree cutting.
Okay, yeah, that we can probably get into,
Yeah.
so, okay.
Yes, tree cutting. Yes. Hang on, just sit there just a second, and I'll run through these rest. Next on mine is the American Power for approval for the minimum bill tariffs and agreement to implement the shared solar programs. This is AEP's, to the SEC. Take a look at that. The changes that they want to be able to implement solar power. Look at that legislation. Next is the county administrator request. Of course, the first one is a proclamation from the Appalachian Agency of Senior Citizens to celebrate the month of May of 25 as the Older Americans Month. So I need a motion approval for the proclamation.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Very good. Next on county administrative reports is number 12. We tabled the Mrs. Little Ruth Mayberry 100 years old proclamation to the next board meeting. The next one is the proclamation for Building Safety Month of May 2025. I need approval on it.
Do I have a motion?
Give you a motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Next one on the county administrator request is the VDOT resolution for rural rustic road designation concerning Route 655 Belcher Hollow Road and Route 712 Combs Valley Road.
I'll make the motion to change that designation.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second by Ms. Dye. All in favor? Any opposed?
Next, another VDOT requesting recreational access funds to improve access to the Cleveland Bryant Natural Area Preserve and the Tank Hollow Falls. Need a
Ms. Dye?
motion for
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Oh, wait, discussion,
Okay,
please.
discussion, I'm sorry.
Okay, I am just curious. This goes down to some natural preserves that is normally not encouraging a ton of people to go to because it's quite sensitive. And has the Nature Conservancy weighed in on this?
We'll be coordinating with the Department of Natural Heritage. VDOT Central Office will be in contact with Department of Conservation and Recreation, which is the overarching agency for Department of Natural Heritage. We had contacted Natural Heritage a couple of years ago, and they were okay with the project at that point, but we will be circling back to confirm that they are good with the project.
Okay, that was just a question because we had normally said no footprints or whatever, so I'm just asking. I don't have a problem.
It is, I would say this, Ms. Walls, it is, we're not looking at any alignment changes. It's just to basically pave the road down to the parking area.
I see. Okay.
One more thing, we have several boat launches in the county. Is there any opportunity to use this grant funding in the future? You know, we're in this fiscal year, and it renews in the next fiscal year. Can we try to apply for something in the next fiscal year, which will be July?
Possibly. We did look at one very briefly. The route number escapes me at the moment, Mr. Hensel.
One at Nash's Fort Bridge is.
Yes, very short road there, and I guess if the board wishes, I don't think there's anything that keeps you from making two applications. At this time, you have to amend the resolution, or we can come back at a later meeting, but.
So is this resolution will be for next fiscal year?
By the time we go through the process, yeah, any funds that come from this resolution would be FY26 funds.
Okay.
So,
So I guess we can worry about this project this fiscal year, and then hopefully we can think
Good.
about another
All right.
project next fiscal year.
That's probably a good approach, probably, I think.
On the boat launches, be very cautious, because I think the one that Natchez Ford is actually under the Department of Fish and Game, if I'm not correct. You know,
That is a good point,
Yeah,
Mr.
see,
Leslie.
some of the ones like that we've got at the Cleveland Ball Field, that's under our, us. The other one is under Artrip is actually the Nature Conservancy. So we got to be.
The two that I had thought about, just because I'm most familiar with them, was Puckett's Hole and Nash's Fort. Puckett's Hole, getting down in there is kind of
Tough.
interesting.
Yeah. The recreational access funds, the access facility has to be a state recreational facility or state park. So there may be some opportunity there with the Clinch River State Park, because it's not the land park part of it's more the Blue Line Park, but I'm gonna say I think we could, but we probably need to double check that just to confirm.
We've got a year to investigate that, so it's something we can figure out.
Was there
Worst I can say is no.
Did we get the motion on there? We're still
We got a
in
motion
discussion.
and a second. We're
Okay.
waiting on the vote.
I'll call the vote.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay, again, next to BDOT, is the, take a Hollow Wilds. Okay, next one on there is a request, by BDOT during the last coal severance committee meeting, of Route 635, 633 at the intersection of Clarks Valley Road and Maple Gap Road Drainage Project. One is for $55,000, and the Route 693 Redbud Road Drainage Project, which is $230,000. I need approval for both of those projects in your packet.
I'll
Okay.
make a motion.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Thank you all. All in favor? Or discussion? Anybody? Sorry.
I had, and
Go ahead.
we pretty well eliminated our coal severance funds, but it does come in slowly. And I had requested that Jeff look into, just because of talking with people at the landfill, Brian Ferguson, different ones, that maybe we could make a turnout. And that's something that, we don't have the funding now, but over the next year, maybe as money comes in, we can see about making a turnout for these trucks to lay over, or vehicles to stop while trucks coming. Because that road is a concern, and the holdup with the severance board was due to a right-of-way issue. And I'd initially been like, well, let's just not worry about it, but there is continued problems with that road, and if there's some way that it can be addressed with the coal severance money and VDOT can work it out with us, I'd like to try to get that one in the future. I know this board has done that several years ago, and it didn't work out because of the right-of-way. That's the next thing I would like to see. Somebody else might have a different idea, and if you do speak up,
That's a good idea, Andrew. I think that's something we need to be working toward, especially from the right-of-way perspective.
Yeah, we looked at some, curb widening, et cetera, and Jeff's got a handle on that one, and drainage.
And we'll certainly look at any potential
Thank you.
VDOT funds, safety funds that
Yeah.
may or may not be available, but I think the Pulaski is probably a better shot than widening the whole road.
Yeah, thank you.
Next one on the county administrator request is Route 708. This is John cleaning up his unmanned routes. A notice to intent to discontinue Route 708.
784.
I apologize, 784. 708 is next, sorry, Mark.
That's all right.
784 is a very short road. It's just off Route 71, just before you get to Malls Creek as you're headed south. If you drove by it, you would think it's a field entrance. It's got a gate across it, short ways up, and we've not really been on it for quite a while.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion for that, as I might be the only one here that knows where that's at.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? You got a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Now, that one is 784 to abandon. The next one is 708, the intent to discontinue. So there is a difference.
That is a slightly longer road off of, down in the Artrip area. There's 3 property owners, one of which is the state parks. The other 2 private citizens were actually in favor of abandonment. The parks would like to keep that right-of-way there, at least until they get their master plan developed and see exactly what their access needs are or aren't at this location. So that's why we're looking at a notice of discontinuance. It would leave the right-of-way there. Again, if you drove by it, you're going to see a field gate across the road and probably trees growing up in the old road bed, because it's not been traveled or maintained for a number of years. But we do have property owner concurrence on this.
Okay, thank you.
Motion.
I'll
Do we
make
have-
that motion.
Okay, we got a motion.
Second.
Got a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
We thank you for your motions tonight, and then Mr. Hensley for your coordination with us, and we'll start getting some projects done.
Next on the county administrator request is the Russell County Electoral District and Precincts Exploratory Committee. That is under the purview of the Board of Supervisors chairman, so.
Okay. This is something that I think we've all discussed and explored over a period of years. I want to appoint Mr. Brady and myself to this committee. I'll be working with Mr. Lester. This will actually reduce the board down from 7 to 5, and we'll take a look at through this committee and be able to present it back to the full board to look at not only saving money, but looking at how these lines are to be drawn and affected. So I'll appoint Mr. Brady on this.
Lonzo, when that was done back in 20, was it 20 or 21? You had to do it. You had to deal with the redistricting.
Yeah, that.
Did y'all look at 5 districts back then?
No, well, the one I did was the census of 2020. So you had
Yeah.
to define the precincts and the districts. They changed back in 2011 when they had to add the at-large. So that's the other that has the 5 districts.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you had one of the options was a 5 district with the at-large.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
we-
at-large.
So maybe we may not have to do much. It may already be there. We would have to use the 2020 number.
You would have to legally, under the Code Virginia Electoral Board would tell you, you've got to be within 1% of population, so many precincts. But you can get all those codes and everything applicable in the maps. Next on the county administrator request is, again, electoral. This one is the Russell County voter registration and election. This is the Cleveland precinct change. This is, as you see the letter in your packet from the voter registration. We are amending the request
for the ordinance to address the polling places in Cleveland precinct. Linda Couch, the mayor of Cleveland, informed us that the former town hall is no longer available to serve as an emergency polling place. They want us to address this for a consideration in the ordinance when we make the changes, so. I need a motion for approval on that one. They didn't want to move it to Cleveland, the Cleveland Fire Hall.
Fire Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Ms. Dye. Do we have a second? Okay, got a second from Mr. Breeding. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
And now that we're through the budget, getting ready to go into just during the other meetings, the next one on the county administrator request is, again, it's got to do with the reassessment. We had one member, the primary member, which was Mr. Beaver. He resigned. I need, right now, I've got an alternate. Mr. Parker is doing it, but due to scheduling and other issues, he can only do it as a sit-in, as an alternate. You need at least a member of 3 members on the board. So we need to appoint in the next Russell County Board of Equalization to give them 3 board members, as we've been meeting. The only candidate that has volunteered, and that's a key word, is Mark Mitchell. So that's at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. So it's up to y'all. I need approval if so.
It's the only interest you've had.
Do you want us
Nobody, I need approval to appoint.
What do you want us to go back in our individual precinct, go back to our districts and ask someone if they want to
You
do
can,
this?
but Mr. Parker is, it was a quick resignation by Mr. Beaver, so he's been filling in for the last 3 weeks, and his schedule's getting long. So the next board meeting, is a month away. I can't guarantee that,
Is there gonna be any conflict with Mr. Mitchell being on the planning commission, or is that okay?
As far as sitting on the PC, there's no conflict
Okay.
on equalization. It's up to the discretion of the board, so it's up to y'all. Or if you got another name, that's y'all's consideration. But I do need a member soon, or the equalization board needs a member soon.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair, to put Mark Mitchell there.
Okay,
And move forward with the assessment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
They're almost finished up. Mr.
Discussion.
Hensley. They're almost finished.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next on the county administrator request is professional legal services for proposal. So this is the RFP for an attorney. It's contractual pretty well that it was set by the 9th, so it can't be an employee, so you're going to have to hire another attorney. Approval for release of the RFP for professional legal services for the board of supervisors. I need approval.
Okay, we have a motion, Mr. Breeding.
Second.
Got a second from Ms. Wallace. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
Last on the county administrator request is the board approval for the sale and auction. Now, I got to be careful of this because Ms. Dye pointed this out real quick. The Copper Creek is not it is not being transferred to the county yet, so I'd have to have 2 motions. The Givens School is owned by the county. The Elk Grove School is owned by the county, but it would have to be a 2-part motion, to go ahead and put the Givens School up for auction, for sale and auction, the Oak Grove up for sale auction, but the Copper Creek had to be upon contingency from the transfer from the school board. So, right, Ms. Dunn? Yep.
Yeah, it's not ours, no, you seem to do something else.
So, and they supposed to, and to thank the school board, they agreed to carry the Copper Creek Elementary School and the Swords Creek Elementary School on their insurance and their inspections and electricity until July the 1st, because they had it built into their budget. So we'll work through the paperwork on that one too and get that transferred in. So we'll have to move fast to get it back off the books.
Could we make a motion in regards to Copper Creek to, I guess, get proposals if anybody has interest in it between now and when it's turned over to the board?
As far as you,
Like an industrial development interest or, just some kind of idea of what somebody would be willing to do with that. And then come November, after the election, when the school board turns it over to this board, then we've already got proposals.
well, the school board is planning on, their intention is it will become the Board of Supervisors July 1. They wanted to keep the Copper Creek and the Swords Creek as the precincts for the June primaries, but they will not need them in the general election in the fall.
Those precincts are moved.
They will be moving. You will be seeing another request coming from, to move the Swords Creek Elementary School precinct to the Swords Creek Community Center. And they've got another location for the Copper Creek to be moved into the other two precincts with a realignment of the population. So that will be coming from the electoral board.
I'll make the motion that we move to sell Copper Creek. That's probably the best building that we got that could create maybe some interest in industrial development.
Okay, Mr. Hensel, is that after, when we get it back, immediately put it on the block?
Are you saying advertise it now and promote it now,
Is that what
even
you're
on the
saying?
conditional transfer?
I'd just like to see if we could get some interest
Yeah.
from somebody. I don't know if we could maybe seek help from a realtor on something like that, or, but
Yeah.
We can't do it till we own it.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. You can talk to like the IDA's not even here now, or proposals. You can offer a proposal, but you can't advertise it or do a contract up for sale until you own it. So, because a realtor will want an agreement with the
Okay.
property.
so until July, we really don't need to worry about Copper Creek.
Not until July.
I think if we got a bite on it, somebody wanted it pretty bad, we'd go ahead and have
Start
school release it.
negotiations, start talks. You just can't, yeah. And the school board would transfer it faster if you found a good
Yeah.
candidate. They would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I asked for the motion.
I've tried to reach out to some folks and, not drummed up much interest. I know David passed somebody my way.
Yeah.
I talked to some folks that's looking into we talked about greenhouses here today. I talked to some folks with that. Outside of that, I hadn't heard a whole lot of it, and just hearsay from the public that might be interested.
Yeah. So y'all have already made the motion for the Swords Creek to be transferred to the CSB, completely. So that gets that off the rolls. So that leaves you with the Copper Creek, the Givens, and, of course, the Oak Grove. But you gotta remember, on the Oak Grove, you're gonna have to stipulate it out, carve out the community center and that property adjacent to it and the parking area, if you're going to do that. If you're going to leave, and then by the motion y'all made tonight was to leave the trash sites in place. So the only piece of property that you got is between the community center and the trash site.
I'll rescind my motion because I wasn't really understanding of Copper Creek and waiting till July. And just discussion, I guess. What myself and Mr. Lester talked about in Moccasin is Oak Grove is that school is in pretty bad shape.
It's locked down.
The thought process was, and I've talked to some people, is if we could move the site to where the school's at, if we could find the funding to remove the school. that could potentially, the funding could become available through the sale of the land adjacent to the community center. So there's a lot of variables there that would have to come together to make that work. As far as selling the property, making a motion here tonight, I don't know that we could if that's the route the board chose. But I would like to try to figure out how to that's a great piece of property there behind the community center. Be somewhere somebody can live, build a barn, a garage, something, do something with it. Right. It's not been used. I used to live down there. Nobody ever used it, old ball field.
So if the board had intentions to take where the existing trash site is, take the, and if you could sell it the way it is, because right now it's an open top. There's nothing there. So, I mean, that we can't pull quickly. If you took that land and sold all that, took what the proceeds that you got from the sale of the land and tear down the old grove, and then you could, keep that, because there's a slab there with that old school that you could actually leave. It'd be actually a better site, but you got to remember it would be somewhat adjacent to the current community center. So if they didn't care, it'd be a great site. So.
And just so the public is aware, that building can never be utilized for anything. You shut that completely off.
That is full of asbestos and lead. It's got chains on the doors and locks. We can't even go in and inspect because of the air content in it.
So it's a public safety, health type
hazard.
Building.
It is locked with chains and locks. Yes.
Do we need a motion to explore that opportunity? I mean,
I think it's a good idea. I mean, we can look through like Brownsville funding and stuff like that to do the mitigation.
I've called our state legislatures. I've called.
Yeah, we tried that one.
Anywhere.
I'll work on that. I mean,
we could get it near a coal site. We tried that one.
Yeah, the first thing they wanted to know is how close it was to the coal fields. Then they wanted to know how much industrial development can happen there. And I tried to explain to them the big curve as you go into Moccasin is kind of limited factor on getting tractor trailers in and out for industrial development.
Yeah, every approach that we did, we tried the Brownsfield and it wasn't near the coal. Tried economic development, it wasn't suitable. But the possibility.
And through a lot of discussion with myself and Mr. Lester, that's how we hit on. Well, what if we could use the money from the sale of the property
to tear down the school,
to remove the problem, which is the school falling down.
Now, the asbestos in it will have to be pulled. That's the floor and the tile that's in the floors, and that's the basic, because we've already had it inspected. We know what's in it, and it's the ceiling tile. The last one that we did, and that was the Artie Lee, based off of what we did there, you're looking probably at probably $75,000 range. So if you could get that much out of the property or close to it, you'd have. And you wouldn't have to pull the slab on the Oak Grove. You could actually use that slab as a setting for the other containers.
Do we need a motion to explore that opportunity? Or?
Yes, you do. That way we can go ahead. Why would you not take bids on it and see what you can get out of that piece of property and see if it's enough to be able to do the work performed and turn the old Oak Grove down? Because that's going to be sitting there. It's an eyesore and it's a hazard. If a child ever got into it, went through a window or a teenager, it would not be good.
I'll make a motion that we explore that opportunity. If we need to get bids on the adjoining property, maybe kind of rough map out something that the property that would be sold. And if we do get enough money to be able to move the trash station, then we can move forward.
Well, like I said,
if we don't get a good enough offer, I guess it just is what it is.
So you got to remember, at the current trash site that's at the Moccasin, that was what we brought in. that's portable, you know, other than the slabs are sitting on. I mean, that's quick in and quick out. Now, one of the two things that we got to remember is the sewer in the field beds, we'll have to keep the easement on it, and the water that goes out to, you know, that supports the community center, we'll put those easements in it, but I don't think any property owner will have a problem with it. It's just, it's very small. It's right there adjacent to the community center, so.
Okay, I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I got a second. Ms. Dye, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, now we're down to board discussion and reminder.
You didn't do Givens Elementary.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that's what I was getting
I'm
ready to
sorry.
say. What about the
Got ahead of
Givens?
myself.
So we got the Oak Grove taken care of, the Copper Creek, that is going to be transferred July the 1st, the Givens is remaining.
How much land is behind it? Is it 40 acres?
Yeah, as you've seen in your packet, now there's two parcels there. The one that where the, you know, up into the field where the, you know, the Givens School is at, and then the one that goes up to the, almost the top of the mountain, to tell you the truth, up to the retaining ponds that, you know, that was put into there. So you got two tracks. So do you all want to?
I walked that behind the school, probably what, David, a year ago? It's been a while. But there's a big field up there that we had explored maybe an industrial development opportunity that didn't work out.
Do you want to carve out that land, that parcel, and just sell the land that's around the school like you did to Cleveland? Or, I mean, that's up to the discretion of the board.
Kind of, it's David's district. I don't want to speak for him. But that piece of land is a great piece of land. David and I walked around up there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it can be utilized for anything or not, but.
Well.
David, you had a little interest in it at one time.
I still do, and really, actually, the gentleman wanted to leave Star Ministries in place. They didn't want to disturb their ministry. They wanted to leave them intact because they actually donate or contribute quite a bit of funding to different kinds of ministries like that. And I just, you know, I helped Stars get there because they didn't have a location, and they have done wonderful service. I mean, wonderful in our community. If I can't make a motion, I can't do anything. I'm kind of locked down here, but I'd like to at least have enough time to talk with them, and if they decide to let it go and I can't get somebody that's willing to work with them, I need to find them another location.
Well, I'll make that motion for you.
But I just need to make sure that I can keep them intact somewhere.
You get a location.
I mean, I actually need to try to help them find a place that's not so costly, you know, as far as that. But they have an auction, they have a lot of room, they have a lot of storage area. They have, just like she said, they contributed to not just our county, but multiple counties and help. And anytime I call her or anytime I talk to them, they're Johnny on the spot. We have people that's got burnt out or anything like that, they're always there. So I'd like for the board to just give me enough time to work on it and work with a potential company that they told me they're interested and they would like to leave Star Ministries intact if they was able to, because they didn't need that portion of the building, they just needed the upper part that me and Andrew toured and walked on. They talked to me and Andrew, actually went over there and met with them at their office, and something happened with the type of funding that they needed, that the funding agency wanted to retain ownership of the building, and these guys I'm sure wanted to own it. I mean, if they're going to spend the kind of money they were going to spend on equipment, Andrew knows exactly what I'm talking about with the type of equipment they were going to put in there, so they wanted to own it. So, but there's still hope for us to be able to work with them. I just don't want to see her get put out and not have anywhere to go.
Yeah,
Is that your motion, Terry?
it is.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
I'd just like to mention that if you need any help with that, I'd love to.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Andrew. And
I
we'll,
like dealing with land in my personal world and, business deals, and that's something that interests me.
well, I appreciate that, and I'll try to set up another meeting, Andrew, and we'll go back over there and sit down with them and make sure in the agreement that STARS has helped and took care of. They might even help them more than what they've been able to help in the past. So, and I'll probably ask her maybe to even go with us to meet, just to make sure she's secured. And all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. No board discussion reminders? Okay. I'll adjourn the meeting.